point A to point B, there should be a drop over distance of X amount. That's it. That's as simple as taking your money, go to the supermarket, you bought some goods, you're at the checkout, you give the money over, and you get your change. You check your change, you check your receipt, and it all tallies up. That's simple. So no, it's not science. The so-called experts who are telling you you're on a globe throw the science word out there to make themselves seem all important, and they know that you're not going to know what they know. They know this already, okay, that you don't know what they're talking about. So they hide behind that word, but it's not science at all. When we talk about the shape of the earth, we're not talking about science. We're not doing any sciencing at all, nothing. And then what you're offered up, actually, from the scientists is pseudoscience. That's what you're offered up anyway. You see? What is pseudoscience? It's information purported to be scientific when it is not at all. It is just nonsense. It's garbage. That's what pseudoscience is. Nothing to do with real science, where we're working out our environment using the scientific method, for example. Okay, yeah. Pseudoscience is not that. And that's what you're offered up when you're offered up the heliocentric model. That's pseudoscience right there. Okay? Mm-hmm. And when we go out to actually try to confirm that, what we think is science, we find flat earth, horizontal constant. Yeah. That's what we find, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? So now we're going to go against the scientists. Of course, I have every right to question what those scientists tell us to the highest degree, to ensure that they are actually telling the truth with what they put forward. Otherwise, we could fall foul to some pseudoscience dogma. Yes, that will not do. So hence 2026, the year of the horizontal constant. It's constantly in your face. You can have a picnic on it. You can sunbathe on it. You can canoe on it. You can sail on it, windsurf, have a painting, take pictures. It replaces the gravitational constant. That never existed. Do you remember the gravitational constant you were told through your secondary education, at least, and onwards through university? The gravitational constant. Crap. Garbage. It never existed. You can't see it, measure it, touch it. Horizontal constant, on the other hand, is all around you. You can literally lick it, honestly. Yes. The horizontal constant is physical. It's there. It's waiting for you to discover it. Yeah. 2026. The horizontal constant year. Constantly horizontal all around you, wherever you are. You're living on a flat earth. Yeah. And we, the flat earthers, have had a 10-year victory. It wasn't difficult, really, because the truth is the truth. You can't hide it once it's there. It's just there. It's out there. So it's there every day of the week, 365 days of the year, 24 hours every day. It's there. The truth is just there. So it was an easy victory for us. But what we had to endure was some of the abuse, but we've totally destroyed that. I mean, I'm resilient. I'm insult proof. They insult me, it bounces off and it insults them back in the head. It's that easy. I'm unceasing, like the air we breathe. Yeah. So I don't stop coming with the truth of the flat earth. So I'm totally, well and truly hardened, toughened, but still flexible and fast, lively. The Globers have got nothing. I'm slipperier than a bar of soap covered in engine oil. They've got no chance of delivering that horrible pseudoscience dogma crap. And every day that I encounter these people, it's an embarrassment for them. Can you imagine? 10-year loss. 10-year loss. And we finish on a high note, right, in 2025. And now the horizontal constant's coming constantly to annoy them. I feel sorry for them, really. I'm glad I'm not a Glober. Oh, and I did 48 years of that believing. 48 years. That's a long time to be believing in something that never, ever existed. Never existed. And I carried a belief. Hence, I don't carry any beliefs now, yeah? Right. Because to carry a belief is to accept information without confirmation or validation, which means you have no knowledge. It's a very weak position indeed. And that's what I learned about myself 2015, December 26th, that I made a big error in believing everything without checking. It's a big error. Yeah. So no, I advise everybody not to believe, but to confirm and validate. And what you haven't validated or confirmed, don't carry it as a belief. Don't carry it at all. Don't carry it at all. Just throw it away for now. That way you're lighter on your feet. Your brain is free to think of other things of more importance. Don't carry junk. Maybe your precious memory may come to your recollection quicker than carrying all the junk that they expect you to carry. All the beliefs. No knowledge there, remember? Yeah, so when you say you know this because you've experienced it and you've got it on record, that's knowledge. When you believe this, well, or that, or those, well, you don't have any knowledge of those things. You're just accepting, and that's not the truth, is it? Okay. So yeah, this is what it's like to be a flat earther. Yeah. Always putting the best foot forward, bringing knowledge to you. Knowledge you can use. Theories, no good. Can't use a theory, actually. But knowledge, yes, I can use this knowledge to change my life, better my life. Yeah, Flat Earth does that. And I'll just relinquish the mic there for a short while, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead.
No, it's a good topic to raise, Jen, because earlier today, we had this guy come in here. I don't remember his name. He wasn't new. He had been here for a while. And he had basically said that he likes flat earthers because we allow people to speak. And then on the globe side, you really don't. You don't get it, they don't allow people to speak. So he was kind of implying that even if, he says, I do believe the earth is to be a globe, but it's not something that he can really advocate for or give a position for. It's just like this belief system. In that he understands that his belief system creates these sort of like very cringe, weird echo chambers that aren't useful. And it's part of the things, I'm paraphrasing, you guys can go back and listen to it. But he basically implied that it's better to be on the flat earth with free speech than a globe earth without it.
Well, I would agree to that 100%. I don't think acknowledging that you're carrying a belief is a good thing and you don't do anything about it. That's not good. There's some cognitive dissonance going on there and some cognitive processes that are not aligning up with actuality, ladies and gentlemen. Why would you want to live like that? Think, what makes a person hold that position? Okay, let's put one scenario up. Perhaps the individual hasn't got the time just yet to go and investigate. Okay, but that can be determined as to how much time he spends on Discord, because if he's been here a long time, that means he's had time to go and check. That's what I'll put to him. Because if you're arguing here for the globe and you're here arguing when you could have been going out to check it, what are you doing wrong there? So please use your time wisely, as time is precious and you're not getting any younger. Okay? So why don't you just use some time, go and confirm, and then you can drop that belief of the globe. You come to a flat earth server and none of us are believing in anything these days. So that's got to tell you something in itself. So yeah, you need to you see, this is flat earthers now doing a little bit of counseling here, what the psychiatrist would be doing, because we're giving him or her good, sound advice. Go out and check it. It's out there waiting for you. Okay. And then when you realize that, the uplift you give from that emotionally, second to none, ladies and gentlemen, second to none. That realization. The only thing that can be close to it is like if you see your son or daughter being born, that kind of uplift, literally, because it's such a realization, because you're now connecting with the earth that was made for you. You didn't make it. You don't know how this earth is made. And it's flat like that, level. That's when you realize the power of God. Okay, and you don't have to be religious, Bible bashing, Quran bashing, or the Torah bashing book. You don't have to be doing that. You will connect innocently It's in you. The essence for that connection will hit you. And it's not going to come from any Bible. It's going to come from your core essence. The honesty that is in you is just going to say, bloody hell, it's God made this. Wow. That's what you're going to say. Because that's the only thing that could have made this place. And that's when you realize, slowly but surely, to live your life better. Take care of your health. God made you perfect, and he did. Then what's happening is that nonsense are out there that you got to avoid. Horrible foods, etc., etc. I won't say too much, but control your health better. And that's what a flat earther means, in essence. Because you're checking everything you're being told now. And that makes you a stronger individual mentally and physically. Yeah, and you can help others. Look at us, flat earthers. That's what we do now. We don't only explain how the earth isn't this globe, but we also try to help the cognitive processes flow. So to say to someone telling me, oh, well, I know I'm carrying a belief. Well, okay, if you know you're carrying a belief, then why are you doing that? Why don't you just go out and check it and then come back and say, my findings are the earth is flat? Then you help other people who are listening. Now, come on. What is this? I know it's flat. I know I'm believing. Okay, well, can you stop that? Actually, can you start knowing now? Coming here every day believing still. Are you hoping it's going to go back to a globe? It's never going to be a globe. Doesn't exist. Right. So thank you, Chris. Yeah. Happy New Year to you and your family, of course. Yeah. And, you've always been a man on the right at the sharp end. Yeah. And I like that. I like that when you deliver your explanations to certain situations. They've always come across, in all the years I've known you, you've always come across sharp. Even if you take sometimes a longer route, because that's okay, but it's all clean and it's to the point. So, like I said, Happy New Year to you and your family. And may you live long. Live long.
Thank you, Gene. You too, man.
Yeah,
I like your spin on the whole conversation, because you sound to me like an optimistic curious that look to the future, and you want the generations to kind of like step up and make a better tomorrow for the whole world. But you also have like an iron fist and a sword on your hands if necessary.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. I'm always thinking of the generations yet to come, because they're the ones that are going to be looking back and say, what did we do? You see? So we've got to leave a legacy behind. What kind of legacy? And I look at my children. I said to my son today, I like the way you're 24. I like the way you've turned out so far. Right? I said to him, you're a better version than me when I was 24. That's excellent. That's what I said to him.
That's amazing, dude. If you, bro, I think I'm half the man that my father was, bro. Like, I wish I'll be like double him.
Yeah. I said to him, when I was his age, he's a better version than me.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah. That will be cool to hear that from your father. That's amazing, dude.
Yeah, I said that to him today. Yeah.
Wow, good job, dude. That's
yeah, you got to be honest.
Hearing that from your father, honestly, dude, like oh my goodness.
Yeah, when you see them doing well, and you see them doing what they're doing, and that, you have to tell the truth so they have an understanding of what they've achieved. Yes. Otherwise, again, they could be lost, and I don't want my children to be lost. Tell them, yeah, where it's applicable. Still can't beat me going up mountains and that.
I'm gonna let them easy. You're not gonna let them win easy.
No, that's right. And they said, Daddy, I don't know how you do it. And you're dancing. We're climbing up the mountain and I'm dancing to Black Eyed Peas as we're looking at the horizon level. So you see the flat earth, look at it. Yeah.
Don't be surprised. One or two of your children at the same time beat you one day.
They're going to beat me, of course.
You're gonna be like, oh, they're catching up. He's catching up. When you're not paying attention, all three of them are passing you.
Oh, yeah, they can do it. They'll do it sooner or later. Because I am 64, so but mountaineering is requiring of a stamina that is and strength, and I'm only exceeding them because of my age, the experience. You see what I mean? They're fighting that. They've only got 24. 20, and then what do we got? We've got 16. So we've got one that's 25 years old, going to be 26 this year, one that's 24, one that's 20 and 16. So, you know, their experiences are there, but not like me. No military training to draw from, although I gave them a taste. They don't have that. They don't have that for real, do they? They have a little taste that I gave them. Okay, because I didn't give it to them.
Good thing that you had to go through the military thing, so they didn't have to.
Yeah, exactly. Because I told them it's no good. That's what I told them. I said, no, don't do it. Because, you know, that's not what we're about at the end of the day. And you're only doing the dirty work for those people who are devaluing us. So, no, that's never going to be a thing. The training, I said to them, the training is good. And you can defend your family and your friend and your country. If people come to attack you, that's good. But to go to other countries and killing innocent people, no, that's not what I want to do that. I said to my son, no, don't join. Because he was going to join. I said, no, don't join. One wanted to join. I said, no, don't do that. That wouldn't be, you know.
Let's check real quick on the new people.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dean. Check on the new people.
Yeah, welcome to the 24/7 English Hub, Flat Earth. And Happy New Year to all of you who have just come in. If you have any questions related to the topic matter, Flat Earth or Globe Earth, why is it we're going against the globe and that? Please ask your questions, because every question you ask, everybody learns from. Every question. Doesn't matter how strange or odd the question is. So learning for everybody. So please go ahead. That's why we're here, to answer your questions. My colleagues and myself.
Since nobody replied, you're speaking about the military. The U.S. just toppled
This will be in
Venezuela
Britain.
government.
This will be in Britain. In the British Army.
I'm saying that the U.S. just toppled the Venezuelan government.
Right, yeah, I know. It's not good. Yeah, I agree with you. Totally didn't like the idea of that from the beginning of last month when I heard it was going to happen. I just said, no, that's stupid, ridiculous. And then they attacked Nigeria recently as well, the US. Apparently Christians are being attacked innocently there. So, okay, fine. But at the end of the day, like I said, you know, I'm definitely not military at all. There's a better way to do it, and that day will come in the future, provided people stand up. And I see Flat Earth as that route to that, because if everybody can realize that they've been miseducated about where they live, that gives you the instant right to remove all governments, because they are teaching that right now. As we're talking now, there's a school, different time zones. Okay, maybe they're still on holiday. All right, fair enough. But when they go back to school, they're going to go back and learn that same horrible globe story that doesn't exist in reality. So if everybody wakes up to that across the earth, you know what I mean? Yes, an instant removal of government, instant. On the educational side of it, because it's a miseducation right there. So, you know, and it sounds a bit extreme, and people think, no, you can't mean that. No, I do mean that. We need to.
You mean the removal of the government is the control of the mind, the government of the mind that is in place. It's not. It's not that we definitely need the administrators and, you know, the police and the military is all good, but the govern of the mind in this path to destruction that is in place. I mean, this path to, you know, war against your neighbors, and that govern of the mind, in that mindset, I think it should be kind of like upgraded to a better version.
Yeah. Exactly. People wake up and demand better education for the money they're paying for their children. Do you know what I mean? And then when that happens, you question it. You see, flat earthers then look down the line at all the things that are going wrong, and all that has to be put correct. And if everything's running properly, there won't be any poor people around. Poverty disappears, ladies and gentlemen, because more caring comes out and more accountability comes out as to how the money is utilized. You see, if we spend less on the military industrial complex. Yeah, exactly.
More farms.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. More farms operated traditionally as they did 200, 300, 400, 500 years ago. I don't want modern farming. Modern farming is carcinogenic, okay, poisonous. So I don't want that. No, we want farming that's in harmony with nature itself. Clean farming. That's what we want, you know? Yeah, of course. Of course. Most important job on the earth is to be a farmer. Second, to be a mother of the children, if you want to put it properly. Right, you know, these are very important and valued jobs that need to be done, of course. So that's what I'm saying. Flat Earth leads you to that. It lends itself to that quite easily. You know, because people always say, what has Flat Earth done for you? You know, okay, well, for me, it's done quite a lot because you question everything and you see the mistakes being made. I mean, I saw them anyway. So for me, it just doubled down and highlighted it even more. But for people who are just coming into it, it may prompt them to take a look at their lives and then take a look at what's going on around outside their lives and start to see the mistakes. And then they're going to start to think, well, what can we do about it? And that's when organizations within the people begin to organize, right? And when the next election comes along now, they're going to say, well, actually, I don't like what you're offering us. This is not what we want. So if this is what you're offering, you need to step down. Who can offer us this, this, and this? This is what the people want. Yeah, well, that party, all right, stand up. We vote for you. That kind of thing. People take over. Yeah. Sorry, it's all part of the Flat Earth, though, to be quite honest. So, you know, don't want to stray away from it, but that's what I mean by what happens to Flat Earth people once you become a Flat Earther. What next is the thing. Obviously, you tidy your life. You look at your life better, you know, self-analysis, your life analysis, and then you act accordingly. You improve your life. You do. Because you realize that your health is your wealth. Then you become more economical with where you spend your money, okay, etc., etc. And I'll end it on this, ladies and gentlemen. In Argentina right now, there's a financial revolution going on. Pay attention, please. In Argentina right now, there is $250 billion under the mattresses and in offshore banks, because the people have no confidence in the banking system in Argentina. So what Argentina now, the banking central bank is begging people to come and invest in their bank. Nobody wants to invest. There's your revolution right there. Yeah. Thank you.
What's going on? Welcome.
Welcome. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Hi.
And can you
ahead,
be online, bro, like all the time?
Can you repeat that?
Well, I'm saying that how can you be on Discord since morning?
Because it's a different time for me, though. It's a different time, and you're probably in a different country.
You know what happens to me if I come on Discord? My family starts disturbing me. Like, why are you going on Discord? Why are you talking to people in VC?
You're not old enough?
Why are you doing this?
Maybe you should probably not be on.
Yeah. They're sick F.
Hey, good thing they're not my family. They wouldn't be telling me that.
So let's go through the history of the 69-to-1 rule. For those that don't know what it is, it's the claim that for every 69 miles that you travel on Earth, that astronomical objects will rotate by 1 degree. Excuse me, you're interrupting. So the claim goes back to Eratosthenes, but are there better claims than Eratosthenes for this? Turns out there is. There's actually a golden seed for this rule. When you read some of the literature from the 17 and 1800s, when they start invoking the reference ellipsoid, which bakes in the 69-to-1 rule, they refer to a guy named Jean Fresnel. Well, who's he? Well, he's a French Eratosthenes, as it turns out. And the story goes, in 1525, he sat himself in a wagon with gigantic wheels. And he was in the middle of Paris, and he knew that the town of Amiens, or Amiens, I don't know how to pronounce it, it's French, that there's a town 70 miles north, roughly, from where he was in Paris. Of course, he wasn't using miles, but that being the case, it all converts out that way. So he looked in the sun at the sun, got a solar observation angle, and he set off north, and he counted the revolutions of his wagon wheel. And when he got to Amiens, he counted like 56 or 57,000 revolutions, whatever it was. He measured the sun again at the appropriate time and saw that it was 1 degree off from where he expected it to be, if that wasn't the case. Performed some calculations, bada bing, bada boom. There's a 69-to-1 rule. And if you think that this is in any way rigorous, I've got something for you. But that's what they refer to. This is the if they're not going to refer to Eratosthenes for the 69-to-1 claim, they're referring to Jean Fresnel in 1525 with a wagon. I thought that was interesting.
It was. Thanks, Yoda. That is quite interesting. But I mean, is it humanly possible to count 57,000 revolutions? 57,000, is it? Could you do that?
Yeah, between that in itself is a feat. Not losing track. And then going over bumps, and if the wheels slip, did the wheel break? I mean, we don't have, just like with Eratosthenes, we don't have much in the way of good record keeping when it comes to this either.
Right.
But
yeah.
But so when the French king in the 1730s wanted to prove to the world that the Earth was a prolate spheroid and not oblate like the nasty British were saying, the French actually they sent out 2 teams, one to Peru and one to Lapland, to measure how much the stars descend or ascend in their field of view, depending on how much distance you travel on Earth. Because if the Earth is prolate, they claimed that 69-to-1 would be different, that the stars would actually start to rotate a bit more quickly as you traveled. All right, so what's interesting is the 2 geodetic surveyors that they sent, the 2 teams, each of them referred to Jean Fresnel. Among other references. So this is considered good enough. And I'm like, well, did NASA rely on the same garbage? Like, for NASA to put multi-billion-dollar assets into space, did they rely on the measurements of a French traveler in a wagon?
Yeah, or the Eratosthenes.
Which is worse.
Yeah. I was just wondering, that young lady that was talking to Jemsy, is she still here? Because I thought she might have had a question or two. Are you there, Jemsy?
That was
No.
Crystal. She was here some hours ago, but she's gone. She's from Pakistan, and she's a student. She goes to the university, and just we spoke for a little bit, but she's gone now.
Okay. Never mind. Yeah, I thought she'd just come in. All right. Because she was asking how you could be here since morning. Time difference.
Because when she woke up, it was morning for her, but I've been here for a while. I came in late.
Right.
I mean, I came in very early in the morning, but for her, it was earlier in the. I'm in the U.S. She's in Pakistan, so I don't know.
Yeah.
The timing is different, so whatever she was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just starting Sunday right now, so it's midnight here. Just gone midnight now. Okay. What is it? Yeah. 1 minute past midnight. Right on the money.
Cool.
Yeah. So just starting Sunday, early morning. We had snow 2 days ago, but it didn't last. It was very light dusting, but icy on the streets. But apart from that, okay. Yeah. So I was just saying that, earlier on I was saying about Argentina. The basically, the people are now don't trust their banking system, and that in itself proves that people want to look after their money themselves. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, I like that. I like that, Gene. But can you guys tell me more about the 69? You got anything? Because can you? He made it sound so simple, but I'm still missing something. 69 miles.
Yeah, the claim is if you move 69 miles, that an object like Polaris is going to rotate 1 degree. So the question is how good are you at surveying accurately 69 miles without using the stars in the first instance? So to do this right, you'd have to do a planar survey, not using GPS, just using landmarks, and go 69 miles. You need a permissive terrain first. And then how good are you at measuring 1 degree of rotation in the sky on top of that, and then combining the two together? And then how do you characterize your error margins? Right? So it actually seems like a very difficult feat on the surface, and it should be. But it gets worse. Surveyors noticed, and have noted since the 1700s at least, that when they attempt to do this, that it's not consistent. It's not consistent. The star does not rotate as much as they thought it should. They have issues with getting good surveying methods. So they started blaming this problem on a multitude of factors. One of the first things they started blaming it on was refraction. And another thing they started blaming it on was their inability to get accurate measurements was an uneven gravity field. It's like, well, why would they say there's an uneven gravity field? Well, because they say that the gravity field is pulling their plumb bobs and pendulums off where they expect it to be for Earth to be a globe, essentially. And they also claim that the gravity field is bending starlight so that the star isn't where it should be. So you got refraction bending the starlight one way, and you've got the gravity field bending starlight another way. And what you're left with is a big unfalsifiable mess of heat. So they initially started off with the idea, well, the uneven distribution of mass in the Earth, I mean, this goes back to the 1700s, 1730s, they were saying this. The uneven distribution of mass in the Earth is causing gravity to be stronger in some places, namely around mountains. So like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. You got more, dense, more matter here. So your leveling devices relying on the gravity vector are going to be pulled in different directions around mountains more than, somewhere like Kansas where it's super flat. So they're like, okay, we'll go with that. And this is why we're having such a hard time. And it turns out the same people that claim that tried this in the Himalayas. And in the Himalayas, there was no deflection of the gravity vector. So, I mean, how consistent is it? Well, it's not. You start looking at all these inconsistencies over and over again. You know what you find? You find that you've got enough error. You've got enough error that's creeping into their measurements, or they can turn Earth into any shape they freaking want.
Какой у вас чит-код был? Когда у вас конец света? Вы через что решали?
That's what I wanted to say. So 69 to 1, how do you actually measure 69 to 1? Even the globe proponent is going to have a hard time claiming 69 to 1 because by their own standards, they've got an uneven distribution of mass that's pulling their leveling devices off center where they need to be. And listen, folks, for them to claim the amount of precision they need, like spherical excess, what is that? Well, you'll hear people say, we know Earth is a globe because you could have two theodolites looking at each other. And they both have to be tilted down slightly to form a line of sight relative to their plumb line because Earth is a sphere and their plumb lines are not parallel to each other. Their plumb lines are diverging away. Right? They're converging towards the center of a ball Earth. Well, how accurate are those plumb lines, folks? You mean to tell me that you're able to measure that you're both tilted down with respect to horizontal? and the two plumb lines from the two observers, the two theodolites, are actually meeting in the center of the Earth. So you're accurate to 3959 miles to some degree. You mean to tell me that you can both hang plumb lines and you're confident that those two plumb lines are going to touch 3959 miles down? Well, obviously that's kind of crappy. It doesn't make any plausible sense on the surface. But yeah, that's what they're claiming. And at the same time, their own literature say this shouldn't be possible due to the uneven distribution of mass in the globe. So how do you know that you've got spherical excess? And why is it always going to be spherical excess, not spherical lack? Because by their own account, the wibbly-wobbly gravity field should be causing plumb lines to go all over the place. You would effectively have flat spots on the globe and bowl-shaped spots on the globe. So how do you differentiate between all that? I mean, they have no way to fully answer this. So they have no way to ascertain the 69-to-1 rule. And it's one thing that I'm going to stand here and ask for proof regarding. If you're going to claim that there's a 69-to-1 relationship, does that hold true everywhere on Earth at all times? And if so, to what degree of error? Let's see the measurements.
Who is
Let's see the
bringing
map.
the 69? I think I heard who was it? Scott Maggie. I've heard him. Sanak. I think I've heard him mentioning it. But
Yeah.
in this VC, who's bringing it more often? Is that like one of the strong arguments they bring in recently, though?
There's a guy called, sorry to cut you off there. There's a guy called Elder Bear. He's the one that's been bringing that up a lot. And he's trying to say that we flat earthers adhere to those measurements. And I said, no, I don't know any flat earthers that's saying that that's a fact. I haven't measured that. I don't know that. So, but that's what was being put forward by Elder Bear, who's on the fence, let's say.
There are plenty of flat earthers who do accept it and defend it and claim that they can actually measure a flat earth with this geometry. So my question to you guys who are defending this thing, 69-to-1 degree, what happens after 180 degrees? What happens when you got 360 degrees? You guys are building a globe and you don't even realize it.
We have 19 people in the room. Wow.
Yeah, welcome to the
We
room.
yeah, believe it or not, we have 19 people in the room. Believe it or
And
not.
right, welcome. Happy New Year to you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
That's his
no,
name, believe it or not.
What? Can you
I'm
come
just
again?
saying that's your name, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's like a random made-up name.
Go ahead,
Okay, well-
go ahead, guys. I'm on mute for
Yeah.
a little bit.
Where's your questions about the topic matter? Do you have anything? Any queries?
Any queries? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about like our sleeping routine, because I want to ask you something like, what are your sleeping routines? Do you feel like having the jet lag over the day? Do you feel
What?
exhausted over the day? I mean, if you
do
don't
you
sleep
realize
enough,
what room you're in, sir?
what?
Do you realize which room you're in the server?
Yeah, I am in the Discord. Yeah, and the VC.
Yeah, which room? Do you see the room title?
It's Flat Earth Discord. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So why are you asking us about our health and routines and jet lag?
Like what type of topics we can discuss in this room?
We discussed the geometry of the Earth.
Oh, geometry. Okay, Flat Discord. What's this YouTube bot to you 24/7 live? What's this?
Yeah, we're streaming to multiple platforms, to YouTube, to Rumble, Twitter.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay,
smile.
So... Yeah. Okay, so let me see if there's any other VC for this. Is there
so
any
you're
VC
going to
available?
talk. Yeah, you're going to talk about the shape of the Earth here. Is it an oblate spheroid? Is the Earth measured and utilized horizontal and flat everywhere? This is what we discuss. We talk about time zones, different time zones. We do talk about that, of course.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. So yeah, you can guys continue. Yeah, listen. If I have any question, I'm gonna ask. Okay.
Okay, yeah. If you can think of any. I mean, what is your best proof that you are actually living on a ball Earth, if that's where you think you live on? What's your best number one proof? How do you know this?
I actually know this because there is one video which I saw which proves that the Earth is like it's in a round shape. It's spherical, and maybe I can stream something here. If you guys
Well,
can guide me how I can stream that video. Okay,
can
maybe
anybody?
I can put
What's
like a
the-
link.
You can actually just send a link of the video though. Just send a
Yeah.
link in the chat of the video.
Yeah. Put a link, but just explain to us what you saw in the video and
I
just give
actually
us
saw.
a summary.
Yeah, I basically, so the video starts like there's like this guy was recording with the camera, on the tripod, and he was standing on the height of the mountain, and like the Earth was kind of, the shape was round, and that is the main proof that the Earth is not flat. Wait, I'm gonna send the video
What?
and that. Did you get it?
Basically, guys, he's basically bringing up one of the videos, probably high altitude, maybe I don't know, ISS, and they look down
He's-
and.
Jemsy, he's talking about the Jaren torch thing. I'm sure.
Oh no way! Is he?
Wait. There's one.
Let me check what you post. Did you post it though? Send it to Jemsy. I'll post it for you if you can't.
Okay. I just send in the side chat, bro.
Okay, Session.
My internet. See, there's one short video, but there's
Earth
like
is round.
yeah, but there's another video. I actually
Holy.
don't have the link, which proves that the Earth is round.
Bro, is
Wow,
this
we have
is this
ourselves a
like a city
troll.
troll?
Yeah, it is.
Wow, amazing.
Maybe
the
because
best
of the camera, but like there's.
You're just trolling, right? Hopefully, you're just trolling right now.
Maybe he is that dumb.
What? No. I'm not trolling.
Oh, so you are
Okay,
that
there-
dumb.
I have sent you one more video. It's like a time lapse of the Earth rotation.
This is one of the best LARPs trolls. That video is kind of funny though, just because of the guy smiling at the beginning and throwing the camera. It's they're having fun.
How you? No. How you can say that it's
It made me smile. Thank you for
no,
making me
the
smile.
the second video, not the first one.
Okay, the second video. Let's check it.
I know the first one is kind of funny, bro. I didn't mean to send that, but like in a hurry, I put the link. So
Yeah. So what's the camera attached to in the second one? Maybe the camera's just moving.
no, not the camera, bro. It's the
What's the camera attached to? What's the camera attached to?
It's attached with the like a tripod stand,
And the
with
tripod is on the ground.
No, it's
and
not.
he
It's
said-
still.
Listen. That he puts the camera on the tripod on the ground. Then he sets the gimbal to do that rotation, following the movement of the stars, right? Or whatever name it is for the device. And the camera is the one doing the movement, following the movement of the luminaries. It's not the ground below the camera, though.
Yeah, if there was an airplane flying in the sky and you wanted to track it, you'd have the camera do the same thing because the airplane's moving.
Exactly.
Oh, you mean the camera itself and the tripod itself is moving? With
The
the,
The camera has a
staying
device
fixed.
to do that. Go ahead, bro.
they are.
Yeah,
they
sorry,
are.
just going to jump in, but dude, the camera's moving to track a moving object. Is that not clear?
Super
Maybe-
simple, though.
Yeah. The Earth is not moving. The stars are moving. The camera is tracking the stars move, and the camera
Okay,
is moving
so-
along with this
Do you
motion
do
of the
you have any
stars.
proof? Like, what's
Yeah.
your? I mean, what do you think about that? Do you have any proof for that, or maybe any
What?
theory proofs that the Earth is not round?
Bro,
Yeah, sure. Everything, like you could just go outside and have a look at the Earth. That's step one. I mean, you could go to the ocean, you're going to see a horizontal horizon, flat water. Go to a lake, you're going to see flat water. You could do long distance observations and try to test for the curvature that should be there. We've done that and validated that there's no curvature present. Yeah, and there's also no tests that show any curvature. So the globe is just exists in your mind. It's something that you've been taught that you've never really probably thought about that much.
Believe it or not, why don't you take a look at the picture I posted, Jin CBR1, straight after your video links. Look at my picture, Jin CBR1, horizontal. There it is for you. No curvature there. Look at that. That's what you see.
Yeah, that's
Yeah?
what we see. Yeah.
Right.
You're-
Flat Earth. Welcome to the Flat Earth. Thank you.
Okay, so I have like one more question. When we like see from the space, it's round. Like for example,
Okay, you just listen. You've been triggering me a little bit. I'm gonna admit you've been using the word round, and since this is the English server, I'm gonna have to tell you though that round and flat are not mutually exclusive, because you can have round tables, you're gonna have pennies, coins, CDs, right? Those are flat and round. So the term that you're trying to use is actually spherical, right? Because
Yeah.
you're saying round and this and round that, but that's not what you actually mean though.
yeah,
Since this
exactly.
is the English server, I'm trying to have you use the correct word. You're saying spherical.
Spherical. Yeah, I appreciate that. So, if you see from the Earth, like from the space, we have seen a lot of photographs. It shows that the Earth is spherical, not like.
Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah, believe it or
you know
not.
why I correct
Sorry.
Jin? You know why I correct him though? Because whenever we're gonna use, he's using the word round this and round that, right? And
Yeah.
whenever we're gonna, let's say I want to use the word round, like a round circle, then it's gonna be kind of like confused with the same thing as a sphere. You know what I'm saying? So
Yes. Yeah.
let's use
The listeners
correct
also.
context.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the actual people listening also, they're the ones that get confused very quickly when they hear someone say round instead of spherical. Okay, so you've got to be specific. Now, he said images from space. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those images that you're getting from space are fraudulent and have been proven to be so. So they're not real images from space, as we cannot go to space. So by rights, what you're looking at there is fraudulent. It's not true. We can't go to space to see Earth as a sphere. It's never been done. So whatever you're given is a lie.
No. What about the moon landing?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm glad you brought that up. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately for Believe It or Not, he doesn't realize that the moon landings were indeed a hoax, without a doubt. Okay?
No.
Because it's what we term as a second law of thermodynamics violation. Okay? You'd have to leave the dome to get there, for example. If we're in a dome, that's what would be happening. Plus, the vacuum of space. Let me explain it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying that thermodynamics violation. I don't know. He might be able to look that up though. But the moon landings from any nation, any of those videos that you can see from India, China, even the US. Just look at the videos, sir, and you're gonna see that this is the same thing. If you're capable of Disney, Hollywood, fantasy. Cartoons, that's what you're looking at. You're not looking at anything real. You're looking at a setup, at a falsehood, at a fantasy on the TV. Not real.
Thank you.
Not real.
I'm going to be more accurate, ladies and gentlemen. We do not possess the ability to put any technologies into space. Rockets cannot work in a vacuum. The vacuum will destroy your satellites and your rockets. They do not work, okay, because of the outgassing phenomena, for example. Then you've got problems with radiation. You've got problems with cosmic ray particles, okay? These obstacles are unsurmountable. We cannot contend with it. We don't have the technologies. Man has never, ever landed on the moon. We have never put anything on the moon. We have never left Earth to see Earth as a globe. That's never been done. It's all been studio photographic trickery. That's all that's happened.
Do you get that, Guy? Believe it or not, the moon landings that you mentioned, that's TV show. You know, like a TV show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, I
Believe it or not.
have a question here. I have seen there were rumors that the moon landing was fake, and like it was recorded in a studio, and they made it. They show like it's a moon landing, but it's not. You know what I mean? Like they
Yeah, well,
tried.
I know what you mean. Yeah. So you can't use the moon landing that proves the Earth is a globe. No, what you do is you measure it first. First comes the measurements. Before you could even go to space, you've got to have a horizontal baseline, right? And then from there, you start measuring for your curvature. It's not there, ladies and gentlemen, because you're going to need that radius in order to know how far you're going to be sending your rockets out to the moon and return. Fuel, time, it's all relying on the measurements. And Earth is measured and utilized flat. So already NASA falls on its face, flat on its face, completely. They could never have gone, and they've never been. Okay, that's the truth of the matter. Okay, in order for them to say they can go to space, they would have to have measured that curvature to get that right, and then they can start. They've never done it. It's never been done. That's why we get CGI imagery, photographic trickery. That's all we're getting. We're not getting anything that is real because we can't go there. In reality, we can never leave Earth. There we are. We can fly in aeroplanes. Okay, we can go up to 90,000 feet. That's the SR-71 Blackbird. They go up that high, which is about what? 17 miles, and you can go up maybe a little higher, 24 miles. Okay, you know, they say they go up to 60 miles. I still put that under question because that's where 62 miles is where space is supposed to begin. That still comes out a question mark for me. I don't think they're going that high. But then again, you know, I can't prove that. That's my only problem. What I can
Believe
prove
it or
is
not.
that they're not going to
Go
space.
Yeah.
Prove that.
Believe it or
yeah,
not, though, think about it though. The thing in question. What is the thing in question? The ground below your feet, right? Is the ground below your feet correct? Do you get it?
Yeah.
That is the elephant in the room. But you're saying let's go away from the ground and try to figure what the ground is, though. Do you see that doesn't logically follow? If you wanna, you can test the ground and determine what the ground is. Don't you think that will be like a better approach than going away from it and trying to look at other things?
You're right at some point, but like we can.
I'm right and left.
No. Listen, we have like we don't have to go away from the Earth. We can see from the time zones. Like even if you open the Google Maps, it's not showing round. Wait. I'm gonna send like a.
You know, the time zones is an agreed upon chart of hours in different countries. It's just political.
In the United States, the Department of Transportation sets time zones.
For all countries?
No, in the United States. So we have time zones because the Department of Transportation decided to divide up the country into different time zones in order for farmers and trains to work, I guess, together. There's some crazy story behind it. We also have daylight savings time, which is a whole nother ball of wax. Some countries don't do it. I'm sure many don't. But in America, we have daylight savings time. So That's all set by legislation and regulation too.
What do we have? Like 5 time zones in the US? 5?
Yeah, I think so. If you include Alaska and Hawaii, yeah.
So
Okay,
believe it or not, in China, that is as big as the United States, they have 1 time zone.
Yeah, they have 1 time zone. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
But
there
bro,
you go.
I
And the
have-
US is as big as China, and we have 5 or plus or whatever.
They have 5.
So
They have
it's politics. It's people reading it on paper.
Doesn't Australia have like 3.5? Something weird.
actually in America they have like 5 time zones. The mountain time zone, and there's the central, and yeah, like it's, you can say even China, they follow 1 time zone because
Yeah.
So
China
right
is
now,
the
is
shape
your
of the earth.
opportunity for you
widely
to
spread.
concede that time zones are not evidence of a globe. Can you concede to that?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. But bro, there's what do you think about people go in the space, in the spacecraft or shuttle? You know?
No, we're not going to space. I've just told you that. I explained to you that we can't go there. So that's all studio work. That's all happening in the studio. Okay, so
But
don't tell
buddy,
me
a
no.
minute ago, I told him that
Yeah.
let's go back to the ground, and he's going back to space. You see the mental jumping
no.
around that you're doing now?
Bro, that one discussion is already closed. I'm talking about not the moon landing, not going to Mars.
Closed.
I'm
No,
in
no, but you're still talking
He
about
closed me
space.
down, and he closed me away from the Earth. He's going to
Yeah,
space.
Yeah, he's still talking about space. You can't talk about space because we can't go there. It's
Entertain him. It's okay, Jin.
Yeah, I'm
We'll
trying to
bring
do
him
that
back to
now.
the ground.
Look, I'm trying to do this now. Look, watch this. I just posted at 28 minutes past the hour a 5-minute video of a black guy. His name is D Marble. He's in Washington State. Okay, he's contacting his friends via Skype. Okay, so he contacted his friend in England. It is 12 o'clock noon in Washington State. It is 9 o'clock in UK, and the sun is just beginning to set. He can see it. And then his friend in Australia, Sydney, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. All 3 of them are looking at the same sun at 3 o'clock at their time zones, okay? Then when they actually extrapolate that onto the globe now, okay? So they got Washington State, 12 o'clock, England, 9 o'clock, Australia, because of the curvature of the earth, it's in the dark. So time zones actually debunk globe, actually. Okay, that's a 5-minute video that's debunking your globe right away. Okay, it debunks the globe.
That video.
Yeah, you watch it. Yeah, and you will see that he sees 3 of them see the sun in 3 places, and then they extrapolate that onto the globe, and you can't get the light doesn't reach Australia. Australia is in the dark. So there you go. Can't be a globe. Time zones disprove globe. So that's why we don't go to space all the time. We don't go to space at all. We try to measure the surface of the earth. This is where it's at. What is the surface of the earth doing? Is it curving at 8 inches per mile squared to make the 3,959 mile radius, which leads on to 24,901 mile circumference? Are we getting those measurements? We're not, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting horizontality everywhere, extended horizontality. And 1 unit of a mile, or statute mile, or nautical mile, these are flat units. They're not curved. When you measure them, you're measuring them linearly, straight. Linear means straight, not curved.
It's not a
That's the problem.
curvature.
Yeah.
It's flat.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
I can
right.
see that because see now, in that video, this guy D Marble is calling this guy from the UK, and the sun is not reaching England. It's 9:03 p.m.
Yeah, it's just
It's 9:03
setting.
p.m. Oh wow!
Yeah, it's in the evening. Yeah, that's right. It's 12 o'clock.
That
So
makes
it's
sense.
9 hours. It's obviously summertime. It was in the summertime when they did that. And you could see the sun. And then in the morning, and if you carry on, it's 6 o'clock in the morning in Australia. 6 o'clock in the morning. And they could see the sun. Okay, so
It
there's
should
3 of them.
be. We should see the moon, not the still. There's a sunset in 9 p.m.
Well, in England, British summertime, daytime is longer than in winter. So sometimes, depending on where you are, you can have daylight till 10 o'clock even.
Oh
Okay.
wow.
Yeah, in
Now
the UK, yeah.
called,
Especially up in
Nuke.
Scotland and places like that. But anyway, the point is this.
This
It was
explains
done
everything,
live.
bro. Yeah,
thank you.
you're right. This explains everything. This video is
Thank you. It's there you go.
Oh wow. It's 6 a.m. in Australia and 9 p.m. in England, and in America it's 1 p.m. afternoon.
Actually, I think it was 12 noon, and it was 9 o'clock, and then 6 o'clock the morning in Australia. Good morning. It was early morning in Australia. Okay. Good morning in Australia. Good evening in England. Good afternoon in the US, Washington State. Okay. Because it was 12 noon, high noon.
Yeah, I can see that.
Right.
So he called like 3 people from the. Should we call time zones?
Yes, correct. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. 3 locations on the Earth.
Time zone. 3 locations.
Yes,
3 different time zones, right?
Yes, 3 different time zones. Correct. Yeah, exactly.
3 different.
Location,
like morning, evening, and
location.
afternoon. Yeah. Location. Of course,
right.
that is
right.
Simple.
Right. And then, if you see what he did using the globe, using a flashlight to simulate the sun itself, he could line up only UK and Washington State could be lined up. Australia was in dark, couldn't line it up. There you go, because light travels in straight lines.
He didn't call anyone in like in Asia or.
Well, no, he went past Asia. He went past Asia to the guy in New Zealand. Sorry, in Australia. That's good enough. It's good enough, isn't it? Okay. It's good enough.
Australia, England, and USA. He called only like the countries which are.
What?
I mean, we can say like they are near to each other. I mean, like the.
Believe it or not, though, believe it or not, you mentioned Australia, and you will have to believe that my friends here from Australia, there's like probably like 3 or 4 right now in the VC that are from Australia. You gotta believe that they are upside down though, under a ball that is spinning. Believe it or not, do you really think that makes any sense?
What I was saying in the beginning of the chat, like when I came and when I said that the Earth is spherical, you mean that or?
Yeah. But you mentioned in Australia, and where are you at? You are in a different country than Australia, right? Australia will be on the other side of. You're in
Oman.
what?
I'm in Oman. Oman, bro. It's in the Middle East.
In the Middle East, so you will have to believe that the guys in Australia are your feet are. What's the word? You know, like they are under a ball, and you're like on the side of the ball, and they are on the other side of the ball. And this ball is spinning. Just think about that logic. Just think that you're standing on a ball on the side of it, and them standing on the other side of the ball, and you're both walking around a ball. Think about how that makes any sense.
I actually opened the Google Maps.
Yeah, well, there you go. And if you're talking about Asia and the time zone, if you have America 12 noon, the UK at 9 p.m., then Japan will be 6 p.m. with Australia, same time zone, 6 a.m. in the morning. Yeah.
In Japan, like the sun rises like before all the countries.
Japan, that's a good point. That's a good point that Jin gave you, but just want to bring mine to a conclusion. Believe it or not, if you stand on the side of a ball and that ball is spinning, you know you'll fall from it, right?
Yeah.
You know that, right? You're gonna go to the floor, you're gonna smack your head, right? Hopefully not. Hopefully you don't do that. So you know better that you cannot stand on a spinning ball, and that another guy cannot be on the other side of that spinning ball. You know this in reality.
Yeah.
That doesn't
yeah.
work in reality, yeah. And now the globe belief wants to make you believe it or not that that is actually happening. Complete nonsense, believe it or not. Go ahead.
I get it. So what else we have new? Anything new? Because that is something new. Like I learned today that the Earth is flat, as per you guys, and as per the videos, the research you have shared in the side chat.
Yeah. Now that you
What do we
discovered
have?
that the Earth is not curving, you should also know that there is no measured motion of it, like the rotation that they claim. There's
Yeah.
none of that. Like you remember the video that you posted? I think it was you, right? So
Yeah, I
that
posted like
motion that you're observing is like you looking at a clock on a
that is
ceiling, and
complete
the clock.
nonsense. I know.
Think about it. The hands of the clock. You're looking at the clock. The movement of the sky. The sky is moving. You have the sun, the moon. The moon has 13 cycles. It has what was it? It has 28 days, 13 times a year. That's every month, right? 13 months a year. And you have the sun moving in cycles that reset every year. So you're looking at the movement of the luminaries, right? And that's the thing that is in motion. Just think about it. God give your eyes to operate in this reality, to observe how things work and operate in this reality, and you see the luminaries moving, right?
Yeah.
And that makes sense. Just that makes sense.
So I came to this conclusion. I know you're gonna say you're still going into space, but so this NASA just made this fake. I mean, whatever they have made this fake moon landing or whatever, just to gain like popularity, right?
Just to win the space race, they wanted to say, hey, we are better than you people from the Middle East because we went to the moon and you haven't.
May I interject on this, Mr. Gemsey?
Right.
What do you think? Believe it or not, we are better than you because we went to the moon. What do you think about that?
I think that it is a poor mentality to have, indeed. Except that when it comes to, yes, the space race, it's true that the going to the moon thing was about winning the space race, especially versus Russia specifically. And when they went to the moon, Russia were the first to call bullshit. They were the first to say that it's impossible, that it never happened, that they're just trying to win the space race. And they threw every single argument they could against USA to discredit USA from going onto the moon. Then USA provided Russia with some specific coordinates for aligning their observatory with, and a specific task to do. So Russia, which is in good faith to understand if it's true or not, did so. They bounced the laser onto the coordinates that were given to them, and the laser comes back directly where it came from, meaning it hit a reflector mirror that can only be man-made because this is not a standard mirror. This is something that changes the angle to which the laser has hit back to where it came from specifically.
Hey, bro, Frederick.
For that object to be at the coordinates, people had to be at those coordinates to place that object there, and that was on the moon.
Hey,
And
Frederick, what about MIT
as soon as Russia did this,
What about MIT reflecting
they
mirror
conceded
lasers?
and said that USA
before the
have
moon
actually went
landings?
to the moon and that they have no argument against it. So,
Hey,
Russia,
you're saying that the evidence of the moon landings is the reflectors, the reflecting stuff
it's
from
one
the moon.
it's one of of the evidences and the evidence that made Russia concede that USA actually went to the moon. Well,
What about MIT? What about MIT reflecting lasers?
Explain
What
why
about MIT reflecting lasers before the moon landings?
Okay, they were reflecting lasers, except that the reflection
Before the moon landings.
the reflection bounce didn't come back directly back to where the laser came from, and that is a big problem because
What, you got
on a
like a
natural moon, if you
flip-flop?
bounce the laser, yes,
You
it
got
will
like a flip
reflect.
flop on a
Can you
computer.
stop,
Flip flop.
interrupting me? Thank you. So
Yeah, you interrupted the other conversation though. Remember that.
And he's making up shit as well. Show us the citation for those. They didn't. I mean, look, they shot lasers almost 7 years before they landed on that thing, allegedly. So stop it.
So that argument is dead on arrival. Believe it or not, what do you think about that? What happened? Everybody's muted? What's going on?
Yeah, I think DJ just banned him, so I don't know how he got back in. Like, permabanned.
Oh.
Who's that? Storm?
Yeah, Perfect Storm's back again.
Now?
Yeah, he's in VC and in text chat.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I permabanned him. So that has to be a server moderator doing that. All right, Perfect Storm. Cool. Well, I'm going to get you removed from the entire server. How about that?
Is it that bad? Damn. Oh, believe it or not, left.
This is a Perfect Storm. I think he's trying to hint that lava comes from the core of the Earth. That's why it's kind of you're getting these guys to talk. Okay, so here's his logic. So he sent me a friend request. I accepted it. And I said, let's talk in DMs, and maybe I might have a framework to let you back into the convo. And he agrees. He's up, yep. So now in DMs, you can't moderate me. I'm like, yep. In DMs, you can only moderate yourself. Then after we've had a normal conversation in DMs where you self-moderated, then there might be a framework to let you back in the channel. So he said, So basically, he said that what I actually said was he's allowed to ban evade because I said that. Huh. Well, let's see how that is a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him.
Who's making noise? Welcome to the VC. Someone is hot micing. Who is it? Just kind of like noise with the mic.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect Storm. We're going to have to try this step by step.
Well, it's just a matter of until someone checks their DMs. That's all. That's all it comes down to. So, Perfect Storm, enjoy your final time in here.
Because this is what he sent me. He sent me that he is banned because people who challenge Flat Earth get banned. But he's not banned because he can join the channel. But he is banned, but he's not banned Invasion because he's able to join the channel. Like, it's like the logical sequence is so broken. Like, he's so bad faith, he can't even maintain his own idea internally. Do people get... Like, I said that, well, it's an unfair ban. I'm like, well, fine. Bans can be unfair. This still makes it a ban. Just because you slap an unfair sticker on it doesn't make a ban not a ban. People get banned unfairly all the time. It doesn't invalidate the ban. Like, how's he even, is the bot just not working, or like, what's going on?
Either the bot's working, but I mean,
does he leave and rejoin the server?
Yeah, that shouldn't work. You know, the guy that fixed the bot up said that shouldn't be something, but either that or he knows one of the mods, which I doubt. Yeah, something like that's going on. I'm not sure. He's worked out some way to do it, but yeah, it's just it's not going to last long.
Yeah, so
as soon as the owner checks his DMs, this guy's toast.
Yeah, he's gonna get permabanned from the whole server. He's gonna.
Yeah.
This happens quite often, dude. Like on the server rules, ban evasion is server bannable. Okay, we shouldn't even have to tell you. Like, a bot command doesn't need to be said. If the channel owner tells you you are banned, that should be enough. You should know this. Or you can use your internal logic. Your internal logic is people get banned for X, and your X was challenging the Flat Earth fantasy, or whatever it was, your verbiage you used. So you know you're banned. Either A, you were told you're banned, or B, you were told you're banned. Either way, it's the same answer. The same answer. You know you're banned. So now either A, you're ban evading because of you, or you're ban evading and blaming somebody else. Either way, you're ban evading. Right now, you are ban evading. It makes it worse if you're following your own logic and you're ban evading. That's like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, perfect storm. Nothing from me is needed here. My anger or whatever. Anything you want to add to me, it can be unconditionally accepted. No problem. I'm angry, I'm tired, I'm hungry, whatever. Anything you want to add, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the facts. You are ban evading. Either internally or externally. Either way you look at this, you could say you're banned because I'm angry. No problem. You're still ban evading. It's still ban evasion. Either way. You could say you're banned because of anything involving me whatsoever. No problem. Just make it up. Just completely make it up. It wouldn't change the fact a ban is still a ban. Yep, I can be crying about it too. That's fine. No problem. So anytime I cry, someone gets banned. You're still banned. This is a law of logic, the law of identity. This is showing you that you are in bad faith with your own internal worldview. If you make Crit cry, you get banned. Therefore, you are banned because you think you made me cry. Now that you know you're banned internally, this is an internal worldview. You know you are banned because you know you made me cry, and now you're ban evading. This is ban evasion at an internal critique, an internal worldview. You made the claim, you will get banned if you make Crit cry. You said Crit is crying, therefore you're banned. But yet you're still here, you are ban evading. This is why you are scared to follow your own worldview, because it runs you into a pipeline where you're so bad faith. You're so extremely bad faith that you can't even maintain your own worldview in good faith. You walked yourself into a deep-seated contradiction, a logical contradiction, that you have the law of identity violation. Banned equaling not banned at the same time. Just so you can run away from the fact that you are ban evading internally. An internal worldview that you are ban evading.
topic. And they are discussing it in the Discord chat right now, my friends, over on YouTube. So while that's going on, I'm going to read a couple of comments on YouTube. A man like me on YouTube says, FE lost a lot of people after the 24-hour sun thing in Antarctica, the final experiment. I don't know if it was a lot of people. I've heard about 2, maybe. Aaron being one, and some rando. And he also says they didn't know the Earth measures flat. Now, I mean, seriously, if you go back to the globe just because of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica thing, and your knowledge about flat Earth was basically zero. That's my input on that. It's almost embarrassing to call yourself a flat earther if you go back to the globe. Okay, let's see. We have maybe some new people we want to say hello to. I mean, I've seen you guys before. Kingsley, welcome back. Okay, you've been here for a second. Each Pushcane, for you. Recognize your username.
Yeah, your username.
Yeah. Come back. Still a Glober?
I'm open to ideas. I see somebody named Scott Mackey in the chat. Has he said anything?
Well, yes. We welcome you also back, Scott. Saw you here yesterday, or maybe last night. I don't remember. I've seen you here before. You're welcome.
Yeah, I've run into him a couple times. I wonder if he's educated himself, or if he's still, I don't know. He's a little.
I don't know. You never know. One of the biggest anti-flat earthers on Earth, Peter Tchaikovsky, he has apparently become a flat earther now, but the verdict is still out on that guy.
We weren't even talking about flat Earth. I was trying to, we got down to like some basic physics, and he was just banging his head against the wall. He couldn't understand how gas molecules work. I don't know if he's.
What does that understand about gas molecules? Educate me, man.
No, the trigger word. I got for you.
Yeah, so I was just wondering if you educate or if you change your position,
I don't know. What was my position? I don't remember what I might have said here.
Oh, it was just basic physics that we were talking about, like the.
So get the room to speed. Tell them what I believe.
Well, I don't know what you believe. I can tell them what you tell them what you said.
Okay, what did I say then?
So Scott doesn't understand that gas expands in all directions. So he was talking about pouring some CO2 into a bucket, and then he said the CO2 will just stay in the bucket. And I was telling him, no, Scott, it will expand. It will leave the bucket. And he was like, no, it won't have anywhere to go because CO2 is heavier than the atmosphere. And I was like, Scott, you're wrong. You don't understand gas laws. You don't understand how that works. It's just basic physics. But
How is that basic physics? What's going to happen to the gas?
Do you remember now?
Well, what happens to the CO2 in the bucket?
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, did you learn what does? Do you know what happens to it?
Well, no, I don't. Educate me. I never learned what happens to the CO2 in the bucket.
I've already educated you on it, so I'm wondering if
cool. So what happens to it?
So it didn't stick. You still don't know.
I know. So what happens to it? Explain to the room.
Eventually it dissipates, right?
Dissipates into what?
You're the only one that doesn't know. Everybody else here.
Maybe the room can explain it then, because I don't think you know either, because otherwise you just tell me.
Well, no, I've already told you. The room is basic physics. The room already understands it. You're the only one who doesn't understand, Scott.
Okay, so what happens to the gas?
Do you know? You don't know?
No, I don't. I do not know. I do not know what happens to the CO2.
Well,
wait a second. Wait a second. We're gonna tee this up perfectly. DD Dan in the chat. Tell them what's up, Scott. All right. So you have a little cheering section there. Oh, tell us what's up.
I have no idea. I guess I don't know how gases work, and I was hoping that this guy could tell me how gases work.
Yeah, I already explained it to you before, so I guess it didn't.
So do it again. Do it again, man.
It didn't work. He's still clueless.
I know.
Dan in chat says, "I support you, Scott. You have one supporter."
You should have a basic.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many supporters I have.
You should have a basic understanding of physics to have a conversation.
Well, I thought I did, but obviously I'm wrong. Maybe you can help me with that basic understanding of physics. Tell me what happens to the CO2.
Yeah, if you don't understand what happens, if you pour some CO2 gas into a bucket, if you don't understand what's going to happen, then you don't have a basic understanding of physics.
Okay, and what physics concept am I missing?
The way gas behaves.
Okay, how does gas behave according to physics textbooks?
You don't know. You still don't know.
I agree. I still don't know.
I'm asking you the question. So, what do you think happened?
I do not know, apparently. So, tell me what the physics textbooks tell us about how gases behave.
What do you think is going to happen to the CO2 when you pour it?
That's better than this. What do you think? What do you think the physics textbooks tell us what a gas is?
So you can't answer. What happens? Because you said it won't go anywhere. So I'm wondering if you've changed your position. You said the CO2 will just stay in the bucket. Is that still what you think?
Yeah, I do. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Oh no, he still thinks. Well, he's a lost cause, guys.
Okay.
You
don't know either, do you?
He's a lost cause.
Yeah.
I think we ran this long enough. It was interesting to let you guys go at it for a little while. I think gas extends into the available space around.
But what does it mean? Okay, what does it mean for a gas to expand? What does actually happen?
Don't give him the answer.
Yeah.
Just wonder what you guys think. This is one that I noticed about flat earthers. None of you have any idea what a gas is, do you?
Master Yoder posted an illustration in the chat. I'm speaking for the YouTube people now. And it's gas molecules, and it goes, as soon as you open the container, it dissipates into the available space above it.
What do you mean dissipates into?
Hey, Scott, see on the little picture where there's no dots on the outside of the box? The dots are trying to balance themselves, so there's an even amount on the inside as the outside. That's all they're trying to do.
What am I can't see the picture right now. I'm on my phone, but let me move over to my computer. Dude, I'm on my phone. I can't see anything. I'll move over to my computer.
Illustration of gas inside of a container. We open the lid and it goes outside, just like when you open a can of soda. This is also an explanation for the YouTube listeners.
Yeah, it's just the problem we have with Scott, because he comes in here and he tries to, bash on flat earthers, but then he doesn't even understand like these simple principles of physics. And it's like, how can you have a conversation with somebody that doesn't understand those things?
Okay, so what am I supposed to be looking at?
Try 41 past the hour.
41 past the hour. You seek Yoder. Oh, so this is all the little yeah, that's a gas. I agree. And so what does it mean by this picture to mean the gas is expanding?
To fill available space.
Yeah. So what would happen if outside of that box there was already a whole bunch of those little red dots and you opened it up?
Okay, so say there was 10 red dots on the outside.
No, let's say there's equal amounts.
Dots on the inside. What would happen is when you open it up, there would try to be an equal amount on both sides.
Let's say there's an equal amount.
Evenly spread out.
Let's say there's an equal amount per cube or square inch in that picture on the outside and the inside? What happens when you open the box?
They will try to be an equal amount per square inch on the outside and the inside.
But they're already equal.
Well, if you open the box and they are already equal, when you open the box, there's no pressure differential. Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen?
No, it's equal already.
No, don't you think that don't you think some of those particles inside the box will change position?
If it's equal already, nothing will happen.
Don't you think that some of those particles inside the box will change positions?
If equal already, nothing will happen. You stated it's equal already. If you wish to change your statement, I'm more than happy for you to do so.
I know. So absolutely nothing will happen. So all those things are bouncing around.
Scott Mackey, you have to be precise with your language. So if it's perfectly equal, then nothing will happen. But obviously, it's not going to be perfectly equal, and there's still going to be some change of gas. It'll just be at a lower rate.
No, so you got all those little red dots bouncing around, and you open that lid like it shows you. You pull back that hatch, and you're saying, do those dots stop bouncing around? What happens?
Nobody said that. Why are you putting?
Okay, so he said absolutely nothing will happen. I'm pretty sure.
Based on your scenario, Scott, of equal pressure either side of the hatch. You claimed it. It was your scenario. I answered the question. And now you're pretending your scenario is different.
No, you said absolutely nothing will happen.
It's equal amount of dots on the inside and the outside.
Exactly.
When the hatch is opened, nothing will happen because there is no difference in pressure. It is the same. So if you've got a barrier between two identical pressures, fuck all's going to change.
So none of those dots will change positions?
They will continue to be bouncing around, having a great old time like they always do.
Yeah, but some of those particles will leave the box, right? And others that were outside will
They might well do.
Right? But that is something happening, right?
Oh, he's a fucking Bevite. I don't know why we entertain this shit. Scott, grow a fucking brain.
Uh-huh.
I mean, this just gets back to...
So what are those little red dots in this picture? Those little bouncy things.
You said if you pour CO2 into a bucket...
What are those bouncy things in that picture?
You said the CO2 will stay in the bucket. You were wrong. You were wrong about them.
How do you know?
Because gas expands in all directions.
What does that mean for gas to expand, given this picture we are looking at with these little red bouncing things?
Do you understand the word expand?
Yeah, expand means to grow.
It's not synonymous.
What does expand mean to you?
That means it will move out. And
some of these particles will move.
They will all move.
Mm-hmm. In which direction do they move?
What? No, it's not just some, Scott. It's all.
I know, exactly. And so in any given particle, which direction will it move?
In all directions.
No, a particle cannot move in all directions at once.
At whatever direction it is currently moving at. So it's currently moving northwest and having a great old time. So what?
Yes.
So his one next to him is going south. They're having a great old time. They bounce off of each other. They bounce off the walls of their container. They're having a great old time. Someone opens the lid of the container and they go, holy shit, there's less outside. Let's make it even. Yay!
Yes. And they'll go in the direction. And
that makes it easy for you?
Yep. And they'll go in the direction they go until they hit something else, right?
And if they don't hit something, Scott?
We'll get to that. But we agree that
if they don't hit something, Scott, don't change it. What happens if they don't hit something, Scott?
They'll keep going in that direction until until something changes their direction. Right? We agree with that.
I mean,
do you agree that any one of those particles will keep moving until some other force changes their direction?
Elementary school with you, Mackie. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, I know. It's not even even elementary school with you, though. So these particles keep going in a direction until some force acts on them, right?
I mean, there's other ways where you can lose momentum.
Yeah, Scott, what might that force be?
It's not the only way.
How can any of these particles lose momentum? What other ways can they lose momentum? Any one of these particles?
Right.
What kind of particles are we even talking about?
The gas particles. The gas molecules.
Gentlemen, hang on.
What other ways can they lose momentum?
Initially, hang on a second, dude. Okay, so initially, right, you guys were talking about the gases, and they would change direction when the gas molecule or particle hits another gas or a wall.
Yes.
Right now, you're invoking the general form of a force acting on it. Right. So in this case, right now, you want to dive into that. What force, other than something physical, like another molecule or a wall, would influence the direction of the molecule?
Yeah, that'd be gravity. Gravity can influence the direction.
How do you verify that?
There's lots of ways we could verify it, but you don't set any of them because you can't allow it to be true.
How have you? Not could you? We're not appealing to future here.
We can measure the pressure differentials on the bottom and the top of a container of gas.
And how do you isolate that it's gravity actually making that differential?
Because we've taken away the possibility of everything else being the cause, and all that's left is something pulling them down.
Yeah, containment of gas. You just said the key word there, Mickey. The gravity on a container of gas. So there's got to be a container, right?
Yeah, in the first place.
Wait, I have a question. I have a question for you. How do you isolate all the other forces? That presumes you know all the other forces acting upon this particle.
Well, unless you can speculate on another possible force, then that's all we have to do, right? It's all we can do.
Well, the thing is,
that's all reasonable people do.
Scott, the thing is, what has been done to demonstrate what you're talking about? Maybe in that particular instance of a test or an experiment or whatnot, there is something missing or whatever. So if you have something that we can work with, we'll scrutinize that.
Well, if we can show that every time that pressure differential between the top and the bottom of the tank is exactly what we'd expect it to be, given what we know about gravity and the mass of gases, I think we can come to a reasonable conclusion. It's gravity pulling those particles down.
Okay, do you have something that does that?
Do I have something? No, I don't. But
Okay. So you don't really have any material to back your statement. That's okay.
Do you have anything to back up anything you believe?
I'm not making a claim right now. We're looking into what
I know. That's what you guys always do. You're never making a claim.
Well, this is the problem.
You guys never make claims anymore. You've learned not to, right? Because every claim you used to make would be proven wrong.
Hang on a second. Don't over talk me, motherfucker. All right. So the reality is, we've been talking about gas pressure, right, requiring a container. That's the basic statement, right? You seem to be arguing against that, right? We can demonstrate gas pressure requiring containment.
No, you can't.
Right, in all situations that we can show. If you want to counter that, show an instance where it's not required, or if you don't want to counter that, and you want to argue your point now, which is somewhat still tangential to that argument, but nonetheless not the same. If you want to go down that route, then provide something therein.
Okay, atmospheric pressure is gas container without a container. Now it's your turn. Go. Well, how is it not?
How do you know?
That's what we're talking about.
Show me the container.
So you've got to show an experiment outside of that, different from that, to validate your claims.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do, Scott.
You have to show me the container.
Oh, look, gravity. Things go down. Proven. Huh? Same difference.
We agree there's atmospheric pressure, right? We agree to that.
We were begging the question with that, though, just because, for example, you can't find the container. For all we know, it's very wide and vast and high or whatnot, right? And you're operating within that, and you say, "Oh, there's gas pressure, therefore there's no container, therefore, you're wrong." You don't know that to be true. We have all instances of gas pressure is in a contained environment. You to say you go outside and you can't find a container does not necessarily nullify that there is no container.
No, what you're actually pointing to is all instances of changes of pressure within this atmosphere require a container. That's your statement.
That's not what we said.
We have gas pressure without a container.
That's not what he said, Scott. Why are you changing, making up your own version?
He said every instance we have gas pressure in a container. Right?
Yeah.
That's what he said, right?
So where's your evidence of gas pressure without a container, Scott?
The atmosphere.
That's
okay. So you're begging the question again.
begging the question.
Yeah,
it is begging the question because that's what's in contention at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. How do you know that we're not in a giant container?
How does airsphere airball contain gas?
Look, if nobody can ever find this container, we got to
answer the question, Scott.
I just did. That was an answer.
No, you didn't. You're dribbling shit. You're doing your best to avoid it.
Yeah.
He asked me, how do I know there's no container? Right? That's the question.
In this particular instance, right, the saying absence of evidence is not evidence of absence applies. Okay, it's in the specific context. Whereas in all other contexts, all we have is that relationship between gas pressure and a container being required. So if you want to demonstrate that this is the one instance where that is not the case, you have to provide it.
Okay, so how do I...
Otherwise, the logical inference or deduction or whatever you want, however you want to paint it, applies.
Okay, how do I move from 14 psi to 13 psi?
There's a gradient.
Why?
Temperature, for example.
Why does temperature cause a gradient?
So let me interrupt you. Why is there a gradient? Yeah, why is there a gradient inside of a propane tank?
Yeah, you're cooling down the energy. You're slowing down the energy.
You guys have to come to an agreement on who gets to play right now. You're stepping on each other. You're stepping on each other.
Yeah, I was going to answer that. Okay, the temperature, absorbed, or the energy from the temperature absorbed into the gas has an influence on its behavior.
What is the temperature of a gas? How does gas have a temperature? What actually is it?
Well, it manifests in its vibration and its movement.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. So the temperature of a gas is literally the speed of the molecules, right?
What kind of mental insanity is this, honestly?
Yeah, it could be literal. I mean, someone's getting some computer time at the hospital.
Yeah. He's gone. I can't tell if he's insane or trolling. It really is a toss-up. I mean, when he's talking and he starts getting up on his high horse, he starts condescending to us. He starts mispronouncing words almost like it's on purpose, and he does it in a funny, stuffed-up, nasally voice, like, I have checked all the variables.
Wow.
Yeah, well, he's server banned now.
Okay. I have checked all the variables, and you guys are just wrong. Like, who talks like that? I mean, I kind of think it's it's like it's an act. It has to be, unless he really is nuts.
Obviously.
Pretty funny. But although I do like the strategy, using their weird negative energy against them, just taking it and turning it around, like leaving him in here so the algorithm think there's lots of people listening, this must be an interesting channel, I'll push it a little bit. That's how I deal with people on X. Like, if I get a lot of negative replies, like, you're dumbass, stupid, this and so, and I always thank them in replies, because the algorithm on X thinks that my post is interesting if people are replying to it, right? So I just use them and I try to engage, even when it's negative. They don't understand that they're pushing my content.
Yeah. This guy, he wasn't permanently banned. He just had a short ban. because of for a bunch of lies. And what happened was he decided to ban Evade, and he sort of put himself in shit, right? So we kind of had no choice but to get rid of him.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Because he can't just ban Evade, and then we're like, oh, okay, well, I guess our bans don't really matter. You can just ban Evade, and we'll just let you talk. No, it doesn't work like that.
Oh, Saturday, nice. So we're out of Globers, right? Did we check what's going on over on YouTube? All right, we have a few viewers over on YouTube. Welcome, everybody. I'm looking at your chat right now. If you want to interact, you can type something in there, ask a question or whatever, and we'll try to do our best to answer. And I'm going to check the other one. Flat Lloyd stream is also up. Seven viewers in that.
Yeah, I can start an event. We want to get some people in here.
Yeah, do that.
All right, what's a good event title? I'm running out of ideas.
Is a good event title. If India was here, I would like for him to present his latest observation. That was really, but I don't know. Maybe when he comes back. Event title, I'm not sure. If Earth is a globe, why can't we prove curvature? Maybe AMA, Earth is flat. Ask us anything about flat Earth.
Ask us anything.
Okay. I have YouTube up. I can hear myself. Okay, I should pause that. Now I'm still looking at comments. So guys on YouTube, if you have any questions or if you want to interact, you can read the chat. We're waiting for some people to pop in, ask questions. So there we go. FE, AMA, or make claim to debate. Is that the event title? Might be up now.
I didn't start that. Did someone else start that?
Maybe that's an old one.
Well, it's in the events?
I see it as like a subtitle. Check my favorites. It says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And underneath it, it says FEAMA or make claim to debate.
Yeah. Crit or someone might have just added that. I'll just call the event that as well.
Yeah, it's a good event title. Sokrit over on politics, but now he's not there anymore. I know he can log in 2 different devices, so he can be both in this channel and the other side. I think isn't Philosophy 101 opening? Didn't they open an event on English Hub? 11:52. That was 1 minute. Can you have more than one event? Server?
Yeah, we can. It's fine. As long as it's not a stage event.
Oh.
If there's a stage event running, we should just let the stage event run. But if it's just an event in someone's channel, yeah, we could have a bunch running.
Nice. Get a few more viewers over on the live stream on YouTube. Welcome, guys. You can use the live chat if you want to interact with us here on Discord. We had a couple of good discussions here early morning. Hopefully, we will get some reasonable people who can understand logic. If you understand logic, you can also understand flat Earth. My whole family just a couple of days before New Year's Eve, so we would be able to stay up until midnight, all of us, because we usually go to bed early and get up early. But now I'm in a phase where the whole family didn't wake up until 10 a.m. And when I woke up, I looked at my clock and I was like, saying, how can I sleep this long? I'm going to have to adjust back again. But I'm not a morning person, so I actually enjoy the rest. I have children who goes to school. They have to get up at 7 and stuff like that. It's not, we need to adjust back. It was nice to get a little sleep in and a late breakfast today. DJ is in Poland, probably around 6 p.m. there. Yeah, that was funny that the Glober we had in her task said, why are you guys all from America? And a whole bunch of people stepped up. I'm not either. Yeah, we have people who are flat earthers all over the earth. Flat and stationary and closed earth. So my family are not flat earth, but we're gathered here for Christmas, and they like to play this game on your phone, where someone writes a sentence and the next person has to, and then the others have to draw a picture of that sentence, and then it switches. So you have to describe what picture looks like, and it goes to you're more than 5 people. It's fun to play because it ends up usually with not what the first sentence was. And my family always writes sentences like the cat is on the roof, a smiling dog, things like that. But I write things. Gas pressure requires a container. And they have to draw it. My son-in-law actually drew a kettle, a teapot, with the gas coming out of the little pipet or whatever it's called. It was pretty clever. He's a smart guy, but he thinks we landed on things like that. So I try not to antagonize daughters. It is what it is. And I write things like the horizon is flat, and they have to draw it. So
that's
my way. Yeah, it's my way to kind of see if I can slowly ease them into the topic. The stars are moving above us, I wrote. Yeah. All right, we have few more viewers over on YouTube now. Hey guys, you should say something in chat and we can read it here on Discord if you have questions, or if you just want to do a shout out. Well, maybe it's your birthday. Let us know. All right, check the other. Slowly climbing in YouTube. My eyes on that. Wasn't I going to go get breakfast? Yes, and I never did. I'm going to do that. I'm taking off for a few minutes. Hopefully someone will come in. Enjoy some time here with us.
So going back earlier to the 69 in 1 rule, how is that derived? How did they come up with that? Who actually measured 69 miles and then measured 1 degree of angular rotation in the sky for a star. And then was this repeated continuously in multiple places, multiple times, multiple conditions? How consistent is it, if it even is? Who did it? So a swath of the globe that is 69 miles by 69 miles. That's not a big piece, is it? I mean, how flat is a 69 by 69 mile swath of the globe? Well, 69 squared is 4,761 square miles. You can calculate the drop, I guess. So along the edge, it's 69 miles. The vertical drop, given the globe's dimensions, is going to be 3,174 feet. It's taller than the world's tallest building. So if you take that drop, 3,174 feet, and divide it by 364,320 feet, which is 69 miles, you subtract 1 from that, you'll get 99.13%. That is to say that a 69 by 69 mile swath, 69 square mile swath, that's 69 miles squared. That's 69 miles along each side. 99.13% flat as a square flat tangent to the globe. Like if somebody said to you that I have surveyed a swath of land 69 by 69 miles, I've surveyed 4,761 square miles, guys, and I am 99% sure, and I'm 99% accurate that it's a globe, they'd be lying. Because they haven't reached level of accuracy to assess whether or not it's flat or a globe. So who measured the 69-to-1 rule, that for every 69 miles you travel along the surface of the Earth, that the stars rotate 1 degree consistently everywhere on Earth at all times? Who actually did that? I mentioned earlier this morning on the US East Coast, that the story goes back to a Frenchman who was basically a French Eratosthenes named Jean Fresnel, 1525. Yeah. What did he do? Well, he was in Paris. He had a wagon. So let's say he's standing in Paris and he measured the height of the sun at noon. And let's say from Paris, it's, I don't know, 50 degrees above the horizon from Paris. And he gets in his medieval Renaissance wagon and he's marked a notch on the wagon wheel, and he starts going north until the sun is at 49 degrees above the horizon at noon. Never mind that the sun actually migrates between the tropics over the course of the year. This is the story of how they claim they figured this out, guys. So he traveled north until the sun was 49 degrees above the horizon instead of 50. And the entire time he was counting how many revolutions of his wagon wheel it took to get there. He's like, by golly, and whatever units they're measuring then, that's comes out to 69 miles. Earth has to be a globe. Really? So he did this with better than 99.13% accuracy, huh? Well, that's a bit crazy, but it wasn't later until like 1615. Willebrord Snellius. Names sound familiar? Would that be Snell's Law guy? He didn't think that method was good enough because, by golly, roads actually curve and hills. It could add and subtract distance, and there could be all kinds of problems. The wheels could slip. He's like, maybe you don't have to go that whole distance to figure it out. We can do it in just a flat field. So what does he do? He looks at a distant church tower. He's like looking around. He's looking at all the church towers in his area. And he starts measuring angles to them. He claimed that you could calculate the distance between cities perfectly without ever walking the bumpy terrain by just measuring angles. Well, how did he determine that Earth is a globe? Well, he didn't, obviously. So did he account for refraction? Did Dr. Snell account for Snell's law? I think one of the first people to put crosshairs in a telescope was Jean Picard. Yeah, like the Enterprise? No. Jean Picard, 1669, telescopic sights. That was his invention. He put crosshairs on the measuring quadrant. And with that, he was able to measure angles of stars greater than 1 degree. Actually, better than arc minutes even, but down to arc seconds, he claimed. They keep looking at the stars. They keep looking at the stars. They keep looking at the sun. They keep imagining Earth as a ball when they look up in the sky. Over and over. You can read about this too in Helmert's Higher Geodesy. What's this about? F.R. Helmert wrote the book, foundational text for today's geodetic surveying. Why is that important? Well, he came up with a method to take surveys and calculate a globe out of them.
On the plate.
So in Helmert's, when he defined geodesy, is basically a science of mapping the surface of the globe. He had about 10 steps that he took. Basically boils down to measuring the surface. It's going to be lumpy, but using angles and distances, measure the surface. Then observe the gravity vector. What does that mean? Well, it means you're doing astronomy. It means you're comparing where the location of stars are and an almanac versus where you actually see them in the real world, and you note a discrepancy. Why would there be a discrepancy? Well, guess what, guys? We don't have it all figured out. So stars may not appear exactly where it says in the almanac. So they call that gravitational distortion. Add in some refraction correction. So you've got your planar survey, and you're going to add in error. You're going to introduce refraction errors, and you're going to introduce gravity errors, such that your flat Earth survey has enough errors that you could justify warping that flat swath that you surveyed onto a reference ellipsoid. That's right. So the next step is to reduce those measurements to a mathematical surface called a reference ellipsoid by correcting for the deflection of the vertical. That is to say, you take your survey, you apply a deflection of the vertical based off of the gravitational distortions that you believe introduce enough error to do so, so that you can claim that you measured a globe even though you physically measured a flat Earth. Are those errors even real? Perhaps there's some optical distortion in the atmosphere. I can get behind that. And gravity distortions, perhaps there's even some gravity distortions, but that doesn't mean that Earth is a globe, right? It just means that the stars are wobbly in the sky. But they say, no, the ground is wobbly. We've got lumpy gravity everywhere that's bending starlight and causing pendulums to swing faster and slower in different areas and causing plumb lines to curve and to shift around instead of point straight down at the floor. Well, none of that's actually measured, folks. All of that's assumed to happen because stars don't appear where they think they should within arc seconds. And they extrapolate arc seconds over vast distances. It gives them enough fudge factor to calculate a globe. Right? And that's the whole name of the game of what geodesy is. Do planar surveys, mix it with astronomy, get a globe. They can't physically measure the globe. They have to choose a mathematical reference ellipsoid to make this work. They need to invoke a globe in the first part of the process. And then you say, well, how'd you know that Earth is a globe? Well, guys, because Jean Fresnel in 1525, he got in a wagon and he was riding his wibbly wobbly wagon 70 miles. And the sun was 1 degree lower in the sky. That's how we know Earth is a globe. And if you don't believe him, then you can believe Eratosthenes, guys. He totally did it too, back in 240 BC. So what are they actually measuring then? If Earth isn't a globe, we know it's not a globe. Given that, is there actually some kind of warping distortion happening with the starlight? There might be. The lumpy gravity claim for the Earth may actually just be a lumpy star field in the sky. But no, we can't have that, right? Because Earth isn't flat.
Maybe.
I hope you guys are starting to get the picture.
We can do it at church. Get someone to take it for us.
The globe is an interpretive frame of reference. It's a choice. What do you do to your ability to perceive your world if you invoke mathematical models, concepts, if you invoke maps to inform your view of your world? You're creating a matrix for your mind. That's right. You are creating your simulation. People talk about simulation theory as reality, gigantic simulation. Objectively, no. The big simulation I'm seeing is people simulating the globe in their minds. They're putting the map before the territory. They begin with the premise that they live on a globe, and so therefore every physical measurement must conform to it. They are building a simulation of the Earth, of the flat Earth. So maybe simulation theory is true in a sense, just not how people want to think it is. You Globers are creating your own simulated reality. And you're simulating something that's not real. There's no true reference in this case. What you're simulating in reality doesn't exist. You're simulating a concept, something you've conjured up or somebody else has conjured up for you to believe in. That's what's crazy. So when people come in and say, hey, you flat earthers think you got it right, is the whole world crazy? I mean, I hate to say it, but yeah. Yeah, nobody's actually measuring a globe this whole time. We can prove it. We can show you in Helmer's Higher Geodesy what they do. The process is not measuring a globe objectively. Right.
Walks out of bed like a superstar every morning. The rest of us has to actually do stuff to make it look presentable.
Are you hot micing, bro? Plain and truth.
Beneath you.
Might be hot micing, plain and truth.
Yeah.
Yep, they're not measuring a globe, folks. They have to conjure up a model of a globe that doesn't exist. In reality, it becomes a simulation of something that has never been proven to exist. Isn't that crazy? Their reality, their subjective frame of reference for the world, being a globe, existed in the mind in first place. That is their simulation. It's kind of funny. I mean, those Matrix movies are onto something, right? I mean, it's kind of cheesy to use them as an analogy, but here we are. That's right. We can prove that your globe is a simulation that refers to something that signifies something that's not true. So what are you even simulating? You're simulating a simulation of a simulation. I mean, this is recursive. It's regressive. There's no end. We can break that. We can break you out of it. We can stop that infinite regression of a globe and bring you back down to Earth. But then how do satellites work? Yeah, how many people really truly understand how satellites work? Maybe that's a good question to start with. I know you don't. I know I don't. I know satellite engineers we talk to actually never put their hands on the control surfaces of these things. Right before launch. What are even satellites? I don't know. You know, if Earth is flat, what are satellites doing, folks? It's a good question. So I might say, let me go check. Let me go check NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. They've got a Space Flight Watch Center. That's right. NASA Goddard tracks satellites in the sky, and you can actually query satellites if you go to their webpage. And they have a whole process. They show you who you can call, who you can email, and they can help get you sorted out. It's really nice. And so I'm like, all right, let me check out their website. What does their website say? Let's go do this, guys. Let's go query a satellite. NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, Space Watch Center right now. What does it say? So, we're going to check out what it says at the bottom of the web page. Because I want to query a satellite. I want to find out where it is, what its status is, what it's doing. What do I need to know to do that? After all, satellites are just, self-orbiting space junk. They just go loop-de-loop-de-loop around and around. Here we go. Here's their webpage. Posted it in the side chat. Goddard Space Flight Center, Space Physics Data Facility. Satellite Situation Center System and Services. Database contents, graphics, haha. Listings, locator, tabular, query. Aha, coordinate calculator. Great, good stuff. Okay, query. What are satellites, guys? Let's find out. I want to query a satellite. So what does this do? The query component provides 2 query matching options: magnetospheric region occupancy and magnetic field line tracing. The region query lists the entry and exit times during which specified satellites were in particular magnetospheric regions. The trace query identifies periods when one or more spacecraft are on the same magnetic flux tube of force, or periods when one or more spacecraft occupy a magnetic field line which traces down to a specified ground station. What? So you're going to come in here and ask us to explain satellites? I want NASA to explain satellites. What the hell is this? I'm not going to claim I know what this is. Do you want to claim, hey, Globe, or you want to claim you know what this is? Can you maybe give us a lesson? You think you know what satellites are, right? They're proving the globe. Great. What the hell is this? What the hell does satellite queries have to do with magnetic field line tracing and magnetospheric occupancy rates and magnetic flux tubes of force? To query a satellite? What does that even mean? We asked a satellite engineer named Josh Ingersoll. That's his name that he goes by, holds himself publicly out as. He works for Amazon's satellite communications project that they're going to compete against SpaceX with Starlink. But he doesn't know what this means. I'm like, we talk to satellite people coming in here all the time. People claiming to be satellite engineers. I point them to this, say, what the hell is this? I don't know. Well, yeah, so it's a good question, right? If Earth is a globe, what are satellites? How about we frame it that way? How do satellites work if Earth is a globe? Because I'm reading all about the magnetic flux tubes of force and magnetic field line tracing and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, very interesting. You know, we have no idea what's really up there. You have no idea what's up there. Hello, welcome.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about how flat the Earth is.
Do you think Earth is flat?
Yeah, we know it's flat, and anytime anyone tries to measure it, they find out it's flat. So it's got to be flat.
Explain to me. Explain. It is something like a joke. No, it's something like a joke.
No, it's not a joke. Nobody can measure a globe. Every time they try to measure a globe, it comes out flat. And they have to add excuses. They have to make up excuses and errors that may or may not exist in order to give them enough space they need to create a globe out of their flat Earth measurements. It's insane. This has been going on for hundreds of years.
What? I didn't understand the last part, because my English is not good. Can you say again?
Sure. For hundreds of years, people have tried to measure the globe, and they can't do it. Whenever they do, it's measured flat.
When? But it is not
all of human history.
All of human history. When? Give me an example. You're single all of time. What?
Sure. Great example. We have people recently. They took a laser and they shined the laser 40.3 kilometers over a frozen lake. The laser was 1.5 meters off the ground on one side, and it hit the target on the other side at 1.5 meters off the ground. If the Earth was curving, there would be 90 meters. Then laser would miss the target by 90 meters.
I don't believe. It can't be like this, you know.
We've got a documentary about it. So I can show you some YouTube videos. I can show you a PowerPoint presentation that they put together, a paper.
Yes.
And this is just one. We've got hundreds of these.
I don't believe. I don't believe.
Okay, you don't have to believe me, but maybe the audience who's listening, maybe they'll go check it out.
Can you send me? I will look at this. You know, I want to look at this.
Sure, yeah. First I'll give you an infographic that describes what I just told you, so you can look at it. This is what they did. Lake IJssel in the Netherlands. And I'll link you to a paper here. Mm-hmm. Give me just a minute. Oh, first, okay, I've got the YouTube video. Here we go. The greatest laser experiment in history. It's about an hour long. They describe the process.
I think it's coincidence. Coincidence. I don't know how to say in English. Coincidence, something like this. I think it is. What do you think about this?
Well, I mean, it just means that Earth is not the globe that we've been taught it was this whole time. Here we go. Here is the final version of their presentation, PDF.
Okay. Let me watch a YouTube video and I will come back. Okay.
Okay. Enjoy.
Thanks.
Enjoy. It's really neat.
Thanks for your work, you know.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. Feel free to come back anytime when you're done. We can chat. If I'm not here, somebody else can.
Are you from USA? Are you from USA?
I am, but we have members from all over the place. Sitting in the chat right now is somebody from Poland who's actually from Australia. Got someone from the UK. So anyway, before you showed up, I was talking about what are satellites? What are satellites? If Earth is a globe, how do satellites work? Because when I look up how satellites work, when I want to query them, there's all this crazy stuff about magnetospheric physics, if you want to call it that. What's really interesting to me, too, I'm posting something else. This is from a paper called Double Layers in Astrophysics, from an opening remark made by Hannes Alfvén, who pioneered, call it the electric universe theory, but he was a NASA astrophysicist. And he gives a different perspective on what space might be about. If it's not about gravity wells and self-orbiting space junk, what is it?
The video is so long. It is 56 minutes.
Yeah, enjoy. It's very detailed. So Hannes Alfvén opens up talking about a guy named M. Azar. He says, sorry, sir, I would like to continue. He says, M. Azar has studied how a number of the most used textbooks in astrophysics treat important concepts like double layers, critical velocity, pinch effects, and circuits. He has found that students using these textbooks remain essentially ignorant of the existence of these, in spite of the fact that some of them have been well known for half a century. The conclusion is that astrophysics is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. That's funny. The billion-dollar telescope data must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course, with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39 power times stronger than gravitation. what's going on with satellites? It's almost like we live in two different realities. In one reality, we're taught in school, we see on TV, we got orbital slingshots and space gravity and all this other stuff. And then NASA even shows some of this. And then the other reality of NASA, it's all about this stuff. Magnetohydrodynamics. That's a mouthful. It's strange. It really is strange. We can continue. So yeah, what is going on? You can thumb through different technical reports on NASA's server, pull up all kinds of strange stuff that seems to offer a different perspective about our world. Here we go. I'm going to pull up something on electrodynamic propulsion, electrodynamic tethers. What is that? Yeah. Did you know that since the 1970s, NASA's been experimenting with tethered propulsion technology? They claim this. I'm not saying that I believe them or trust them, whatever. I'm saying this is what they say. I'm going to show you something here. What does that mean? Scrolling. Aha, here we go. Check this out. Oh, don't film me now. Okay. Google Drive lost its handling through my phone. Now I need to do something. So what is tether? I'm going to actually play something for you guys about this while I go poke around a bit. It's just amazing how nonchalant this is. Okay, I have a playlist. And there it is. This is 3.5 minutes long. Bear with it, because it's not solely about tethering, about this crazy technology, but you'll hear it mentioned. Okay, I'm going to rejoin the bot and play. All right.
Well, that's pretty neat. I mean, NASA uses electromagnets and this track to help them develop new ways to propel a spacecraft into orbit. And you know what? NASA's also using electricity, magnetism, and tethers to help them propel spacecraft already in orbit.
Wait, you said tethers, like tetherball, with the pole and the rope attached to the ball?
Absolutely. Some other examples of tethers besides tetherball are the elastic string that keeps a paddle ball on a paddle, a fishing line that keeps the fish on a pole, and even a leash that keeps a dog close to its owner.
Maybe you can think of some more examples. You know, NASA has been using tethers and conducting experiments in space for years.
Say goodbye for her. She's been a good bird.
You're right. In fact, in the 1960s, the Gemini astronauts used tethers to connect their spacecraft to another unoccupied rocket.
The 1960s! Far out, man. What? Over the years, NASA has learned that connecting two spacecraft together opens up a whole new world of possibilities, like propelling a spacecraft. One person who knows all about tethers in space is physicist Les Johnson, and he works at NASA Marshall Space Flight Center.
Thanks, Van. We're testing a new kind of propulsion system for space that doesn't need any rocket engines or fuel. Instead, it'll use the Earth's magnetic field to help push or pull on the spacecraft.
All magnetic objects form invisible lines of force that extend between the poles of the object. A magnetic field is the space around the magnet where you feel its force. Magnetic field lines extend and radiate between the Earth's north and south poles and between the poles of the magnet.
Basically, the Earth's magnetic field works with a special type of wire or conductor called an electrodynamic tether to push or pull on the object. The electrons that make up the electric current flowing through the conductor will experience a force when they move through a magnetic field like the Earth's. Since they're trapped in the conducting wire tether, the force will be applied to the tether and whatever is attached to it. Depending upon the direction in which the current is flowing, this force can be a push or a pull, either lowering or raising a spacecraft's orbit.
So the direction of the current determines whether it's pushing or pulling.
And the more current, the more force.
Right. In fact, NASA Marshall is working on a project called ProSEDS, which uses the Earth's magnetic field to push or pull on the attached tether. When the tether moves, so does the spacecraft.
Les, ProSEDS is an acronym, right? What does it stand for?
ProSEDS stands for Propulsive Small Expendable Deployer System. Space exploration is limited largely by the cost of launching payloads. Finding a cheaper way to explore space is always very important to us. Typically, a rocket will place its payload into low Earth orbit, and from there, propellant-fueled thrusters have to boost it to a higher altitude. ProSEDS is one experiment that focuses on the technology to cut the expense of placing a payload into its final orbit.
Sounds like ProSEDS can be a nice alternative to using rocket engines and lots of fuel.
Absolutely. Electrodynamic tethers could one day be used as a cheap, lightweight, and reliable way to remove space junk from orbit, keep the International Space Station in orbit, and even power missions at other planets.
Wow, this can get us to other planets?
Tethers offer us unlimited possibilities, Van. That's why I'm all charged up about this project.
How many of you have heard about that before, right? What the hell is that? Well, I'll show you. Did you know that the space shuttle did that? For the audience listening, yes, there have been tether missions conducted with the space shuttle program, which is now defunct. You know those big shuttle bay doors on top of the space shuttle that open up? Well, guess what they would do? A big steel girder would elevate itself. And at the top of this girder would shoot a long charged cable with a plasma ball on the end of it. And they could do two things with this. First, they could gather charge and charge a capacitor, providing extra fuel. And then they could flip a switch and use this to maneuver around in space. Just so happens, here's a picture of it in action that NASA says that they took. Yeah, there's a space picture for you. Here's from a PowerPoint slide on some of the history behind it. Pretty crazy, right? Pretty crazy stuff. Again, it's like two different realities. We're taught as kids that you just gotta, like Newton's cannonball. You launch an object fast enough, and it's gonna want to keep falling to the Earth because mass attracts mass. If you shoot it at a fast enough tangential velocity, you can get it into orbit, and it's just gonna keep circling around and around and around and around, falling forever. Falling, folks. The direction of free fall for this is forward. But then we got this going on. Yeah, maybe they say, oh, we're doing this too. It's free fall and this happening at the same time. Okay. Cool story. We're going to need some measurements, though. We're going to need some measurement of Earth curvature. Because I know that if you're going to claim to be orbiting, all right, granted, you're orbiting a globe, right? You're going to need to be rotating to maintain down. You're going to be rotating. And however much you rotate depends on the curvature rate of the Earth below. Going to need a curvature measurement. And maybe a rotational measurement too. If you can show me evidence that a satellite is rotating with respect to an inertial reference frame, that would be great. There's some way to validate that independently. And I don't mean any kind of rotation. I mean a rotation in an axis that conforms with a ball Earth too. So anyway, thought that would be interesting to share with you guys. I don't have much more time. I'm going to listen in. Yeah, we're going to need that 69 to 1 validated. I want to see 69 miles and 1 degree of rotation. If you're traveling a great circle distance, you will be rotating 1 degrees every 69 miles. You. Oh, we had 2 of them at the same time. Muted one and the other one kept going. Well, it looks like the idiots from the politics server found us. So I need an accuracy better than 99.13%.
It's not using the rocket equation. We're not throwing something out the back to move forward, but instead we're pushing and pulling against the Earth's magnetic field. Frankly, it represents a new paradigm.
The Miniature Tether Electrodynamics Experiment, MITE for short, is a space mission being planned by student teams at the University of Michigan's College of Engineering to test a new propulsion concept for small smartphone-sized satellites.
That tether pulls out straight and it's moving across the Earth's magnetic field. You have to think of it like sailing. We can go where the Earth's magnetic field and the ionosphere lets us go.
By connecting a thin wire, or tether, between two spacecraft that are charged by solar arrays, the Earth's magnetic field can be harvested to produce a force used for propellantless, self-powered mobility.
It allows us to collect electrons at one end and emit electrons back out into the ionosphere and let the ionosphere behave like a big electrical ground.
This could potentially lead to using swarms of low-cost satellites capable of changing directions in order to keep track of emerging hurricanes or making measurements of the ionosphere.
In September 2024, Dr. Elena Rodriguez watched in fascination as a seemingly impossible demonstration unfolded 400 kilometers above Earth. The International Space Station, humanity's greatest achievement in space construction, was about to receive an upgrade that would revolutionize space travel forever. A thin, nearly invisible thread extended from the station's hull, a 20-kilometer electrodynamic tether that interacted with Earth's magnetic field to generate thrust without consuming a single drop of rocket fuel. As electrical current flowed through the ultra-thin conductor, the Lorentz force pushed against the planet's magnetic field, slowly but steadily boosting the ISS's decaying orbit. Elena, a 33-year-old materials engineer at the International Space Elevator Consortium, had spent the last 8 years working toward this moment. The ISS tether demonstration was just the beginning of humanity's most audacious engineering project, building the first space elevator. The concept was elegantly simple, yet mind-bendingly complex. A cable extending from Earth's surface to beyond geosynchronous orbit, held in place by the planet's rotation and centrifugal force. Satellites, cargo, and eventually passengers could climb this cable into space at a fraction of the cost of rocket launches. What had been science fiction for over a century was finally becoming possible thanks to a revolutionary new material, single crystal graphene. Elena's laboratory at the ISEC facility in Quito, Ecuador, housed the most advanced materials testing equipment on Earth. Here, she and her team of 200 researchers were perfecting the production of single crystal graphene, a form of carbon 200 times stronger than steel, yet lighter than aluminum and more flexible than rubber. This material was strong enough to support its own weight across the 100,000-kilometer length required for a space elevator. The breakthrough had come in 2023 when researchers at Shanghai University successfully manufactured a continuous sheet of single crystal graphene measuring 50 meters long with no defects. Elena's team had refined this process, developing techniques to produce graphene tethers at the industrial scale required for space elevator construction. But Elena knew the space elevator was just the ultimate goal. The real revolution was already beginning with shorter tethers that could transform how humanity operated in space. Companies like Percy Space in Spain were developing electrodynamic tethers that could provide propellantless propulsion for satellites. Instead of carrying heavy fuel, spacecraft could use long conducting cables to push against planetary magnetic fields for orbital maneuvers. The physics was based on principles discovered over 150 years ago. When a conductor moves through a magnetic field, it experiences a force perpendicular to both the motion and the field, the Lorentz force that drives every electric motor on Earth. In space, a current-carrying tether could use this force to speed up, slow down, or change orbital inclination without expending propellant. Elena's first major project had been developing tethers for the growing space debris crisis. With over 34,000 trackable objects cluttering Earth's orbital highways, something had to be done. Traditional rocket-powered debris removal was prohibitively expensive, but electrodynamic tethers offered an elegant solution. The European Space Agency had contracted Elena's consortium to develop the ET-PAC project, electrodynamic tether technology for passive consumable less deorbit kit. The system consisted of a 100-meter conducting tape that could be deployed from dead satellites. As the tether cut through Earth's magnetic field, it generated electrical current that created drag, gradually lowering the satellite's orbit until it burned up in the atmosphere. Early tests exceeded all expectations. A 3U CubeSat, equipped with Elena's 20-meter aluminum alloy tether, demonstrated orbital decay at an average rate of 2.3 kilometers per day at 800-kilometer altitude, reducing the satellite's orbital lifetime by over 70% compared to passive decay. The system operated with minimal power draw, averaging just 0.5 watts. But the real breakthrough came when Elena's team solved the deployment problem that had plagued previous tether missions. Space tethers had to be incredibly thin to minimize mass, often thinner than human hair, making them prone to tangling during deployment. Elena developed a multi-strand design with segments that could break away if tangled, combined with an AI-controlled deployment system that monitored tension and automatically adjusted the release rate. By 2025, major satellite operators were incorporating Elena's deorbit tethers into their spacecraft designs. SpaceX announced that all future Starlink satellites would carry tethers for end-of-life disposal. Amazon's Project Kuiper followed suit. The space insurance industry offered premium discounts for satellites equipped with tethered deorbit systems. The success of debris removal tethers opened the door to more ambitious applications. NASA's SwarmWorks program began testing tethered orbital tugs, spacecraft that could rendezvous with satellites, attach tethers, and then use electromagnetic forces to boost their orbits or move them to new positions. These space tugboats could extend satellite lifespans and enable orbital recycling of expensive spacecraft components. Elena was promoted to Chief Technology Officer of ISEC in early 2026, tasked with leading the most ambitious engineering project in human history, the construction of Earth's first space elevator. The project would require a tether 100,000 kilometers long, longer than the distance from New York to Tokyo, wrapped around Earth's equator 4 times. The engineering challenges were staggering. The tether would experience enormous stresses from its own weight, wind loads at various altitudes, and the gravitational effects of the moon and sun. It would need to withstand micrometeorite impacts, space radiation, and thermal cycling from -200 C. Most challenging of all, it would need to be manufactured and deployed without a single catastrophic failure. Elena's team chose a location on the equator in Ecuador, taking advantage of the country's existing space launch facilities and the minimal wind conditions at the chosen altitude. The space elevator would begin with a satellite in geosynchronous orbit, 35,786 kilometers above Earth. From this anchor point, 2 tethers would be deployed simultaneously, one extending downward toward Earth's surface and another extending upward into space to provide the necessary counterweight. The construction process would take 7 years and require unprecedented international cooperation. The upward tether would be built first, extending 64,214 kilometers beyond geosynchronous orbit. To balance the gravitational forces acting on the downward portion, automated construction robots would travel along the growing tether, adding new sections of graphene cable and monitoring structural integrity. The downward tether presented greater challenges. As it extended toward Earth, it would pass through regions of increasing atmospheric density, potentially causing it to oscillate or break. Elena's team developed a novel solution. The tether would be constructed in sections with built-in damping systems that could absorb wind-induced vibrations. The first major milestone came in late 2026, when ISEC successfully manufactured a continuous 1,000-kilometer length of single-crystal graphene tether, the longest ever produced. The material demonstrated tensile strength of 63 gigapascals, more than sufficient to support the loads required for space elevator construction. Quality control revealed no defects along the entire length. Public reaction to the space elevator project was mixed. Environmental groups initially opposed it, fearing unknown ecological impacts. Aviation authorities worried about interference with air traffic. Military strategists recognized the elevator as a potential target for hostile actors. But as the benefits became clear, dramatically reduced launch costs, unlimited payload capacity, and clean access to space, public opinion shifted. Economic projections showed the space elevator would reduce the cost of reaching orbit from $10,000 per kilogram to less than a 100-fold cost reduction, would make space-based solar power economically viable, enable massive space manufacturing facilities, and open space tourism to middle-class families. The elevator would pay for its $150 billion construction cost within 15 years. The first successful tether deployment test occurred in March 2027. A scaled-down version extending 10,000 kilometers was deployed from a geosynchronous satellite. The tether remained stable for 6 months, demonstrating that the concepts underlying the full-scale elevator were sound. Advanced computer simulations confirmed that a 100,000-kilometer tether could maintain structural integrity under all expected load conditions. Construction of the operational space elevator began in January 2028. The Anchor satellite, built by a consortium including SpaceX, Blue Origin, and the European Space Agency, was the largest structure ever assembled in space. Weighing 2,500 tons, it contained the automated factories that would manufacture tether segments in orbit, using raw materials delivered by cargo rockets. Elena moved to the Anchor satellite to personally oversee construction. Living in space for 2 years, she watched as robotic systems methodically extended the tether in both directions. The upward section grew at a rate of 100 kilometers per day, while the downward section advanced more slowly at 50 kilometers per day, due to the need for careful atmospheric testing. The most dangerous phase came when the downward tether reached the stratosphere at 50 kilometers altitude. Wind shear and atmospheric turbulence threatened to snap the impossibly thin cable. Elena's team deployed a network of stratospheric balloons equipped with stabilizing equipment that could dampen oscillations and guide the tether's descent. Technical challenges emerged regularly. Micrometeorite impacts severed tether segments, requiring the deployment of repair robots that could splice new sections. Solar radiation degraded the graphene surface, necessitating the development of protective coatings. Lightning strikes during thunderstorms induced dangerous electrical surges that had to be grounded safely. The breakthrough came in September 2030, when the downward tether successfully reached Earth's surface at the Chimborazo base station in Ecuador. For the first time in human history, a continuous physical connection existed between Earth's surface and space. The tether was so thin, just 1 meter wide and a few micrometers thick, that it was nearly invisible to the naked eye, appearing as a faint line reaching into the sky. Elena stood at the base station as the first test payload, a 100-kilogram satellite, began its journey to orbit. The climb took 14 hours, powered by a simple electric motor that rode magnetic rails along the tether. At an average speed of 200 kilometers per hour, the payload reached geosynchronous orbit, using less electricity than a typical American home consumes in a day. The successful test triggered a global celebration. Stock markets soared as investors realized the transformative potential of cheap space access. Space companies announced ambitious plans for orbital manufacturing, asteroid mining, and interplanetary missions. tourism operators began taking reservations for space elevator rides, with tickets priced at $50,000 for a journey to orbit. But Elena knew the real revolution was just beginning. The space elevator was designed to carry payloads of up to 20 tons, enabling the construction of massive space-based projects that had been impossible with rocket technology. Solar power satellites, each capable of generating gigawatts of clean energy, could be assembled in orbit and deployed to geosynchronous orbit. The elevator also made Mars missions economically feasible. Instead of using expensive chemical rockets, spacecraft could climb the elevator to escape velocity and then use ion propulsion for the journey to Mars. The cost per kilogram to Mars dropped from $100 million to $1, making large-scale colonization possible for the first time. International cooperation became essential as demand for elevator access exceeded capacity. ISEC established a global consortium that included space agencies from 30 countries. Traffic control systems managed the flow of payloads, ensuring safe separation between climbing vehicles. Emergency protocols dealt with tether breaks, allowing sections to be isolated and repaired without shutting down the entire system. The environmental benefits were enormous. Rocket launches, which had contributed significantly to atmospheric pollution and ozone depletion, became largely unnecessary for routine cargo missions. The space industry's carbon footprint dropped by 95% as clean electricity replaced chemical propulsion for reaching orbit. By 2032, the space elevator was handling 1,000 tons of cargo per day, transforming the global economy. Rare earth elements mined from asteroids began arriving on Earth, reducing pressure on terrestrial mining operations. Space-based manufacturing produced ultra-pure crystals and advanced alloys impossible to create in Earth's gravity. Orbital habitats housed 50,000 people working in space-based industries. Elena, now 41 and director of ISEC, oversaw the construction of 3 additional space elevators. The second elevator, completed in 2034, was built from the Pacific Ocean using a floating platform anchored to the ocean floor. The third elevator, located in Africa, specialized in launching missions to the Moon and outer solar system. The fourth elevator, built in the Indian Ocean, focused on commercial satellite deployment. Each new elevator incorporated lessons learned from the first. Advanced materials included self-healing graphene that could repair micrometeorite damage automatically. Smart damping systems used AI to predict and counteract atmospheric disturbances. Redundant safety systems ensured that elevator operations could continue, even with multiple component failures. The Space Elevator Network enabled unprecedented projects. A lunar space elevator, anchored to the Moon's L1 Lagrange point, provided cheap access to lunar resources. Mars received its own elevator system, built using materials manufactured in the asteroid belt. The outer solar system became accessible to routine cargo missions, as payloads could be boosted to escape velocity cheaply. Elena often reflected on how profoundly the world had changed. The space economy now represented 15% of global GDP, employing 200 million people in space-based industries. Energy was abundant and clean, thanks to space-based solar power. Raw materials were unlimited, sourced from asteroids and comets. The environmental crisis that had threatened Earth in the early 21st century had been solved by moving heavy industry into space. But perhaps the most significant change was cultural. A generation of young people had grown up with routine access to space. To them, working on the Moon or vacationing in orbital resorts was as normal as international air travel had been to their grandparents. Humanity was becoming a truly spacefaring civilization. Standing in her office aboard Space Elevator 1's geosynchronous station, Elena watched a steady stream of cargo containers climbing toward orbit. Each container carried components for humanity's next great project, an interstellar probe capable of reaching Alpha Centauri in just 50 years, powered by a solar sail manufactured from ultra-thin graphene produced in orbital factories. The space elevator had begun as an engineering challenge, how to build a cable strong enough to reach from Earth to space. It had become the foundation of human expansion throughout the solar system. Elena had helped transform humanity from a planet-bound species into a civilization that spanned the cosmos. The invisible highway to the stars stretched above and below her, nearly lost against the black of space and the blue of Earth. But its impact was visible everywhere, in the bustling orbital cities, the asteroid mining operations, the interplanetary cargo ships heading to Mars and beyond. Humanity had learned to climb before it could fly, and in doing so, had discovered that the universe was not a destination to visit, but a home to inhabit. The tether that had started as 20 kilometers of conducting cable on the International Space Station had grown into a network of space elevators that connected Earth to the infinite possibilities of space. And Elena Rodriguez, the materials engineer who had made it possible, had given humanity the greatest gift imaginable, a ladder to the stars that anyone could climb.
It's a curvy Earth. It's so curvy.
It's so curvy that it doesn't curve.
Curvy and curving are two different things. Moron.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, one's an adjective. One's an adjective, and one's not.
Yeah, correct. You got it.
Okay,
Good job.
So the Earth is
The price is right.
Yeah, the Earth is curvy. Perfect.
You got it. You made it. Welcome.
You got it. You're a genius.
You guys, I have a question.
Yeah, ask the genius.
Yeah, ask the genius.
What?
We have a genie here. You can ask him. Go ahead.
Here. Ask him.
Oh, how do I start an activity? If I can start it, like
You would have to be God. Great question. Next.
What?
How do
Yeah,
you
would
stop
have
an
to- you would have to
activity?
be God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't there like an end button?
There is, but if I click it and put like any activity, it says like unable to start an activity.
We're gonna have
I don't
to
have the
call Donald
permissions.
Trump for this one, I think.
Okay.
Maybe Discord customer service though. Or maybe just close the app, disconnect from the internet, and reconnect or something. Or ask the genius.
Get God to do it.
All right, thank you. Bye bye.
Get on your knees and ask for revelation.
What do we got? Curvy water, curvy Earth. What else? Everything's curvy.
Curvy spheres, curvy tables,
So many curves.
curvy clouds, curvy
Is everything
we have curvy
curvy?
water.
Am I crazy? Is nothing flat? Am I crazy?
I have a flat screen TV though. It's pretty flat.
Yeah, but it's pretty curvy. Like at the back, you know?
No, it's flat in the back too, bro.
You think it's flat in the back?
It is.
What if I break that bitch? Is it still gonna be flat?
It'll be broken and flat.
Oh, okay. What about the wires? Are those flat?
The wires are curvy.
The wires are curvy.
Yeah. Actually, the wires are like copper and they're like flattened out.
Yeah. Are you sure that glass isn't curved? Are you sure?
My TV only has instead of cable, it has copper, silver, and gold. They're all flat.
I'm pretty sure they're all curvy.
No, I checked. Have you checked?
You got a microscope? Did you zoom in?
Yeah,
There was no ridges or anything when you zoomed in?
I used a microscope and a telescope.
Okay, and that's glass, right?
Silicon.
The screen is silicone? Is that what you're telling me?
It's made in China, so I don't know if they have glass there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm a fact check this shit.
You gonna fat check? You gonna fat chick? Is she a curvy chick?
Yeah,
Is she
just
a
go under
curvy?
a microscope. You got to go under a microscope, dude.
All right, I'm gonna get the telescope off, and I'll just use the microscope this time.
Yeah, microscope the Earth, see if it's curvy or not. Put the Earth under a microscope, Jimmy.
I look in the microscope and I see parasites, and they're curvy.
They are curvy.
Yeah.
Wow. What about the water?
It's wet.
You think the water is laced?
The water is wet.
You think it's laced?
It's wet.
Is it
Did you know that? Wait, how can water be wet though?
I don't shower.
I know. Me neither.
Yeah, me neither.
Me too.
I don't want that chlorine on me. Ugh.
I only take baths in the sea.
No, you don't.
That's it. Yeah, I do.
You've never even been in a house.
Bro, my house, I can show you the pool right now. It's a seawater pool.
Like, what do you think you're in?
It's like I don't have to change the water because it's just the ocean. Fills it up, empty it, and then fills it up again.
I'm in the firmament. What are you in?
You're in the firmament?
Yeah, with the birds.
Me too. Yeah, we're under it, so we are in it because we're under it. So
How
we
can
have to
you
be in it.
I guess it's both. I guess you're right.
Yeah, me too. And
Yeah, I'm in
left.
it
If
too.
you're right, if you're right, you also left, unless you went to war and they chopped you off like half, so you're only right and not left anymore.
Anybody here? Anybody else here?
Yeah. Anybody else besides the other guy that left?
Do you think cups are flat?
I mean, like cups?
Yeah,
They
if
eat
I
a lot
put
of
if I put
donuts.
the earth on a
They
cup,
do eat a lot of donuts, so many of them are pretty
if I put
curved.
the earth on a bucket, is the bucket flat?
If you put soil in a bucket,
Does earth take the shape of its container?
you know what? Now that I think about it, every time I put soil inside a bucket, it does kind of curve though.
What about an hourglass?
Your glass? I never seen your glass.
I'm pretty sure earth takes the shape of its container, but I'm not 100% positive.
So you are like 50% negative if you're not 100% positive? Is it like a 50-50?
I'm basically saying I don't know.
You don't know if you're 50 negative. You're only sure you're not 100% positive. So the negative part, you're not sure. You don't know.
I don't know.
So what are the chances? If you're not 100% sure, I mean positive, that means that you are maybe 99% negative
I'm gonna
and
tell you like
1%
this.
positive.
Either
Or is
the
it like
earth takes the shape of its container, or it
and
does not.
11? Which one is it though?
Either earth takes the shape of its container, or it does not. It's very simple.
Earth
What I
is
would
gonna
do-
take it. Earth is gonna take the container, like
If
with a
you
hand
put
or something.
the
Does
Earth-
Earth has a hand to take something?
If you put the earth on a container, does it take the shape of the container? Yes or no?
Every time I put soil in the container, it takes the shape of the container. To the sides though, because the container
Okay, well, that's
doesn't
it.
have a lid. It doesn't have a lid though, so it only takes the shape on the sides and the bottom. But on the top, it doesn't, because the container is I didn't have money like for the cap of it, so I only bought the container without the lid.
Why don't you shake the container a little bit?
Bro, with all that soil, you want me to get hurt or something? It's
Well,
like
you're not
30
going to
it's-
level the
it's-
earth.
It's
I
like
thought you were
25
about
pounds of
leveling the earth
dirt.
or whatever.
It's like 25 pounds. I can't lift that.
How is it still curvy if it's level?
Well, depending on which level, because you can be level 1, level 2, level 3. It's like in some games they're like level 0.
I guess it's not.
It is. But it's not as well.
But the bucket is curvy, so how is the earth level?
Because it's the Earth's level. You're on this level. And then if you go to heaven, you go to heaven's level. If you go to the firmament, you go to the firmament's level. If you go to hell, you go to hell's level. See the difference? You're on Earth's level.
I got you.
You're on Earth. You're on Earth right now. When you die and go to hell, you're on hell's level. If you go to heaven by some type of miracle, if God forgives you, then you go to heaven level. And heaven has many stairs, so there's many levels to heaven. When you get to the top, where the Most High is, then that's the Most High's level. Isn't it? Bruh. Bro left me? Nah. Key drinker left me? Why you leave me, bro? You still here? Wanna hear your recipes for salty water? Where did my buddy go? Did he go banned? Did you guys ban saltwater drinker? Come on, guys. I was having fun with him. Was a good sport. Blood sport. Where are we at? We are in politics or English Hub? Oh, English Hub. Bro, he was talking to me. What are you guys doing? Think you're the only ones that can have fun? What the heck? I wanted to talk to him. You greedy bastards.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
What's up, bro?
Oh, that will be the sky?
I don't know.
Look up.
What are we
Look
talking
up.
about?
Look up. Look up. Are you looking up?
Nope.
Look up. Let me know when you're looking up.
Okay.
Are you looking up?
Yes.
What do you see?
The roof.
See what?
The roof.
The roof. You see the roof. So that's what's up. The roof. Yeah. Roof.
Yep.
And what's above that?
I don't know. Are you joking at me or what?
Hmm?
Are you joking at me or what?
No, but I mean, you had a question and I replied. I answered it. You asked what's up, and I said the sky because the sky is above the roof, isn't it?
The sky, yeah. I
Yeah.
hate
Do you have
this
any other,
guy.
other questions though?
I thought you were talking about someone. I'm asking you who is.
Oh, I was talking to some friend that he likes drinking salty water,
Salty
and
water.
he
That's
left.
interesting. You like that thing?
He does it to keep the beauty.
That's weird. First time I hear that. Did you try this before?
I think my compadres banned him. Was bruh.
What do you like to drink?
What do I like to drink?
Yep.
That will be milk.
Milk, interesting. I like to drink
Raw milk.
raw milk. Straight out of the buffalo, right?
Warm.
Mm.
What do you like to drink?
Mango.
Mango? But you eat the mango. You don't drink the mango.
No, you can drink the mango if you make a mango juice.
Oh, so you drink mango juice, but you don't drink the mango. Drink the mango juice. It's a difference, though.
That's point. That's good point, bro.
Yes.
What I mean is the mango juice, not mango.
Because when you see the mangoes on the tree and you look at it and you're thinking about, a mango looks good. I wanna eat it. But then you if you get it and you're like, you know what? I'm not gonna eat it. I'm gonna make juice with it. So after you make the juice, it's not mango anymore, it's mango juice. It's different.
That's right. You're totally right, bro. What's your name?
Gemzy.
Gemzy. Nice name.
Gem. No with N. No with N. With M.
Gemzy. Gemzy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Where are you from, bro?
Me? I'm from America.
America. I'm from Egypt.
Egypt? I was speaking to a Egypt lady, probably like 6 hours ago.
You like Egypt?
I never been to, but I've heard people go there for vacation and it looks pretty in the pictures. So yeah, what I've seen in the videos, in the movies, in the I can say I like. Do you like?
Nice. Yep.
Have you been to the pyramids?
I saw from far away, not just I visit pyramids. Unfortunately, and that's really strange. I'm from Egypt and never visit the pyramids. But that's
fine.
life.
I wouldn't say. You know what? I was thinking that happens to people. They live in places. I know people that never seen the ocean. They've never been to the ocean. Even though they live a couple hours, they can just go to the ocean.
I don't travel often.
There you go. You're not the only one. A lot of people don't travel.
Yep. And that's good. I'm not alone.
You're not allowed?
I'm not alone.
Oh, you're not alone.
Not every people travel except me.
You're not alone, so when you travel, you have to travel with family?
No, I mean, I'm not the only one who not traveling. There's many people not traveling too.
Oh, yeah, correct. I get it. Yep.
You play online games?
Yeah, sometimes when I'm bored. Like right now. I mean, I'm not bored right now, but I'm playing right now.
Playing what?
In the Xbox. And, well, I'm just gonna play some videos. I'm actually not gonna play a game. I'm gonna just play some YouTube in it. And talk to whoever. So what brings you by to this channel, though? Wow.
Just to practice my English.
Practice English?
Yep.
Have you considered the topic of the server, of the channel? Have you thought about it?
It's general, I think.
No, I don't know what you think. What do you think? Can you tell me?
It's the general chat.
This is the Fluttered Discord chat.
And what does that mean?
that means that the Earth is not curving nor spinning like they show you in the TV. Pretty simple, right?
It's simple, but I just wonder why you made a channel for this, just for discussing that or argue with other team who think the Earth is orbit or what.
Well, I didn't make the channel, but whoever made it is part of, the conversation, and the channel is made for people to converse about the cosmology of the world, the shape of the Earth, and the nature of this world that we live in. One of those things is the surface that we're standing on, and that surface is not curving, so it's not a sphere. It's not a globe like they show you in the TV. Have you seen the globe in the TV? Have you seen it?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you
I can't believe any one of the two teams because I didn't see it myself, so there's no enough proof for me to believe I'm just a simple person. I'm just live like this.
Yeah, me too. I'm a simple person. Yeah.
It's not a big deal that is no orbit or no is a flat. It's okay. We just live.
Oh, but it actually is. Have you noticed they push it to people that Earth is a globe? Have you seen the TV? Globe this, globe that, globe everything. Planet this, planet that. You are in a planet. The Earth is a sphere. Have you seen global war on terror, global war on drugs, global politics? Have you seen the images everywhere? The TV, the global superheroes, Save the Planet, Captain Planet.
Yep.
If it doesn't matter, why do they push it so more if it doesn't matter?
I don't know. I don't really know.
Maybe it does matter.
It doesn't matter for me, at least. I'm just living, and that's it.
You don't care
it's
about
not a big
truth?
deal.
No?
It's a flat or orbit or any other thing.
You don't care about truth?
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
It might be like a new topic for you. You probably haven't thought about it. That's why you're kind of like
the way I perceive that Jamesy is just this. It's not gonna affect my life one way or another. If it's flat, it's flat. If it's orbit, it's orbit, and nothing would happen. Yeah, if I know that.
But it does, though.
An experience claim on something you haven't experienced. So how would you know if it would or would not change your life?
I mean, Jimmy, do you know if it's flat or orbit? Did you see it by your eyes? Did you go to the space and see it?
The point is not that it's going to
yourself?
change his life. The point is that his life is dependent on it.
What do you mean, bro?
Like, you depend on reality, right? To be able to be alive.
Yep.
Yeah. So there you go. It does affect your life. Because if it wasn't for reality, you wouldn't be alive. And we discuss reality here.
That's deep, man. So what do you think? It's orbit or flat? Or what is the proof anyways? I think I would believe if I just go to the space and look it with my own eyes.
You mean like if you go to God's heavenly throne and he lets you look out of the window, out of heaven, earth below, and you see the shape of it?
No, if I just go like NASA spaceship travel to the moon or something, I saw
that will be that will be an impossibility though. That will be impossible. That cannot happen. You're thinking that if you do something impossible that cannot happen, then you believe in the impossibility. That's a big problem there.
No, if I have a spaceship and I go to the space, maybe I can see the Earth more clearly and see it on my own eyes and see it if it's truly flat or orbit.
What is that place that you think you can go to doesn't exist, so you cannot go to it?
You mean there's no space from the first? I mean, there's no space. You mean
there's space between you and me, between America and Egypt. There's a lot of space, but the outer space that they show you in the TV,
does not exist. You say
that doesn't exist.
Wow,
that cannot exist.
How?
Because you're breathing air.
Yep. And how did they go to the moon?
That was made up in a Hollywood basement, you know, like cartoons, movies, Disney. Have you ever seen a movie in the TV?
How we see the moon ourselves?
Oh, we see the moon, the observable phenomena. We see that, and we observe it. It moves in cycles, like clockwork. It shows the cycles of the months. It's 13 months, 28 days. That's the moon cycle, right? We see that. That's the observable phenomena. But what you saw on the TV, guys jumping around or whatever, going to the moon, that was done in a.
There's no gravity.
That was done in a movie studio.
You mean there's no gravity outside and we cannot live there, but we cannot live there if we have oxygen.
You're asking me if we can live on the moon?
If we have oxygen enough to go there and come back again.
No, there's no going there and coming back here. That's not a place that you can go to and land on and play golf and ride buggies. That's not what it is.
You mean the space wasn't there in the first place?
Can you repeat that though?
You mean there wasn't from the start any space outer the Earth?
Exactly, yeah. Because we know that we're breathing air and we live in a contained environment because the pressure of gas that you're breathing, you know, when you expand your lungs, you breathe air, you know, that pressure requires some type of containment. Because that pressure, that gas pressure, is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container.
And there's oxygen containers.
All the air, you say oxygen, but we breathe air. Oxygen is one of the things that is in the air, out of many.
And what is the proof? Is there's no outer space, or there's no life, or there's no planets outer the Earth? What is the proof do you have?
The proof is that there is no proof for it.
Yeah, that's strange. And how you can...
How do you prove that you don't have an imaginary unicorn? Prove to me that you don't have an imaginary unicorn right now. Prove it.
And prove you have not imaginary unicorn. I mean, why that's true and the other not true, and why the other is not true and the other true? You mean it's the other way around? Why flat is true and why orbit is true and why...
So think about it, right? Because we have certain foundations, right? We know how certain things work, and we can operate in this reality and check it, verify it, test it. We can measure the ground. We can measure the waters across. We can also do observations. We can utilize lasers to measure distances and measure any change of drop over the surface. We can do many, many different things, and then come to a conclusion after we gather the information. And when we do that, the conclusion is that the ground that you're standing on is not a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space after you do all the testing.
You mean that Earth don't spin on itself?
The who?
Or what?
Can you repeat that though? Can you repeat it?
My voice clean or what?
No, it's just the pronunciation. I'm trying. You know, you're cool. We're speaking English. It's just that some to get it.
I say you mean the Earth don't spin or orbit.
Exactly. Yeah. Correct. Yes. You are correct.
So there's a side would be in ice and the side will be hot, and this you mean like you can separate the world into two different weathers, only hot and cold. If it's not spinning, you understand me?
Well, you're asking me if the Earth not spinning, and I will say there is no evidence that will show that the ground or the Earth that we're standing on is spinning. So yeah, you can safely say that it's not spinning.
So the sun is spinning.
The sun is spinning. The sun is moving. Correct. Yes,
Maybe.
You got it.
There's must one of them, the Earth or the sun is spinning. So we don't keep up the other way, and the other way is cold always.
Listen, it's moving across the sky, right? That's what have you ever seen the sun in the morning when it rises from one position? Yeah, so then at noon, so in the middle of the day at 12 at noon, what do you see? Where's the sun at? Where is it? It's above your head, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then at 6 o'clock, where is it at? At the other side of the sky, right?
Maybe at the other side of the world.
Sure, yeah. You eventually will get to the other side of the world. You are correct.
Maybe.
And you can
that's unbelievable.
Empirically observe.
You mean that NASA is lying on us?
Moving. Well, NASA doesn't have vocal cords or a mouth to speak. So NASA, as an agency, is not lying, but people do lie. Some people do lie, even though most people just believe it, like you do. Most people believe it. So most people are not lying.
From the
They're
galaxy
just
and the planets, and videos and footage from NASA screening the Earth from the moon, and
when you check the videos and the imagery that you're talking about of NASA, they'll tell you this is an artist's rendition.
You mean that's a lie?
No, the phenomena that we observe of the sky is one thing, but then the depictions of those things that NASA gave us are misrepresentations, like they do with the Earth. You know, the Earth is not curving, but when NASA shows you the Earth, they show you an image that it is curving, right? Right? They show you an image.
You said a word I didn't hear before.
So we measure the Earth, and it's not curving. That we test that.
Are you a
we use
scientist or
lasers.
something?
We use lasers, we do measurements, and it's not curving. But then NASA shows you an image, and in the image, the Earth is curving.
Right.
So that's a misrepresentation of reality.
Say this word again, please.
Misrepresentation.
Okay.
It's showing you something in an incorrect way, not not the way it is. It's misrepresented.
Got it.
Yeah.
Are you a scientist or something? I feel I'm talking to a scientist.
No, I'm not a scientist.
But you speak like a scientist.
I speak English like I speak English, though. Doesn't necessarily has to be like a scientist. But even though the scientists, they also...
Scientist is a cool thing, anyways.
Scientist is what?
Talking like a scientist is a cool thing, not a bad.
Oh, yeah, it's alright. I mean, this is basically
you
not
look
what we're talking about, though.
Knowledgeable, I mean, when you're talking like a scientist.
Yeah, but what we're talking about has nothing to do with science, though. I mean, we are doing observations of the natural world. We do measurements, but about when we're talking about the surface of the Earth, it's just a measurement. It's not science, because science deals with what causes an effect, right? How this is happening. A measurement will be like a what is question. You measure the table of your house, right? You know how you can measure your house? You can measure. So you can measure the floor of your house, right? You can measure the floor. Right? That you're not doing science when you're measuring the floor though.
So what should I go with?
Geometry.
Geometry. Nice. You have persuaded me.
When we question the geometry of the Earth, though. Go ahead.
What do you say?
No, I'm saying that you're dealing with geometry when you put in question they tell you the Earth is a spinning globe, right? Like a globe that is curving. So that will be a geometry claim. So to verify or falsify that claim, we close the book or turn off the TV that we saw the globe that we saw the Earth as a globe, and then we go outside in the real physical world and we check that and we test if what we saw on the TV is real. And come to find out, the Earth is not curving, so it cannot be the thing in the TV.
That's deep conversation, man.
Is it?
You think like really crazy about the things.
Wait, what's crazy about
like
that?
a simple person, I don't
tell me
think
what's crazy
this
about that.
thing is-
You said that's thinking crazy. What's crazy about that? Tell me.
I don't mean offense, but I think you overthinking what I mean about these topics. I'm like a simple man. I didn't even thought of thinking of it. Like,
Yeah.
you understand me?
Yeah. Maybe you're in a region of the world, and you said you're to the pyramids, right? So you keeping it. You probably staying in your own bubble, in your own area. Still know about the propaganda machine that have told you and convinced you to the opposite of reality. They convince you that you
That's
live
it. What
in this.
convincing me that the Earth is open.
Exactly. Even though you're far away from them, these people told you something and you believed it. You never
They have
checked.
the evidence. They have the footage and the videos.
So you saw the evidence? You saw it?
The videos.
Which
On
video?
TV.
Which video?
Videos
Oh, in TV.
from,
Yeah,
the
in TV.
space ship capturing
yeah.
the Earth and
Okay.
travel to
That's
the
all.
moon.
That's all fantasy, though.
Fantasy.
You know, like when you're watching a TV show, the actors acting, pretending. You know, when people pretend.
Maybe.
You know, when the actor pretends to be like a superhero that can fly, and lift 1,000 pounds, or 1,000 tons,
Like Marvel movies.
and kind of blow and freeze you, like, and then you freeze. That stuff. That's not real though. That's fantasy.
Visual effects.
Yeah, exactly. So for the moon landing and that stuff that you see in the TV about the Earth being a globe is exactly that. Trickery, fantasy, fiction, made up doctrines of men.
I'm not 100% sure if that's true or not. I just believed it.
They tell you themselves. Artists' renditions. They tell you in their own images. They will tell you, yeah, we grabbed maps of the flat Earth and we made it into a globe. What you expecting to see? They tell you in their own words.
Maybe.
Not maybe. They do. The guy that made the globe, the made it. Like he painted it. He grabbed a brush in the computer and he put the color and put the clouds and grabbed the blue for the water and paint it and make it look pretty to look the way it looks. That guy will tell you, yeah, we make it look the way you expecting it to look.
You mean that's its own imaginary belief about the Earth?
It is an imaginary thing, yes. The globe is, yes. It's only imaginary. Even though you can image things in your mind that are real, like an apple or a table or a car, you can image that in your head, in your mind. That stuff is real. Not the image in your head, that's not real. But you can find that stuff that you image, like an apple, you can go to nature and find it in reality. But when you image the Earth as a globe, you can imagine it, but you cannot find it in reality.
No, that's deep, really deep talking, man. Yeah.
The only place you could find a globe. The only place you could find a globe is if you go either to like a book and you find it there as a depiction, or you go to a store and you buy, the globes that they sell at the store for decoration purposes. The globes that you touch and you spin with your hand.
Which globe?
Let me put one in the chat. Are you in the chat?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you mention me?
Let me tag you then. What was your name again, bro? Can you speak?
Abdullah.
What was it? Abdullah. Abdullah Robodev?
Yep.
So here, and look, I'm gonna post for you a real globe. The only real globe.
Yep, that's the NASA photos.
I'm gonna post a different one. I know you can go to a store and get something like, oh my god, this. I'm posting it right now. It's coming up. Shit, what's happening with my phone? There it is. The last one, Gemsy. Gemsy posted it for you.
Yeah, you can buy it. Go to. NASA sell that the Earth is orbit like that, and you can spin it. It's really funny when you spin it.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, right? It's like a joke. You laugh at it. It's funny. It's hilarious, but it's just not real, though.
Okay, bro.
That's why you only seen it in the TV. In books, movies.
When I know that the Earth is a flat surface and not orbit, so what more or what else? What's gonna benefit me or everyday life or what?
Now you don't have to. Now you don't fall for the scam. Now when the insurance guy comes to you and he's trying to sell you insurance for meteors, right? You don't have to pay for that insurance. You save money. Got it?
Again, I didn't get it.
Oh, there's no insurance in Egypt. My bad. That joke only works in America. My bad.
Oh, so it was.
Yeah. So your ancestors in Egypt, you say you never went to the pyramids, but do you know that the pyramids are? Oh my God, the sun. The pyramids are aligned in a certain frame of reference, and they're aligned to the luminaries, right? The lights in the sky, right? You know that?
I don't understand what I'm talking about.
When the light, the sun, the moon, the stars, when they move to a certain positions across the sky, there are landmarks on the ground, like
You
the
mean the shadow
pyramids.
of the pyramids?
No, I know there's some stuff with the shadows, some cool stuff that happens with the shadows of the pyramids, and that's pretty cool. That's part of this whole thing. But these landmarks, like the pyramids across the world, are aligned to those lights in the sky, and that shows you that the ground is not in motion. But Because if the ground was spinning, like they show you in the GIF, there will be no alignment from the things in the ground, like the buildings, the pyramids, and the lights in the sky that are moving like the clock. If the ground was spinning, there will be no alignment. Get it?
Let me clarify this. You mean if the sun go to the of the moon, the pyramids, there's a line in it, right? And if it's spinning, there will be not a line.
Yeah, because if
that's
the
what
if
I was
the
trying to say.
yeah, if the ground was spinning and moving away from its position, right? It will be off the alignment because there will be no position that you can it will be aligned to, because it will be in a different position every second. It will be moving, right? The ground will be spinning, moving at, they say it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, right? It's moving at 66,000 miles per hour. And then it's moving, following the sun, and then following the Milky Way at 600,000 miles per hour. If the Earth was doing all of those movements at all of those vectors at the same time during millennia, thousands and thousands of years, it will be in a different position than 1,000 years ago when the pyramids were constructed, right? 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 10,000 years ago when the pyramids were constructed. Right? And there will be no alignment if the Earth was moving. But since the Earth is motionless and the luminaries move in cycles like clockwork and they reset every time, there is some type of alignment from the landmarks on the ground and the luminaries in the sky. I know I'm not an expert in this topic though, but it's
the only word I don't understand what's meaning of it is luminary. What do you mean by luminary?
You know, a light has lumens. You know, like you measure light by lumens. Lumens, like the light, how bright it is or how dim it is.
Like luminosity.
Luminosity, yeah, the luminosity of the light.
From the spectrum from light to dark.
Yeah, so the luminaries, so the stars, the sun, the moon, those are luminaries. Lights, as you see them. Have you ever seen the sun? It's a big light, right?
Yeah.
You look at the moon is a big light. You look at the stars, those are lights as well. You look at the wandering stars, those are also lights. So when I encompass all of them together, instead of mentioning one by one, I say luminaries.
You mean the all bodies of lights?
I wouldn't say bodies of light, but yeah, I mean the luminaries, yeah.
You could say that. You could say bodies of light. When you observe them through any type of high-end optics, right? The only thing you can observe is that they appear to be lights that are underneath water, right? Of various colors and different shapes, geometrical shapes, so on and so forth. But in essence, they're bodies of light or just luminaries.
Thank you, Mia.
You're welcome. And hello, everybody. Hope y'all doing good.
You as well.
Thank you, and sorry for the intrusion, Jimsy.
Hey, no need to apologize. You're good. You can open your mic. I'm just talking to the new guy. He's new to the topic. He never thought about it. He's from Egypt. He's never been to the pyramids, but yeah. He's practicing.
Man, that's a shame. Yeah. You really should go to the pyramids, especially if you come from there, right? I'm planning on going next year. So.
Are you going with someone or alone?
Alone.
All right, pay me the ticket and we'll go together.
Hey, let's do it. Why not? I have to see what time exactly. I still need to figure out, but we'll keep in contact about that.
It will. I mean, when I travel, I have a twin brother, so I rather travel with someone, especially with my twin brother. But traveling with friends and I kind of find it a little more enjoyable when you do it with someone else. Even though alone is amazing as well. Cool too.
It is. I have a younger brother, 3.5 years, right? And we're planning on doing something next year. But in general, when it comes to like going to Egypt or India, like these places that I want to go to specifically, it's best that I go alone, just because then I can truly do everything what I want to do. Because there's flat Earth research there, there's other spiritual research there, and not everybody's into that stuff.
True that. Yeah. You gotta be in similar mindsets to do if you want to do that together with someone else. Yeah.
Yep. Like my brother, for example, he a while back ago, like quite a while ago, maybe 2 years ago now, he said, "I'm thankful that you're my brother, right? Me. If it wasn't for you, I'd still think we were living on a ball, right?" That's how stupid I was. His words, right? But at the same time, that's as far as he goes. Oh, we don't live on a ball, and that's it, right? So you can't push people.
Exactly. Yeah. No, you let them do what they're gonna do. If he took your information and he acknowledged it, that's good. That's better than most people.
Yep. The new person, do you have any other questions?
No, I'm totally convinced.
Hey, let me say this, my friend. Don't be convinced and don't believe. It's nice to have these conversations to have your mind or perspective opened. But at the same time, you still need to do independent research and observations, right? And measurements.
That's a good
so you
point,
actually
man.
know that it's true, right?
Yes.
It's easy to believe. I can tell you that Mary Poppins rides around on a unicorn, and the unicorn is powered by pixie dust, right? And you can choose to believe that. Simple. It's true because you believe it to be true. But to prove it, that's something else. Then nobody can tell you, but this. Yep. But I will tell you this, my friend. We live in a magical place. Like, truly. There's never a single day that's, like, boring if you don't want it to be when you come to this, like, flat Earth stuff.
Do you mean that imaginary space is the Earth or the outer area of the Earth?
One more time? Can you repeat?
What you mean by imaginary place? You mean the Earth or the outer of the Earth?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, you're asking him, does he mean the Earth or outside of the Earth? Is that what you asked?
Yep.
That almost makes sense, but I don't know. Maybe for him it will make sense, but he's so just wait for him. Can you ask the question from the beginning again so I can get it?
Yeah, please do it one more
You
time.
said that you live in an imaginary place. Saying
magical
place. Magical. Okay.
Yeah, magical place.
Imaginary.
What did you say? What do I mean by that?
I just heard it. Imaginary place, not magical.
Oh no, magical. I meant to say magical place.
Yeah, imaginary doesn't necessarily mean magical. You can imagine all sorts of things. Even you can imagine magical things. You can imagine an apple, which is you can find and it's real. You can imagine a car. You can also imagine fantasy stuff.
Yeah, imagination is important, right? And creativity. So what I said is that we live in a magical place, but you need imagination for that magic to happen, right? If you, it's just like with anything in life. Let's say you have a goal, right? You want to gain weight, get big.
If you can't visualize that, which is creativity and imagination, it's much harder for you to actually achieve it because you have nothing like a waypoint or a check mark to know where you're going, right? You're kind of aimlessly going there.
All right, I'm starting to do exercise like right now since we're going to Egypt next year, though. We're gonna be walking a lot.
Yeah.
There's no Ubers there.
Really, it is.
Okay, I need to dip for now. I'll be back later. Take care.
Later, Mer.
Take care. Me too. It was a long but important. I enjoyed this conversation, James. Thank you for this conversation.
Okay, thank you, Abdullah. Good talking to you. Good to meet you. God bless you, bro.
You too, bro. See you.
See you. Bye. Come back later with questions and bring your friends.
Okay.
Okay.
Ciao.
Ciao. Just trying to entertain and talk to the beginners. He tried his best to speak the English. He did pretty good, so let's see. Ben.
Can I ask question, please?
You just did. Do you have another question?
Yes.
So what's the second question?
1 minute.
It's been 45 seconds.
The kinetic energy.
Yeah, that's what I said. Didn't use that exactly.
So we agree.
Right?
So we agree.
Yeah.
We agree. And so what causes the kinetic energy at surface level to be higher than the kinetic energy at like say 30,000 feet? What causes that?
Well, I was just proposing a temperature change.
The temperature change is the kinetic energy. We're trying to explain the temperature change.
Yes.
Why does the temperature change?
Would that be gravity?
Because there's more. What do you mean? Why does the temperature change? Towards the ground, there's surface area. There's other material, ground, other objects, stuff that emit or reflect light and shit like that, and the gases down here absorb that.
Okay. So let's say I move from 10,000 feet, long ways from the ground, up to 30,000 feet. I get a lower temperature, right, and a lower pressure, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because they're further away from the source of the energy that the gases are absorbing, so they absorb less.
What energy? What energy?
What do you mean? What energy? For example, light from the sun heats up the ground, right?
Why does the light from the sun not heat up the molecules?
Closer towards the ground, the gases towards the ground will absorb that. Further away you are from the ground, the less energy there is to absorb. For example.
So why does the light pass all the way through all those molecules of gas and go to the ground and heat the ground up? Why does it not heat the gas up?
Does light do that?
Oh yeah, it does. Yes.
Yeah. Well, for all I know, the light's going through the gas, right?
Yeah.
But then it's hitting a solid object. The solid object itself is heating up, and then itself emitting something like infrared or whatever. Right? The gas is touching it. They'll heat up.
So what is it about the solid object that can heat up, whereas the gas can't heat up when hit by the same light?
I don't know.
Yeah, tie this back to gas pressure without a container, Scott.
Yeah.
And the answer is there is no difference. Gas heats up just like a solid.
Okay, can you prove that?
Yes, we could. And you could too if you wanted to.
Okay, so go ahead. Provide a citation or something, please. That would be very interesting.
I'm going to pass on that.
I can't do that.
You're a coward. Step up on the plate, Scott. Come on.
I'm just.
You made the claim. Back it up.
Solids are gas because they take up more volume. So obviously, gases are
Hold
not
up,
going to
protect hate speech. Let Scotty back his claim.
You can't.
I'm not here to argue with you guys. I'll educate you if you want.
No, you're here to make claims and then go, nah, I don't feel like backing that because I'm too old, or some other bullshit excuse.
Is there a reason
you
you're
make
so
your claim?
triggered,
Back it
buddy?
up.
Why are you so triggered? Can you take a Xanax?
They're just going to mute you, man. Don't do that.
You're getting slow, Scott. He's already gone. Back up your claim. Come on, post up some kind of citation.
Of what? That gas heats up?
Your claim.
My claim that gas heats up like a solid.
That wasn't your claim. You claimed gases absorb just as much heat as solids. They don't per volume, obviously.
Rather, that gases.
I didn't say per volume.
Would absorb light. Right? The light passing through the gases, we heat them up. Not necessarily that they absorb heat.
Wait, passing through a gas. What does it mean for light? What does it mean for light to pass through a gas?
That's a little bit different, though. It's a very different statement because not all gases react to the same wavelengths the same.
I agree.
Right?
I agree. Yes.
Right. So if I have full spectrum light going through a volume, right, and those gases are either unaffected or very slightly affected or negligibly affected, right? But the wall on the other side of the light, right, it's a solid, it's more affected by that spectrum. That'll heat up, not the gases in between as much. But then as a result of that, the solid that's actually absorbing the light and heating up the gases next to that will react to it, because it's not the light per se that the gases are reacting to, it's the temperature of the object. Hello?
Yeah, I don't understand what your point was.
The point was, you were trying to argue that the light passing through the medium is itself alone sufficient to heat up the air.
Yes.
For the gas itself.
Yes, yes.
And is that actually the case if the gases are negligibly reactive to that particular frequency?
Yeah. Particular wavelengths of light will heat gas. And those same
different
wavelengths.
gases, different rates, right? Yeah. But if you have a solid that is more susceptible to temperature change than the gas itself, the solid that the light is landing on, that temperature will change. And then that will have a cascading effect on the nearby gas molecules. Right?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you very much. So therefore, right, a light source above us, emitting light downwards, potentially not affecting the gas in between the light source and the ground, right? The ground would be affected by that light, and then the gases nearby to that to the ground would be affected by the consequence of that, or have that ripple effect.
Sure.
Thank you very much. That's all. That's it.
Okay, so why? so why do you think this same phenomenon happens at night?
Like what?
Well, we still get different temperatures as we go from 10,000 to 30,000 feet. We still get a different temperature change at night.
Okay.
Why do you suppose that is?
This is the same temperature at the bottom towards the ground as it is at the top at both night and day?
No,
or is there still a gradient?
No, it's still a gradient, but the question is, why is it still a gradient? Because there's no light imparting heat on the ground at the time, right?
Perhaps there's a temperature change. Perhaps there's a temperature gradient.
But the temperature gradient is the same.
Right? Hang on. Right? The thermal energy, right? Temperature at ground level at night is not the same as the temperature 30,000 feet above that at night.
But the simple question is, why is it always colder at 30,000 than 10,000? That's the only question, right? Why is it always colder at 30,000?
Solid object that could be radiating out thermal energy. Like, I don't understand why this is complicated. Now, here's the thing, right? If this is plausible, given these basic fundamentals, that's redundant, but given these fundamentals that we understand, okay, we could argue about that, but you seem to be proposing an entirely new fundamental building block that no one's ever been able to experiment with. Maybe that would be worthwhile looking into.
No one's ever been able to experiment with what? Temperature changes?
Huh?
No one's been able to experiment with changes in pressure on altitude?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Then?
Earlier, you were trying to argue that gravity, right, is the reason why there's a pressure gradient.
Yeah.
Right. So this seems to be novel in the conversation. Everything else, temperature, pressure, humidity, whatever, what have you, right? These are understood. But what you're proposing seems to be novel. So perhaps you could provide the evidence to that, and maybe we can even throw that into the mix, if it's even viable. But you haven't even done anything about that. So, like, we can waffle on the possibilities, right? But your argument doesn't really stand on anything. So, what are we doing?
I have no idea what you're doing.
I have no idea what you're doing, dude.
Okay.
He's trying to learn basic physics, but he can't. He just refuses. He just keeps on saying this ridiculous shit.
He's just deflecting, all right? He's just deflecting. He said it before. He doesn't have any evidence, so forget it. Why are we talking?
Well, maybe one of these days you guys will figure out why the pressure at 10,000 is greater than the pressure at 30, which is greater than the pressure at 60, and all the way up until we keep going lesser and lesser and lesser.
Because it gets colder and colder and colder.
But getting colder is the lack of pressure.
But it gets colder and colder and colder, Scott.
It's the same
We've already
thing.
established colder, less pressure.
Temperature is a function of pressure.
Pressure's a function of temperature. So?
Yes, I know.
So you're clearly understanding if it gets fucking colder, the pressure drops.
But how do we get so cold so that we can get to almost 0 degrees pressure?
Have you validated, verified, or proven this, Scott?
At what point do you think we can't figure out?
Have you validated, verified, or proven this, Scott?
I never been up to 100,000 feet. No, I never have. But other people have.
You've just got empty claims again.
No, other people have. Other people have. I rely on.
Oh well, so you'd have some kind of citation that you could put up in side chat for the good panel.
Of what?
Your claims.
That people have been to 100,000 feet?
And taken these measurements to validate your claims.
No one's done that, Scott, so don't start.
Nobody's been to 100,000 feet.
That's not the claim. The claim is the measurements taken at those distances.
Still denying simple reality, huh? That's interesting. All right.
Still not answering the question.
I know. At least not to your satisfaction.
So these measurements have not been taken, Scott, have they?
They have.
Well, you'd be able to show it.
I can show you a chart. Would that work for you?
I'm asking for an extrapolation, sir.
Oh, okay.
Because these charts, right, the ones that I've seen, right, there are measurements that are taken at different altitudes, but not at all of them, especially not above a certain height. So they extrapolate out.
What's the height? What's the height they stopped at?
I couldn't tell you now, but it was like some 5-digit number, not 6-digit. And what's the guy's name, Matrix? Do you remember? I think it was Brandon, right? The meteorologist guy who's come in before.
Oh, the one fellow that drops in here, or that normally sits in here, and
yeah, he's talked about this too. In their modeling, the mesosphere or something like that. Around that height that we're talking about, 100,000 feet beyond or whatever, they use mathematical models to determine what pressure might be there. There is no measurement, no direct measurement.
So wait. Let's say that we get to 30,000. We all agree that 30,000 feet has been achieved, right? We all been in.
Scott, this is not you providing data.
Yeah, Scott, we're waiting for that.
You guys don't want that.
You're just dancing at the moment, Scott. See, this is you dancing around, not providing the data.
Yeah.
You guys both know. You all know.
We just want the data, Scott. We don't want your complaints. We don't want your feelings. Oh, he said a nuh-uh. There's one. Yay. Now provide the data.
It's getting tiring, Scott.
I know it is. I agree.
Yeah, because we just want you to back
you guys get very tiring very quickly.
All.
I agree.
You can make whatever claims you like, Scott. Just back them up, mate. You know the rules as well as I do. So there's nuh-uh data.
So what do you think's happening at 30,000 feet?
Who cares? Just provide your data and we can assess it from there.
But this is you guys just dancing around.
You don't want to, Scott? You're just going to dance around it still?
I guess so.
Why don't you just say, I'm sorry, I don't have it?
I'm sorry, I don't have it.
Take the L.
All right, I'll
Good
take
boy.
the L.
Thanks, Scott.
Feel better? Is your life's purpose achieved now? That's not a question. I'm curious.
Yes, our YouTube viewers are clapping right now.
Okay.
It's not about that. You don't have to be a snarky piece of shit about it. Okay,
So
we're just
let's get back to the pressure differentials without a container. We can move from 10,000 to 30,000.
The container that you've got to not prove.
Okay, but we can see that we can find pressure differentials from 10,000 to 30,000 feet, right? We can move up in elevation and we could measure a pressure change, correct? Come on, this is time to say yes.
Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, we can do the same thing in the oceans.
Okay. We can measure a pressure change from 10,000 to 30,000 feet. What causes that pressure change? You say it's temperature. And so what we're saying is, you're saying there's as many molecules up at 30,000 feet, but they're just moving slower? What are we talking about? Well, I want to hear what you guys think about this stuff.
About what stuff? Has it got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well,
Nothing. We probably don't think much about it all.
Well, somebody posted a picture of these little red dots bouncing around. We assume those are gas molecules.
That was to explain things to you, Scott, because your kindergarten mentality, that's what's required.
But if we use that as our model for gas pressure, and gas pressure is the total kinetic energy imparted on a particular area on some other thing, maybe a surface, then we know that pressure is...
Oh, I'm glad you redefined gas pressure for the good panel. We better write that down, everyone, so we know what he's talking about later.
No, I didn't redefine it. I defined it. Everybody understands it except for you guys. What do you think gas pressure
so
is?
Where did you get your definition from before you sidestepped that? Please post it up in the side chat. Cite where you got it from, Scott.
What is it? What about gas?
Cite where you got it from, Scott. I'd like to read your definition so I don't get it wrong in the future.
What about gas causes pressure? What is it?
Cite where you got your definition from, Scott.
You guys can use the one you always post.
No, you can post yours, so we know it's not just some made-up bullshit.
Instead of yelling at Scott, could I engage with him and show that his argument is flawed?
Okay.
We already know his argument's flawed. And that's why no one wants to engage with him.
Now you're just in yelling mode, and you sound...
No, I'm not in yelling mode. All I want is him to back up his claims, Peter. He has made a definition. All I want him is to post where he got it from. Wikipedia, Cambridge Online. I don't really give a shit, Peter, as long as he posts it up.
I got this one from a physics course back when I was in high school and college, but...
That's a much stronger argument to show him that his claims are irrelevant, even if he backs up.
Let Peter show me. Peter's smart man. I don't know how he became
Yeah, you just don't like me, Scott, because I like pinning you to the floor because you know you've got nothing. I know you've got nothing, and everyone else does too.
But stop yelling.
You're a true badass. You're a true badass. All right. We understand.
And you're just a whiny little sook with nothing to back up his claims.
I know. But you are the true badass.
Kangaroo or something, and let us talk like normal men, okay?
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Yes.
So, Scott.
Yes.
Obviously, pressure is due to temperature. If temperature is 0, kinetic energy is 0, there's no pressure. All the particles would be still, and they wouldn't be hitting any walls of any container, right?
So
V equals nRT. 0T equals 0T.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
good.
Yes.
Cool. So now, gas pressure has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. We all agree.
I agree.
We agree that if somehow magically we removed all of the gases, the shape of the Earth would remain whatever it is.
Yes, for sure.
Container or no container. So that's it. GG. GG means good game. That's what kids say when they win a game in computer games.
Just Matrix, I posted the definition that I got by going to the Google machines and saying, what is gas pressure? And it says that pressure is constantly moving, colliding with the surfaces of their container.
There you go, Scott. You need that container.
I know. But it's caused by these molecules bouncing all over the place, right?
No, the container.
Okay.
Not really, because if you look, PV equals nRT. N is the number of molecules. If that's 0, then pressure is 0.
Yes.
P is the kinetic energy, average mean kinetic energy of these particles. So if that's 0, N could be really big, but T is 0, so that's 0, right? Obviously, V cannot be 0 because P equals nRT divided by V. So V has to be greater than 0. The greater the V, the smaller the P. So infinite V would mean close to 0 P, but never really 0, right? So P equals nRT divided by V. A super large V would mean that no matter how many particles, no matter their temperature, P converges onto 0, but never hits 0. Am I speaking to myself? Are you guys there?
Well, I'm going to have to bow out in at least a few minutes at most because my wife just asked me if I wanted to go outside with her for a while and go to a park or something. And it's much better than being here with you guys. So
I think I cooked you. That's why you're leaving.
I know that is the case. You embarrassed me, Peter, and
just admit it that you were cooked. You're free.
Yeah. I think my wife could feel the stress in my voice, and she came to save me because. Actually, she came up to me and says, "I know you sound like you're having a lot of fun right now. But would you want to go outside with me for a while?" I said, "Of course I would."
Yeah, she said, "Scott, let's go for a walk so we can manage your cognitive dissonance."
Yes, she's worried about me.
All right, I think it was time to the gas topic anyway.
Yeah.
Do we have any other people?
All right, enjoy the walk.
Right. No. I've been waiting for Peter to debate the Glover, but that was a very short debate. What's his name?
The best method.
What's the guy's name who was here before? Ex-Peter guy. Peter, remember? No.
Flatten destruction?
Yes, he should come back and you should try to flatten him.
There's no way to talk to that guy. He never stops talking, so it's impossible.
We've been talking about this before, that we are all waiting for you to have a proper debate with some Glover, so looking for a perfect victim for you. Start you out a little easy.
Well, bacon is here. I could cook some bacon.
I don't know anything about bacon. Yeah, Glover? You want to speak?
Yeah, he's the god of celestial navigation. He knows more about celestial navigation than Agellan.
Celestial navigation? That doesn't sound too much like Earth.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I'm going to cook it.
What do you mean it doesn't sound like Earth? You use it to navigate Earth.
I mean, the thing is, right, even if you were to claim that the containment that contains the Earth is the firmament, that would have to be proven first.
Yeah.
That way we know that it's true that they are actually trying to shoot through this thing. Because all we know and that can test that it's something physical, whether it's a dome or a tent, or however it's described in biblical terms. We don't know that for sure.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm curious though, if they are trying to shoot something through that, that'd be nice to know, I guess. You've confirmed this though, that they are trying to shoot a particle through the container?
It's all just
speculation on what they're doing.
Yeah, which is why I thought I'd just touch upon, like, what do you think? What's your theory? It's just loads of scrambled.
They could just be drinking in an office for all I know, and just writing papers on this stuff. I don't know that they're actually doing these things,
Yeah, but
is there not a model?
If they have found something, I would say that whoever found it's going to try to break it. It's just what humans do.
Yeah.
Do you know which element that it is that they're trying to accelerate? Is it just light? They're accelerating in this particle accelerator? Like, what is it that they're accelerating?
Photons and atoms, I think. Hold on. Ions and photons. Let's have a look. Hydron, isn't it? It's Hydron Collider. God. This is way too complicated.
Europe kind of went to shit after they built that thing, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. The World Economic Forum, Davos, all of that sort of side of things, they are our government in waiting. They already pull the shots. Our Prime Minister's already publicly stated that he supports Davos over Parliament.
Yeah, they've all those brainiacs have failed to realize they're going to be governing over shambles.
Governing over what?
Just a shambled society. Shambles. Just wreckage.
It's all by design. Yeah, but it's all by design, isn't it, guys? It's all designed to be this way. They have decided that they want these smart cities all to themselves, and it's going to be the billionaire class in this utopian society, while everybody else gets Hunger Games. And
it's a fad. They're all old people, so that wave will recede. But someone every other generation tries to dominate everyone into ruin.
The future landscape does look bleak there, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
I know it's gonna be fine for me because I'm gonna do something about it, but looking out, I don't know. I don't see society doing too well. It's a shame. But this isn't the politics VC, is it? So let's leave that to the side. All right, well, you guys stay awesome. I'll pop in and out and see if I can find some entertainment. Until then, take care.
All right, brother. Take care, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Anytime. Bye-bye.
ladies, man, do you have any other questions or things that you're puzzled about? I was just curious if you had any other questions or things that you're curious about you'd like to discuss.
I kind of just came here listening to y'all talk, and no one's really talking, so you know.
Yep. Well, a lot of times the new people kind of drive the conversation. I'm not putting the pressure on you or anything like that. It's just if people want to discuss the topic, it helps move things along.
Sure. I'll discuss the topic, I guess. What do you have for me to? Or is it like you come with the questions, I'm meant to answer them, or I'm coming with the questions and you're meant to answer them? Or is it?
I mean, it can go either way. You know, typically what we are looking for is something we can point to, like a measurement of Earth curvature that would lend some credence to the whole story. You know, do you know anybody that might have that?
Have what? Oh, like measurements of Earth curvature?
Yeah.
It's an interesting question. I can't name off the top of my head, but also on the top of my head, I don't know anyone that's a flat earther besides Discord usernames. So, you know.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's what we're after. If anybody's actually measured this place, you know, to see if it's curving. Because I have some friends that are surveyors, and they all measure it flat. My brother-in-law, he's a mechanical and civil engineer, so he does surveys of rivers, you know, and their elevation profile, where they start in the mountains and end up, you know, in the oceans, and he measures it flat. So, no, not at all. He, you know, he drinks the Kool-Aid just like everybody else, but it is interesting that, you know, even he confesses, along with my surveyor friends, that yeah, we always measure the Earth, or the distances, or you know, the areas that we survey is always according to a horizontal datum. And so they take that data and they plot it, and they have an elevation profile that is completely horizontal at its base, you know, at its destination. We'll call that sea level. But everything, you know, the fall rate or the descent, the elevation of the rivers and the topography of the Earth is always flat. You could say, well, okay, so they measure areas flat, but maybe the whole Earth is still curved. Well, okay, well, where is that? You know, if we're measuring it flat but it's curved, where's the curved bit? It's kind of a problem.
I see. Interesting. Maybe I'll become a civil engineer, see for myself. See what I see. Maybe I'll be an astronaut. Doubt that, but I can try. I only live once, you know.
Astronaut. Okay. So you're gonna navigate the stars.
I don't think they navigate stars. You know, that's a little far.
Well, that's what the term astronaut basically means. Nautical, right? Star, nautical.
Just like
astronaut.
I know, but it's like they don't actually navigate. I mean, I guess they could use the stars, but it's like the Apollo program. Apollo, like the Roman god, I believe, like that he didn't have anything to do with it. They just named it after him.
Sure. So, since no one's navigating any stars, you know, this idea of going to, let's say, outer space, this extremely vacuous region. We had a guy in here just a second ago talking about gas laws, right? There's a reason, if there is some kind of vacuous region well beyond the surface of the Earth, why the gas isn't filling that available volume. Because there is no gravity to keep the gas here. So it should be filling the space to, you know, come to an equilibrium state.
Didn't we like this already? Like,
sorry, say again?
Yeah. Didn't we like talk about the gas already with like gravity and stuff? And then then the other guy explained the fabric model, and then I added on to that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, those are great stories. They don't hold any bearing in reality. There is no fabric. There is no mass attracting mass. These are just ideas, just conjurings of someone's imagination.
So I'd ask. I mean, I'm guessing like I want to ask like. I mean, I think I already know the answer. Like the obvious questions, like is the most common question you guys get, why would they lie?
It's one of the more common questions. Yes.
Fair, but to categorize it as a question is being too charitable. It's actually a cope.
Ladies, man, get a better mic. I don't have much
Hey,
money.
you don't sound too bad.
It's just the volume. It's hard to hear on the YouTube stream, apparently. Maybe if you could talk just a little bit louder.
Yeah, I can talk loud.
That's better, man. That's good.
All right. So you guys said why would they lie is like the most common question.
No, it's one of the more common questions. I mean, there's many, but it's up there. Yeah, it's usually where when people ask that, they have already accepted, sort of in their mind, that what we are saying is observable reality, is their experience. So they've already come up with in their mind, well, then somebody actually has to be lying. So they're asking us why we think other people would be lying, and we actually can't answer that question. I don't know what people's motivations truly are, but usually when they ask that question, they have a suspicion that someone has lied to them.
I see. Yeah. How about? I think another common question would probably be that you guys might get is, why is the Earth the only planet that's flat while all the other ones are spheres? Well, I know you guys know that's like not true. I'm just saying like.
Well, it's got a baked-in assumption, right? Yeah. So when they say other planets, they're still envisioning some kind of quote-unquote solar system where there are these, gas giants and big balls of dust just kind of hurling through the vacuous region of space around a plate Earth and the sun. Like they're all going around the sun, but somehow the Earth is a plate in the middle of all that, or a disk. It's a bad assumption because all of that is predicated on the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah. Is there? Right. I guess another question: do the people? Or actually, I don't think you guys would know. I think I already know the answer to that. I don't know what other questions I could ask.
Well, you could take a review. Take a review of the questions you just asked.
Take a review. Why would they lie? Like that?
Yeah. So just think about those questions that you just asked. They're actually questions that have to do with agency. They don't actually have to do with the material facts, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you go to a house and you see that it has ugly wallpaper, you might ask yourself, "Whoa, my goodness, why did they choose this wallpaper? Why?" Okay, that's a question that can never be answered, especially if the people who did it are dead. You never know the answer to the why. Now, you do know they did it. You do know that the wallpaper is the wallpaper. You do know that they bought it at, Home Depot or whatever. You can know all the material facts, but the why question is irrelevant to any of those facts.
Yeah. I mean.
So for example, check this assumption that's baked into the why would Earth be the only flat planet. One of the big assumptions that they have is a creation story about how everything came into being in the past. And they assume that everything came into being by naturalistic processes. And so there's no specific agency between any of the structures we observe in the cosmos, which they include the Earth as one of. Now that's interesting. That means they're having a presuppositional metaphysical bias before they even ask the question. So, for example, if the Earth was designed by an intelligent agent, regardless of who it was, it could be an alien, it could be Cthulhu, it could be a god of take your pick of any religion, right? Then the why is because that entity wished it so. He designed it, he made it, he picked the ugly wallpaper. I'm sorry, I can't tell you his motives.
All right. How about I don't know. The biggest thing I've always wanted to do is just like see with my own eyes for myself to like truly like at least for me to know. Like let's say I try if I become an astronaut and they say you're gonna have to fake it, I'm instantly telling everyone. But I can't be the only person.
You think it's that easy? You think it's that easy, brother?
No, it's not. I know that, but that's why I put "if" in the beginning of that sentence.
No. You're missing it, brother. It's not about if you become an astronaut. It's about if they allow you to be an astronaut. You see the difference?
If they allow you. Well,
yeah. So, for example, nobody's allowed. Check this out, brother. Nobody's allowed into the elite club without being vetted and insured against, if you know what I mean by that. So, for example, they're not going to let you be an astronaut when they've got nothing to hold over you. They're not going to let you into the high ranks of the CIA when they got nothing to hold over you. It's not how it works. You don't get into those positions unless they have leverage against you.
Blackmail?
Yeah, or credible threat. Like, for example, you may not know this, dude, but one of the so-called astronauts, before they went to the moon, said, hey, we can't go to the moon. And hey, we can't communicate because the technology we have doesn't even work on Earth. So how do we expect it to work in space? And he said, the stuff we have... Dude, I'm talking about Gus Grissom, who, for all intents and purposes, was assassinated. He was assassinated because he was against the program. And there's evidence that his wife has and other people had that they witnessed with their own eyes that he was planned against and killed. Right? And now, interestingly enough, the other astronauts, guess what? One of their moms died in nefarious circumstances.
About Buzz Aldrin?
Yeah. Yeah, apparently she committed suicide because she was so nervous about her son being famous. Now, you put everything together, dude, and you think about all the clandestine nature of everything, it's obvious to anybody with 2 cents in their brain that they killed her. Now, can I conclusively prove that? No. Is it highly probable? Yes. But the point I'm trying to tell you is it's not simply the case that you arrive at this elite position of power where you know things that nobody else knows, and then you're just free to speak without consequences. And those consequences, if you're a man of any integrity, they're going to be a hard burden to bear. It's like, listen, we're going to kill your whole family, and we're going to peel your kid alive and make you watch. What are you going to do about that? I mean, think about it. You'd have to get a whole army on your side before you pull the trigger on telling the truth, wouldn't you? And then you'd have to have your family safe from all the organizations and all, just the list goes on and on. It's not as simple. But even then, it's like, who's going to believe you? Think about it that way. Like, what credibility do you have? Even if you have photographic evidence, they're just going to discount your photographic evidence.
You guys believe me?
Well, if you went up high and you said, I saw the Earth that's flat, and you came back down, you'd just be saying the same thing that actual astronauts have said. Actual astronauts, people who went up high, have actually said that the Earth looks flat from their position. Already. So you'd be doing nothing new.
All right.
So, ladies and men, can I safely assume, and you can tell me, that you believe you do already live on a sphere, Earth?
Okay, I want to say like the truth of that question, which is yes. I'm afraid I'm just going to get like into another debate with you guys, which I know is not going to end well with me.
No, this is tying into the question that you, or maybe it wasn't a question, but just the statement that you made. Until I get to a certain height and see it for myself, I'm probably not going to believe it. Was that kind of what you were saying?
No, I'm just saying I don't know for sure, and like you guys probably aren't gonna convince me that the whole shape of the Earth, like it's a big thing, you know. It's not just like picking Skittles or M&Ms. Like,
well, I understand that, but once again, nobody here claimed any shape. We're just talking about the surface that we dwell atop. So, I'm not trying to take a shot at you, but you have already kind of accepted a paradigm with zero firsthand knowledge of that paradigm. So you believe that you live on a sphere Earth that is hurling through an ever-expanding vacuum, with none of that being part of your actual experience. In fact, your firsthand experience, and this is not me gaslighting you, I know that this is all of our experience, is that you experience the Earth as a stationary, level surface where there's up and down and you breathe air, and so all of the things that you experience are of a stationary, planar, enclosed Earth.
Yeah.
That's your firsthand experience, and yet you believe something almost completely contrary to that.
Well, I don't know. I think I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm just wondering, how did this come to? Like, people didn't say the Earth was a sphere for no reason, just to say it. How like this came to us as a species for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's going to be a question about agency. Why did they do it? Well, that doesn't change the material fact, just like AI was telling you. So the experience and the empirical evidence that we have points to and affirms a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth. What people's motivations are for telling you that it's something completely different, I cannot tell you that. I could speculate, and I'd probably be pretty close about their motivations. But I'm not here to convince you about where you live. That's not my job. My job, or at least it's not really a job, right? My passion or my goal is for people to just consider their actual experience and how the Earth is measured, and then they're going to have to be able to do whatever they can or what they want with that. You make your own decisions, but obviously you realize there is sort of a decision process going on here. You're presented with two different paradigms. One of them is experienced, one of them is imagined, and most people choose the imaginary one.
I mean, even if I become a flat earther, let's say by some chance I do, like, I can't tell anyone really.
Why not? I mean, I understand. Listen, I understand what you're saying. People reject people who leave the flock or believe something different than the herd, right? So there's a problem where people go, well, if I live by this particular paradigm, which is not the norm, then I'm going to maybe be ostracized or looked at differently, and it's much safer within the herd, right?
Well, listen, we got a problem here. Let's go back to one of your earlier statements, friend. You said, I don't know any flat earthers except Discord. Now, that's not a true statement. You don't know that any people that you know are flat earthers or not. That's the actual truth. You couldn't tell me out of the 17 people, let's just say you know 17 people, you couldn't tell me for sure that they're not flat earthers for the very same reason that you just said. Well, if the Earth was flat, I couldn't tell anyone. Well, what if they already accept the Earth is flat, but they feel the same way? And they're just waiting for someone in their circle of friends to speak up and not be afraid of being shunned.
Well, within my friends, I know they're not flat earthers. I know that, like, as a fact. I've known them almost my whole life. That's just not who they are. But like other people, yeah, I probably walked past the flat earther. I've probably walked past a murder.
Yeah, you probably spoken to flat earthers. The hot chick that you were thinking about last week when you got your coffee, she was probably a flat earther. And you know what? When you talk about her about flat Earth, she's going to give you her number next week. You never know what's going to happen. In fact, flat Earth could be the best thing to ever happen to your life. But then again, you're correct. It could be the worst thing. You never know.
Even if, let's just say, flat Earth is true, I'm sorry, I will never go up to a girl and that be the conversation starter.
How do you know? What if she's got a T-shirt that you say, "Oh my goodness, this is definitely a flat earther girl"? I'm going to open the combo with that.
Because I live in, like, okay, Just the chances of that are so slim that like I wouldn't even risk.
They're not that slim, dude. They're not that slim, dude. There's tens upon tens of millions of flat earthers, and there's more people than the flat earthers who don't believe in the mainstream cosmogony, which means how everything got here, and cosmology, which means what everything's doing right now. So, for example, they did a poll, real quick, they did a poll among young people, you know, a certain demographic, I think it was like 18 to 20, 18 to 30 or something like that. And 40% of the respondents to the poll said they don't believe the mainstream cosmology. That means that if that portion, having a discussion about alternate cosmology would be something they'd be interested in. Go ahead.
What? You said a lot right there.
Yeah, it's the same with any topic, like mainstream politics. Like probably 30 to 40% of people that you meet are not interested in mainstream politics. They have alternative ideas. And the only reason that they talk about mainstream politics is because they're in social circles where they think it's not cool to talk about. Now, this is a well-known phenomenon in psychology. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like people shun themselves from talking about certain topics until they know for a fact that a certain amount of their social group accepts it. And then once that tipping point occurs, then they talk about it freely and they don't care anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about flat Earth, but not in the sense of it's true. I could the topic of flat Earth has came up, and how it came up is probably exactly how you think it came up. Like stupid theory, can't believe people believe this, stuff like that.
Yeah, bigotry. Yeah, bigotry. So see, the thing is once you know the Earth is flat, dude, or at least you know that what the mainstream is telling us is a big crock of crap. When you hear people talk with incensed bigotry against people who believe in alternative cosmologies, it's going to stir something inside you. And you're going to be like, dude, you need to stop treating people that way. Quit being a bigot. That's going to be your attitude. I mean, unless you're a moral coward, then you just, whatever anybody says bad about anyone else, just watch happen. But I doubt that's who you are as a person. You're probably going to be annoyed by people talking crap about people when they know nothing about the topic.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I believe it. There's been times where I see people, I've overheard people like talking about it, and they say it like in a wrong way, and I've known since I've listened to you guys that that's wrong. Like I don't say anything because they're gonna instantly be like, "Bro, are you a flat earther or some shit?" But I have thought that.
Imagine that character flaw that other people, if you just engage with the conversation honestly, will then criticize you as being one of the group that they can vilify. You know what that's called, friend? That's called evil bigotry. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
So whether you realize it or not, a lot of your friends, whether they claim I'm not racist, I'm not prejudiced, they actually are racist and prejudiced against people that are like flat earthers. Like they consider flat earthers to be like the dregs of human society that are worthy of derision. And that's a character flaw in them, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's, yeah, I want to say like super racist, but I do know some people in our friend group that definitely have some sort of racism, especially towards white people. I don't know if that counts as racist. They don't say it's real racism, but I feel like any.
Oh yeah. It's only racist. It's only racist when other people do it, right?
Well, I don't want to tell them that because you know what they're gonna say, that I'm racist.
Right, so you notice how, like, when people start slinging these accusations, they become meaningless, don't they? And really, what they're doing is pointing the finger back at themselves. So if they accuse you of being a flat earther because you're talking about flat earth, the only person they're accusing is themselves and their own bigotry. They're just revealing who they are in their hearts.
Right? I mean, the closest thing to a flat earther I know of is my band section leader doesn't think Katy Perry went to space, and that's about the closest I've ever gotten.
Sure.
I know that's not flat Earth, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. What are people's response to him saying that?
Well, it was a girl, and she had told me, and I didn't say anything like bad, mainly because she's like a really nice person. So I just felt that would be really mean if I honestly tried like debating her or something. So I just didn't say anything.
Yeah. Well, that was decent of you. I mean, that's not even necessarily something that can be debated. He is choosing not to believe something that he saw on TV. I don't think there's any, or she decided not to believe that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't know if it's even healthy to debate these types of things. And I think people kind of have to realize that this particular topic here about what is the nature of the surface of the Earth, as far as its geometry is concerned, if it's flat, right, planar in nature, or curved, this is not a debatable topic anyways. This is objective. So it's about measurements only. It's not about, whether or not green is your favorite color. That's subjective. Because what is your favorite color? Just humor me here. Do you have a favorite color, ladies, man?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
Blue.
Okay. Now, would it be fair of me to get into a debate with you about why blue sucks and why I think green is better? It would make no sense. You are you. You like blue. How am I going to tell you what you like is wrong? But people do this all day long. They have all these preferences in life, things that they believe in, things that they choose to engage themselves with. Some people like football. Some people like figure skating. Some people like cricket, right? And so people will get into these stupid debates about, well, football is way better than cricket, and here's all the reasons why. And it's ridiculous to argue about it in the first place, because you're never going to end up on really any solid ground. It turns out that they just like football, and those people over there just like cricket, and there's nothing wrong with that. One is not better than the other. But these are subjective topics, and people love to argue about them. I don't know why we do it. We just do it. And it's the same with politics, right? People have a paradigm that they've had established in their life, and they see the world through this set of eyes, and they go, these are the things that I value, and so I'm going to align myself with a political party that catches a few of the things that I value most. And then I'm going to oppose the other side, who sees the world through a prism and values these other things, and we're going to be at odds with each other because we have these unique individual experiences, yet I have to tell them they're wrong, because if I don't tell them they're wrong and vote my way and get my way, life is not going to be very fun for me because I don't get my way. It's a nightmare out here. And none of this makes any sense, the way that we argue about stuff. These subjective topics are ridiculous, but nonetheless, we have them, right? This is how the world's been developed and kind of put everybody in opposing positions to one another. And somebody along the line said, hey, we should do the same thing with objective topics, like, is the Earth flat or is it round? Well, there's nothing to argue about. How does it measure? Well, it measures flat. No need to talk about anything else. Now, if someone's upset because they want the Earth, and this is going to sound weird, but they almost want the Earth to be a ball, because there's implications with that. The story behind it has implications. The future has some implications involved if the Earth is a ball. Maybe we're going to be able to explore the galaxies, the vastness of outer space, and it'll be like Star Wars or Star Trek, and we'll meet new creatures, and we'll absorb all this knowledge, and there will be world peace and blah, 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 even though even in the futuristic stuff, they're always at war. So I don't know why people prefer certain things, and so they adopt it as their paradigm, when in reality, we just have to accept what is. And what is that the Earth is measurably flat. It is not moving, and it certainly seems to be contained. Nothing to argue about.
All right. Sounds cool.
Sorry for the diatribe. It's just I want people to understand this is not something we have to debate. It really isn't. There's no arguments. There's just measurements.
Hello. May I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you agree the Earth is flat?
It's not really an agree-disagree topic. It's just measured flat. There is no curvature that we can find. So I know the Earth is flat.
How you know?
Yeah.
How
did you ask? How do I know? How do I know? Let's see. Where do I start? I'll try to keep it concise. We've checked, not just asking people, but we've checked firsthand knowledge type situations where we go out and look across the surface of water to see if we have any kind of drop over distance, which would be required on a sphere. Well, there is no drop over distance. So across the surface of the water, and apparently the Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 70% water, that means 70% of the Earth is flat. So there's no possibility geometrically that the Earth could be a sphere when 70% of its surface is flat and horizontal.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hmm?
But why the whole world is accept the Earth is low, it's not flat?
Well, because most of the people on the Earth have been run through the state-run education systems where the curriculum mandates they teach the children that the Earth is a sphere. And so everybody is grown up at a very young age to believe in the globe Earth mythos, and then it just propagates from there. That's why most of the people believe that. And it also doesn't help that there is a constant barrage of globe propaganda everywhere that you look.
So that means that humans don't have technology to see that how Earth is look like in the actual world. Like
yeah, we don't actually. Yeah,
China don't have, America don't have, Russia don't have. They're just lying that Earth is globe.
Well, it would appear that way. I can't really prove that they're lying, but that's what they're telling people. People choose to believe it. So, is it a lie? I don't know. I mean, they sell fiction novels at the bookstore all the time, and people pick those up knowing that it's not true, and yet they read it anyway. So, is it a lie? I guess probably not.
Okay. And that means that you are not claiming the Earth is flat. You are just imagining that there is something that you don't know actually what is that. Then correct?
No, I know that the Earth, the surface that we live on, the surface of the Earth, is flat, planar in nature. It's horizontal, it's flat, there is no sphere. Now, the overall nature of the Earth, the construction of it, what it looks like as a whole, what the Earth is, and how that looks, I have no idea.
Go ahead. Kind of hard to understand your conceptions or like that.
It's not really conceptual. This is material. We go out into the world or reality every day, even where you sit. The building that you are in right now, well, it was constructed using a level, right? It has to be flat and horizontal on its surface, or at its foundation, and every floor of it, so that stuff doesn't roll off the table, or your furniture doesn't end up on the other side of the room. Everything is flat, level, horizontal, and horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. So the Earth itself is the reference to make everything flat, level, and horizontal. This is just how we live. This is how we experience the Earth, as flat. It's not conceptual. It is our reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yo, what is this?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel.
It's a dump truck.
Yo, says who?
Hello.
Yo.
How you doing, Sky?
Hey man, I invited iOS as a friend of mine. He's a good friend of mine. We don't really talk about this topic, but recently he's been sending me some pictures. He's interested in what NASA does, and so I just figured I'd send him this VC, so that he checks out what goes on here and so.
Sure. Is he here with us right now?
Yeah. Just to listen.
What's your first name?
See what's going on.
Fine. I gotta go to the hospital see you tonight. Yeah.
I wish he was there earlier.
What's his
so we were
name?
speaking about some interesting things.
Okay. Your friend, what's his name? Is it Alexei? Who is it? What's his name?
Oh, iOS. He just joined the server. He's in the VC.
Oh, iOS. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, iOS, welcome. If you have any questions, don't be shy. Nobody bites here. If you just even think this is complete BS and you want to tell me about it, more than welcome to do that. Although we may, talk about why you think it's BS. So, anyway,
let's catch iOS up to date on NASA. So a couple months ago, they were reclassified as an intelligence agency. So now they can legally just broadcast propaganda without even questions. You can't question them anymore. So there you go. Now you know how you love NASA.
Right. Yeah, I believe that.
Really?
No,
You don't believe me. You don't believe me, right? You don't believe me?
Me? No, I do.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah,
I have a question. One second. Yeah, iOS and Sky, I got a question for you guys. Would you agree that if we can consistently measure the surface of water to be flat over distances where there would have to be a large amount of curvature, would that be a problem for the globe?
I've been believing in flat Earth for more than 5 years now.
Oh, you're right, man. Is iOS that's on the fence?
No, he's not really on anything. He's one of my close buddies, and I just figured I'm chilling in here, so I just invited him.
I'm not too big into the flat Earth. I mean, like I'm open-minded about it. I have a friend that's big into it. I mean, I see how it's possible. The whole firmament and going around Antarctica. But I haven't thought too much about it.
Well, so if you've got a friend that's into it quite a bit, and the couple of things that you just mentioned, let's talk about those for just a couple seconds. The idea of the firmament is a biblical idea, right? It comes from Scripture. So we can't prove or we can't touch any kind of firmament, or describe its properties or anything like that. But what we can do is see if we have consequences of some kind of seal or containment over the Earth. And that would be the gas pressure that we breathe, right? That's the main thing. A pressurized system has to be contained. Now, the other thing regarding Antarctica, there is a lot of quote-unquote flat earthers out there that are trying to push a model of the Earth using an azimuthal equidistant map projection. And then they'll have a moon and a sun going in a circle around it, and they're going to call that the flat Earth and the flat Earth model. Nobody here ascribes to that idea, mostly because they're very easily debunked. We cannot really conceptualize what the Earth really looks like.
Gotcha. So, yes. I seen I thought a good YouTube video where it was showing it's not perfectly circular, and I'm not totally sure, but yes, kind of has some curves in there.
we're not going to offer you any kind of map or model or anything. All we can tell you is that the surface of the Earth is measurably flat. Now, what it looks like after that, I mean, I have no idea. I don't know where the limit of it is. You know, even if it has anything to do with Antarctica, I don't really know. No one knows.
Yeah. Gotcha. Interesting. Weird.
Yeah. We do our best to be honest with people about what we do know and what we don't know. And even if we speculate, we'll say we're speculating, but we try to keep it as just bare bones, honest in here as possible.
Nice. Cool.
Yep. Well, anyways, welcome. Yeah, hang out. There's people coming in and out of here all the time. If you got any questions,
have you seen the news
go ahead and
about
ask
this
them.
3i Atlas?
Oh yeah.
The Interstellar. Yeah.
About what?
That's an interesting one. The 3i Atlas.
The seemingly sentient or intelligent backwards-facing comet nonsense that doesn't act like a comet. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, no, I don't know anything about that weird stuff.
Yeah, apparently there's a comet that's just randomly changing its course, seeming as if it's
right,
not a random
gravitational
ice rock.
acceleration.
Yeah. If you're asking my opinion, a lot of times when I see stuff that's put in the news that has to do with like space and comets and black holes and stuff, my personal opinion, nobody else in here, but I think what they're trying to do is hint at things that are a bit more esoteric when they do that than they're really talking about anything physical. But that's just me.
So we know the comet's not powered by an ion engine because I saw somebody make an ion engine, put it in a vacuum chamber, pulled the vacuum, and the engine stopped working. So ion engines don't work in outer space either.
I'm an idiot. What's an ion engine? You gotta tell me.
You're basically directing electrons away from a surface, and then that pushes off the air and pushes you the other direction.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But it requires air to work, so it's got something to push off of.
This is what it comes down to, man. Right? Like, if we get a large body of water, let's say, for example, we have a 10-mile lake or a 10-mile section of the ocean, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature over that distance if the Earth were a globe. It has to be there. Okay, and there would be about 60, there would be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, just according to the globe Earth math. Okay, just based on gravity and the size of the globe. 10 mile, anywhere you are on the Earth and you have a 10-mile body of water, there should be 66 foot of curvature over that distance. So what we've done is gone out and actually, gone looking for that curvature that would have to be there, because it's pretty easy to detect 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. And every single time we go and test these distances, even longer distances, we can't find any curvature. We can zoom in, like with a camera, right? Let's say we have a 10-mile lake, and I'm standing on one side of the lake, and I just set the camera up just above the surface of the water, and then I zoom in across the lake, the 10-mile lake. Okay?
Yes.
I shouldn't be able to see my buddy over on the other side of the lake. He should be hidden behind over 50 foot of curvature, like behind the horizon. It should be hidden behind the horizon by 50 foot or more than 50 foot. but we can zoom in across, and you could see his feet standing on the beach, right? You could, you can test that over and over again. Then you could go to a 20-mile lake and do the same thing. Whereas over a 20-mile lake, there should be 266 foot of curvature on a globe.
Right.
So,
I get what you're saying.
yeah,
It's really
man.
interesting. It's thinking a little bit differently.
Yeah. We can shoot lasers across these distances as well, like really high-powered lasers.
It shouldn't be possible because the curve.
Exactly. So it's
crazy.
stacks and stacks of different tests that have been done. We can't find any curvature, and then you go looking, throughout all of history, and go, okay, who went and measured the globe? Who went and found the curvature? And you don't find any tests that have been done. You'll find that it was kind of theorized like into existence. It wasn't something that people actually went out.
I heard NASA was the one who came up with the whole idea that the world is a globe, and everyone else before them was a flat earther, something like that.
No, that
rings a bell.
Well, not really. I mean, it's not true because, NASA didn't, go up to space until the 60s. So, people thought it was a globe, way, 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 way before that.
Sure.
So, yeah, I've never heard anyone say NASA, everyone thought it was flat, and then NASA proved it's a globe.
Yeah, so I thought I read something about that. Like all the ancient people, apparently thought Earth was flat, and then NASA was the first one to come up with it was a globe. I thought I heard or read.
Yeah, well, that's correct in a bit. All of the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was flat. They all had very similar depictions of the system that we live in, right? Being like a flat plane that's not moving within like a contained system. And yeah, all different cultures all over the world that apparently didn't have communication with each other all came up with the same thing, right? A flat, stationary, enclosed system.
Yeah.
And then about 2,000 years ago, apparently, there was some Greek guys like Pythagoras, and people like that who first suggested that the Earth was a globe, and it wasn't based on any experiments that they did. It was just based on philosophical reasoning, basically. And they thought that spheres were the most perfect shape. And they kind of worship spheres. Pythagoras and his cult kind of worship spheres, and they thought, because spheres are the most divine shape, the Earth must be a sphere. And then, it didn't really catch on, right? Because most people were flat earthers back then. So they were the first people apparently to suggest that the Earth was a sphere.
Oh,
and then it wasn't until much more recently in history, I think it was about 500 years ago or something like that. That was when it fully caught on, right? And the Jesuits went around the world pushing the heliocentric model. And they basically went on like a crusade around the world, pushing, telling people, the Earth's a sphere, this is how it works, heliocentric. Yeah, but no one ever went out and actually measured any curvature. Yeah, it's interesting when you look into how the globe became a thing. Yeah, if you have a look in the side chat, old dude posted some of the depictions that I was talking about. Got the Norse, the Hebrew, the Mayans, Navajo, Japanese, Sumerians, Incan, Egyptian, Hindu. Yeah, all the ancient cultures had a very similar idea of this system that we live in.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Indio?
So I heard you talking to this guy about a 10-mile observation and how they're supposed to be 66 feet of drop. I actually have almost exactly 10 miles. A little fishing boat 10 miles away that you can see sailing on the top of the water. So let me get my shit together. I'll present it.
Awesome.
And to answer your first question, Indio, that will be the sky is up. You asked what's up, so yeah, the sky.
Did anyone call me?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Sky.
Yeah, what's
His
up?
name's.
Sorry,
We were
I thought
talking
you were
about the sky.
The sky. Yeah, sorry. What's up?
What's up? That will be you.
Well, he's actually down on the list.
Yeah.
Jamsy.
Yeah, I'm up.
Down below you. He's below you.
Below
This guy
me
is
is
down there, like down near the bottom.
Below me is Sheol. There's hell.
Now below you is Ka.
But yeah, sorry. What was the actual question though?
No, someone asked the same question you asked. Someone asked, "What's up?" And I replied, "The sky." And then you reply, "Oh,
yeah,
someone said my
but-
name or something."
Yeah. Because that's what I heard, but I thought maybe I heard wrong, and someone was just calling me, so I got confused there.
All right, Indio is back to whatever he was gonna post, right?
No,
Indio?
I'm not back. Give me a second.
Just killing the air.
I
Well,
love
you
that
get your
Dempsey's
stuff.
still on his Xbox. That's so dope.
Yeah, I just got in the house
Transfer
and
the
I'm
console.
gonna chill for a while.
Yeah, transfer the console and just sit it out. That's the way.
Yeah, the connection in the console is pretty decent, and the sound and the headsets are comfy. So
Can you see the side chat and stuff, Jamsy?
not the side chat. No. Yeah, I'll save my brain from the brain rots in the side chats. Saving memory space.
All right, I'm good. So I'm gonna be posting like 4 different things. Can people just like refrain from posting anything for a second? So I'm gonna post a boat. You'll be able to see it sailing like in front of the horizon. You can see the waves splashing up on the hull. This boat is like I think 10.6 miles from the camera. I'll post all the mathematics. I'll post the position of the boat and all that stuff. So how we know where the boat is, there's a website called marinetraffic.com, which will give you the coordinates of and a picture of what the boat looks like. So you can easily verify that this is the same boat. Okay, so that's a give in just a clipped MP4 in case you want it that way. And there's the boat at the bottom. It has the coordinates of the boat at the bottom of this screenshot. Here's Google Cylinder. I mean Google Earth. So that's the position of the boat on Google Cylinder. That red circle, that's where the horizon should be, according to the globe mathematics. Oh, we have a parrot saying refraction. Oh, so that's funny that you said that because you're cooked. You made a big mistake. So here's a buoy. See that? See the buoy? And here is, and there's the air and water temperature. They're within less than 1 degree of each other. So you can forget about any refraction because there is no mixing. The air is mixed, right? There is no what you would call heat flux, meaning the temperature isn't going from from the water to the air or the air to the water. It's at equilibrium. So yeah, you're gonna have to try again on that. Okay, if you think I wasn't there, and that's the wrong time, I took a picture of the clock too because you have to be like ridiculously freaking thorough with globe earthers, the super fucking skeptics about everything but the globe. Got to take a picture of everything. I even have to take a camera to take a picture of the freaking camera because you guys are ridiculous. So now I'll post them.
And you're using infrared as well.
That's 950 nanometer infrared.
So that so you got the water temperature, the air temperature similar, and infrared. That's freaking awesome.
Dude, I like planned this for like 2 weeks. It's very rare that the water temperature and air temperature are the same. Like only a couple times a year it even happens. So, and then there's the mathematics. That boat should be 20 feet under the horizon, but it's obviously in front of the horizon. And the horizon's at least 10 times or 2 times farther than what it should be. So, like he was saying, if you look at this, the surveyor drop at 10.6 miles is 74 feet. That means that boat from eye level should be dropped down 74 feet. And the horizon, if it was dropped down, the boat should be blocked by 19. It should be 19 foot of the boat should be missing behind the horizon cutoff. So yeah, I did this on the 18th. I actually have a post on Twitter, like from the same observation of like a lighthouse and another boat, which you can barely see because the boat's only has like a 4 foot water height above the water because it's like a speedboat. Yeah, so hold on, I'll post the lighthouse. Why not? I'm here. Let's freaking do it. Let's do it. Now, I took a flight the other day into Boston because I was away, and I got lucky and actually got the flight path and took a picture of this same freaking lighthouse from about 2,000 feet. Yeah, so says who laid it out. DJ laid it out. The surface of the water of the Earth should be curving, and all measurements show it's not.
I love this observation. Awesome.
It was difficult. It was frickin' freezing, man. I'm telling you. I was freezing. I can't even tell you how cold I was because it was super windy.
Oh, yeah. 45 degrees and windy. That's gotta suck.
Yeah, it was like 16 knots or something, which is like 20 mile per hour. And it was like constant. You know, the ocean is where the breeze is doesn't let up. And like, you can't operate a P1000 with gloves on. That's just not even possible. So yeah, it was rough, but I was determined. I think I started planning this. I started looking at the weather. I had like a window of like 3 days I could do it. And I'm like, freaking first day it was like snowing or raining, and then the next day I could have went, but the day after that was saying that was like the water temperature and air temperature would be almost the same. So it was about when I headed there, it was about a 6 degree difference. But after I got there and set up, because I was taking screenshots of the buoy, like every 15, 20 minutes. but then by the time I set up and got all this, it was like the difference was like less than a degree. So I'm like, hell yeah, got lucky. And then the plane, dude, I'm like, I'm on the plane, and I'm like, that's a fucking lighthouse. I was taking a video up down there. So I took a picture of it. Because it's like the only runway that even faces in that direction. They have to like fly out over the ocean and then fly back into Logan Airport. But normally they just run like parallel to the coast. So it only like I just got so lucky that they happened to land on that runway. So I don't know who you were talking to, but this is the stuff we're talking about. Now we go out, we do an observation, we test the goal of mathematics to say there's supposed to be curvature of a certain rate, and it's just not there. It's just never there. Now, knowing this, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to, so we have observations on one hand, and we have a bunch of people that, when questioned, don't know how they know the Earth is a globe, but they know it's a globe. Are we supposed to go with them? People that don't actually know anything and have never done any tests and have never done any observations, and the best they can do is like, I watch TV and saw pictures from space. Well, I didn't watch TV. I went out and observed what the Earth is, and I'm going with that. I'm not going with the television set. We know how that went in 2020, man.
Yeah, I just put it into the Earth curve calculator with the refraction slider. had to max it out, and even with it maxed out, there should still be like 12.9 foot hidden or something.
Yeah, I got another. I'll show you the other boat. This isn't so good because you can't really see the boat. You can just see a shimmer, but it's this thing. No, I'll show. I'll post a picture of the boat, like where it is. That's this little thing.
The only thing I can see them picking on is how do we know the camera height?
It can't be. Well, I mean, Google Earth says it's 15 feet, and then I added added a couple of feet because I was on top of a picnic table.
Nice.
That looks about right.
I was gonna say 12 feet because I've been to that exact same spot in the. I know where you did that.
Yeah, I know you know, bro. I know you know. Yeah, it's like 15 feet above sea level, dude. I mean,
yeah. This is a pretty good observation. Good thing that you have all the variables in there. Pretty cool, dude.
You know, I was thinking,
this is one
like,
of the top.
We should come up with a checklist, dude. Like an actual like best practices checklist of like what should be included in an observation, right? If it can be done, right? Air, water temperature, humidity, wind, right? Time of day, maybe tide height, stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Definitely important. Yeah, this is awesome.
Look how small that boat is, DJ. Look how tiny that boat is. How like its height above the water. It's like not even. It's barely as high as a pickup truck top. So in that video, you can see that shimmer. That's that boat. So I got the thing for it. Hold on. Is that it? Yeah. I think this is it. Yeah.
Wow, that's nice.
This is its position. So It's about 8 miles, I think it was. 7.3 miles. I also got some other stuff because I took about 2 minutes of video and I got some other stuff. I haven't been able to like parse it out, but I definitely have like buoys in the water. Like they have navigational buoys that are like, because there's a shipping lane, right? And at the it's like a road, so so on each side of the shipping lane there's buoys, and all those buoys are supposed to be past like the horizon. Like I shouldn't even see them, and I see like dozens of them. So yeah, another nail in the coffin, dude. I don't even know how many nails are in there at this point. Now, says you said, what about wind refraction? There was some turbulence from the wind that I got in other clips I have, but you can see that it's going left to right, or right to left rather. You can see basically the wind blowing, like the turbulence, but instead of it being like a turbulence, like a hot road, it's basically going left to right. It's pretty easy to distinguish it.
Well, I'm glad you covered that because I was just talking shit.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, wind does cause like turbulence and stuff. It causes turbulent effects, but this was just left to right. I mean, I guess you could make a plausible argument if it was like going away or toward you or something, that your direction. You know what I mean? If it was just, I guess. That would
I think
be
if anything, a strong wind like that is just going to cause spray near the surface, and that's going to make it even worse. You shouldn't even see as far.
Yeah. I'll pull up.
Yeah, that's true.
So I just uploaded an infrared, but instead of the black and white, it's the it comes out purple. If you I turned it to monochrome after this, so this is like magenta or something. But anyway, you can see the wind like turbulence going like right to left easily. Doug, yes, I did take into account Grover's feelings, and that's why I did it, to hurt them. Dude, Setsu, I really, really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, man, I've saved all of that into a channel in the server, so I'll be presenting that one quite often. That's a great one. I love it.
Especially because it's right to 10 miles, and we always talk about 10 miles, 66 feet. So that's just like really convenient. When he said that, I'm like, oh shit, that thing I did, it's 10 miles. I'm like, we actually have an example now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's, they can't whine about refraction for this one either. They will, but they shouldn't.
They'll say something like, there's always refraction.
Yeah, or their argument.
And that means there's never a geometric horizon, ever.
Yeah, their argument for this one will be, what about eclipses?
Yeah, where's the edge?
I like how you can see the turbulence moving in a direction, though I haven't paid attention to that before. It's a really good example.
Yeah, I got really, I mean, other than the pain I suffered, I got lucky. Dude, like, listen, I'm very weather don't bother me. It's true. I mean, like, seriously, weather really doesn't bother me, but that shit was cold. I actually, like, when I finished, I like went into a coffee shop and like warmed up. That's like unheard of, man. Usually I just do my thing. and just tough it out. But I was like, damn, I'm cold. I need to fucking take a break from this shit.
Yeah, it's cold on the water when there's a strong wind.
Yeah, there's like no hiding from it. Like there's no. The thing about the breeze is it was like constant, like it was a fan. You know what I mean? It wasn't like there was no gusts. It was just like you were like in front of a fan that was just blowing at 23 miles per hour or whatever it was. I also got this from the plane. I just thought it was interesting. I don't really know what to make of it. Like the light coming through the clouds like that. It's just kind of cool. Because they're always like perspective. Like, where's the perspective in this? Like, I'm not seeing it, bro. The perspective rays. So that ship in the purple video, I'll show you. That ship has been anchored out there for like a month, more than a month. It's anchored about 13 miles off the maybe it was 17. It's out there. I also got a picture of that from the airplane. That is let me see. That is this ship here. That's that ship right there. Dude, because I went on the 18th and I flew in on the 28th, and I'm like, I'm just like the plane's landed, and I'm just fucking look out the window. Like, there's a fucking ship I took pictures of 10 days ago. And then I look and I see the lighthouse. I'm like, son of a bitch. So there's another thing I could see from the airplane. It's called the Bourne Bridge or the Sagamore Bridge. There's two of them. They cross the Cape Cod Canal. They're about 50 miles away. I could easily see the road deck. So even with trees in the way, I could see the road deck because they're pretty high. I didn't get a picture of that though, and it didn't come out because I was just taking these with a phone. I think Globe Earthers like they really don't fathom how far like these boats are out there. Like, I think they think like they're like a lot closer. 10 miles is pretty far away. I mean, think about how long it takes to walk 10 miles.
All right. Captain Refractio at your service, my friend. Okay, so yeah, like what Yoda just said, the Eratosthenes test is just based on pre-assumptions. Okay, so you could do the same thing on your flat floor inside your house. Okay, you could put one stick under the light directly. It's not going to have a shadow. And then you could put another stick further away from that stick on the side of the room, and it's going to cast a shadow. Okay, obviously, the floor doesn't have to be curving for that effect to happen. It's just because as the light diverges out from the source, it's going to cast a shadow as things are further away from it due to the angle. Okay, so it's not something that's necessary to have a curved surface. Okay, it's based on what type of assumptions need to be made, and obviously in your house the floor is flat, right? So we know that the light will diverge out in all directions from the source. Okay, so Eratosthenes made two assumptions. that light rays come in perfectly parallel, which has never been observed or validated. And he also made an assumption that the Earth was a globe. He wasn't trying to work out if the Earth was flat or a globe. He already assumed that the Earth was a globe, and he assumed that in his mathematics. So, in fact, the Chinese did the same thing at around the same time, and they concluded that the Earth was flat. But they also made a bunch of assumptions, right? They assumed a flat Earth with a local sun, closer sun, with diverging rays, and they concluded that the Earth was flat. Both of those methodologies have assumptions. Even the mainstream will admit that it's inconclusive based on the assumptions that were made. So glad we could clear that one up. And an event has now been started.
Great, I'm back just in time.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, now I have to drive back home.
Ah, the store must be pretty damn close.
I could walk here from my house. Yeah, and that's what's so dangerous.
Awesome. Yeah, so we just cleared up Eratosthenes. It's
oh, good.
It's concluded to be invalid due to assumptions that were made.
Yeah, the geometry is actually really interesting because there's a geometric equivalent between a flat Earth and a globe Earth, depending. So the funny thing is about the globe Earth interpretation is they still need a flat surface somewhere. And what I mean by that is in order to assume that the light rays are parallel, they have to put the flat surface up in the sky where the sun is. The sun has to be providing that flat surface for parallel rays. So they can't get around the flat surface part no matter what they do. It's just that they take the flat Earth that we actually see and they transliterate the geometry to put it up with the sun where you can't really see or detect, or you can't go there to find out what the surface is. And that's how they preserve the geometry. The flat surface must exist somewhere. So the flat surface emanating parallel rays from the sun bathe a globe Earth. And so what causes the apparent diverging rays on a globe Earth is the sun's distance and the curving surface. But on a flat Earth, you've got just diverging rays from a point source in the sky basking a flat Earth in light. And what's really interesting is you can ask yourself, which of these two, just based off of these two claims, which of these two comport with how we actually observe the world? Are we observing parallel rays? No. We actually observe diverging rays. We have to in order to get different angle measurements. So why would you assume, not knowing anything else, why would you assume that those rays are parallel when you measure diverging rays in the first instance? Well, that's because if you believe you live on a globe, you're going to need parallel rays to a curving surface. So it's like, okay, so let's measure the surface itself. Where's the curve? Because if the surface is curved, then we're going to have a stronger case for parallel rays. So we try to measure the surface, right? And we can't measure curvature anywhere. So we see diverging rays. We can't measure globe curvature. Why do we assume parallel rays on a curving surface? It's like, no, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't comport with reality. But the geometry is invariant between the two. The tiebreaker, and choosing which one of these two sets of geometries are correct, the tiebreaker is going to be what you measure in reality. We don't measure a curving surface, folks. We don't measure parallel rays either.
So why do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Well, because we measure the Earth flat, we use it flat, we observe it to be flat, and nobody can experience it any other way, no matter what they do.
If you're there, like man, if you wanna measure the Earth's curvature with lasers, just point one, like at 4.8 kilometers away, and place another piece of sheet over there, like with the same height and the hole at the same place, you will see that the laser won't strike at the exact point. It would be off by a couple like it would be off by like half a centimeter.
You mean if Earth is a globe?
Earth is a globe. That's why it is half by like that's why it is off by 1.5 centimeters. You can try it.
Well, in the demonstration you're referencing, which is a mockumentary called Behind the Curve. It's on Netflix, by the way. They didn't use a laser, first off, and second off, the height adjustments didn't even comport to the globe geometry. And third, because they used a flashlight, every hole that was used in the path of the light became a new source of light, effectively. This is called Huygens' principle.
Okay, so like according to you, how does the gravity work?
What do you mean, how does gravity work? How does gravity work on a globe?
On a flat Earth, it isn't possible, man. If Earth is flat, where's the edge? Like, where is
Why
it?
does there have to be an edge if it measures flat?
So you mean there is no edge, so it is infinite?
I don't know if it is. And it doesn't matter. For the sake of measuring the Earth, we measure it
So
flat.
what? Okay, you're
Yeah.
saying the flat. Yeah, I know, Aisha. Okay, so you believe the Earth is flat, or you are like saying that you know the Earth is flat?
No, we measured it flat. We measured it flat.
Yeah.
With lasers.
What do you mean we? Like you measured it flat with laser?
We as our community, 24/7 Flat Earth, our members have performed laser tests. We've also performed other kinds of tests.
And sorry, what about all the NASA stuff? So, like NASA and all the space agency are spending billions and billions of dollars sending people to space, spacecraft every year, and all the math computation we get from those tells us about around Earth. So why? I don't know. Why do you
what's so
believe the Earth
frustrating,
is
right?
flat?
Yeah, this is what's so frustrating, bro. Okay, so NASA presents us a globe. They explain that their technology uses a globe, so we go out and fact check them. We measure the Earth directly, and we can't find the curvature that they show us. What are we supposed to do?
Which type of test are you conducting to say so? Because NASA has done plenty of, well, in first place, photos we get from the outside of the Earth. Even if you send like a balloon so high, you can see the curvature of the Earth. More than a visual proof, I don't know what we need
but
of.
we
Maybe
use high precision lasers with differential GPS aiming devices. And we also use infrared optics from high altitude
Okay.
balloons and from airplanes.
Okay, and what are you exactly doing? Because the first thing I could think about is just, as the guys probably said, to take a laser, point it from a source to a receiver, and see if on long distances the laser gets like a slight offset. I don't know how to say it.
Right. Well, this is exactly what we've done. And our community also has used more sophisticated means than just one laser. We've used multiple laser beams with different optical frequencies. And we pan the lasers horizontally left and right to hit multiple targets. And we can't measure curvature that way either.
Yeah, on which distance parameter? So we are talking about meters, kilometers.
A couple dozen kilometers.
I see.
Up to 40 kilometers. A test was done over 40 kilometers, and there should have been about 90 foot of Earth curvature that should have been obstructing the laser from hitting the target. So that you basically, if you were 40 kilometers away, you should have seen the laser about 90 meters up into the air, but the laser actually hit the target.
And this study is published somewhere. So, like, I'm talking about peer review or.
No, it's not been peer reviewed necessarily. Okay. So because that's due to the mainstream, right? Peer review would be according to the mainstream. This is a team of field engineers. Okay, and the field engineers went out with about a $30,000 laser, a bunch of weather stations, a whole bunch of equipment, and they did a whole series of laser tests over the surface of the water. Okay, the furthest one was 40 kilometers, and each time the laser hit the target, where it should have been off by hundreds of feet. Okay, 92 meters, I think. So
and this study is published where? Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to post it for you. I'm going to post it for you now. So they have a 1 hour long video showing the entire process from start to finish. And they also have a 180-page PDF document going over all of the technical specifications that were present during the test. So I'll just post it for you and you can have a look at it. But we do have less technical and equally as effective tests that we can show you just to give you an idea of what we're talking about as well. But I will post the technical test that I was just talking about right now. So just give me a second.
Just to take a look at it.
It's called Field Engineers Corps. That's the group of people. That's what they call themselves, Field Engineers Corps. Okay, so I've got the video and the link to the PDF document just here.
Yep, and that's just one. And we've got many, many, many more examples. And here's what's also frustrating. We are looking for the same kind of demonstrations from NASA, from the government, from universities to measure curvature of the Earth. And nobody's able to present anything like this that's ever been done.
Wait, but just using induction. So we observe the universe and we see all other planets being round, like spheres. So we see...
That's not inductive.
Well, you see something, then n+1, you see another planet that's round, and you go on like that. That's a method that works in science, physics. We use induction. And so you start observing the sun is round, Saturn is round, Uranus is round, Pluto is round. Why there should be flat?
Let me explain why this is not inductive so far. Because you are assuming as a conclusion that Earth is a celestial object. None of us in here as flat earthers accept that Earth is a celestial object. Why? Because Earth bears absolutely nothing in common with any of those celestial objects. Listen, flat Earth is not a space pizza. We don't believe Earth is a planet that is embedded within outer space. Flat Earth is the basement of the universe. This is the floor. This is the foundation of creation.
Okay, I don't understand that. So it should be infinite? I don't...
Well,
in which sense?
The flat Earth may extend for a very long way, maybe infinite, I don't know. However, there is a limit to our experience. That limit is defined by the gas pressure that we're breathing. We exist within a limited pressurized environment. Gas pressure.
And what about all the... Yeah, but what all the the fact that if you start from a point and you start straight, at the end you will get back to that point. That is the most basic example of a sphere. Well, if you are on a sphere and you pinpoint a point, then from there you start going straight. You are walking on the outside of the sphere, and so eventually, if you set the route correctly, you will get back to the point from where you started. And it's a thing. It's super easy to do. on Earth.
No, it's not.
America was discovered that way. So why not?
No. So yes, I understand the geometry. For the kids listening, what you're describing is a spherical manifold that has a looping surface.
Yeah.
And the looping is defined by the radius.
Yes.
So the periodicity of your loop is defined by the radius. This is how a great circle distance, or the circumference, is calculated. The problem is nobody's measuring curvature, number one. And number two, nobody's been able to demonstrate that there is a circumference that is looping in the manner that you think. If I were to take a gyroscope and spin it up, and the flywheel is turning and turning and turning, if I lived on a curving ball and I were to take a great circle route, I would be going in one direction, and the gyroscope should start to rotate as if I'm going underneath it. Nobody's ever been able to demonstrate that that's the case at all, ever.
But just make it simple. Think about, I don't know, Christopher Columbus started from Europe, got to America, but if he proceeded on that route, he will be eventually getting back to Europe. I don't know, airplanes do that. They start from Shanghai airport, they do all the flight of this sphere that Earth is, and they eventually get back to Shanghai.
Yeah, well, what you're describing can be done on a flat surface, my friend.
Oh, yeah,
definitely. Going in a gigantic circle.
Why should airplane, or I don't know, the entire world fake spheric Earth? Just for which purpose?
Well, I think people believe that the Earth is a globe so much that they will take physical measurements and cram it into the globe.
But it's not
into a spherical coordinate system.
Yeah, and that's what's at play. It's a spherical coordinate system that was developed from sky observations at night.
Okay, but I'm just thinking about, I don't know, going back with history, about ancient Greek measuring shadows from Egypt on the Nile. I don't remember the exact name of the ancient Greek mathematician. Yes. He did so, we can do so, and that is one of the best and most simple proof we have that Earth is a sphere.
Trying to prove? What was he trying to prove with the test?
He was trying to calculate the radius of Earth. So if Earth has a radius,
he already
it is a circle, it is a sphere.
Yeah, so he already pre-assumed that the Earth is a sphere.
Did you know
that was
China,
his ideas?
In China, at the same time as Eratosthenes, there's a Chinese astronomer who did the same thing as Eratosthenes and confirmed that the Earth is flat.
Sorry, what is his name? I don't know anything about it.
I can post some information for you.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Ready. Yeah, ready to go. So have a look in the side chat. There's a whole PDF to go along with what Yoda is going to tell you about.
So I have a quote from another document related to this. I'll post that too. Chinese astronomers developed a very ingenious flat Earth cosmological system called Gaitia. The sun rotates, has its counterpart on Earth right underneath it in the subpolar point. The circles described by the sun also have their counterparts on Earth. This means that the tropics and the equator are not only circles in the flat sky, but also circles on the flat Earth. The horizon where the heaven and earth seem to meet each other is an optical illusion. In Gaitian, that's what it is, Gaitian, I left out the N. In Gaitian reality, earth and heaven are two planes at a certain distance from each other. Accordingly, the phenomena of sunrise and sunset are optical illusions as well. In reality, the sun does not set but disappears out of sight, just like a man with a torch walking away from us. So there must be some gradual decline by which the sun is seen lowering and attaining the horizon, although in the Gaitian reality, it is always the same distance from the surface of the Earth.
Can you please post that quote in the side chat? Because I would like to steal it from you.
Yep, you got it. And I've got the source document.
Oh, excellent.
Yep, so here we go. All right, so there's a Chinese Eratosthenes, and he performed a very similar test using shadows in the sun. And because they already believed in Gaitian and or flat Earth, the geometry affirmed their flat Earth cosmology. And they remained flat earthers until Roman Catholic Jesuit missionaries spoke to the emperor and brought them a globe. They should have stayed flat earthers. Yep, I don't speak Mandarin or anything, so my apologies for butchering the language. Yep, so
Who
for
were
the
chatting
listener,
to? Was that Puelpo?
I thought so.
Yeah, Puelpo. What do you think about that?
Reading the document, just a second.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, man. Take your time. Take your time. Don't rush.
So from the document, A Chinese Eratosthenes of the Flat Earth, a study of a fragment of cosmology. I have a quote. Eratosthenes had two hypotheses of considerable predictive power, despite the fact that he would have found some difficulty in justifying them. First, the Earth is spherical. Second, the Sun is, for practical purposes, at an infinite distance, so that its rays reach the Earth sensibly parallel. As it will appear, the Chinese author believed neither of these things. The lack of instances of arguments for a spherical Earth is, of course, compounded by the lack of instances of any counter-argument at all. The flat Earth remained unquestioned. This situation persisted until well into the 17th century, as can be seen from a letter of the Jesuit missionary Ritchie, written in the year 1595. He notes that the Chinese say the Earth is flat and square, and the sky is a round canopy. They did not succeed in conceiving the possibility of the antipodes, the text of which the translation now follows also naturally assumes a flat Earth. I think it will become evident, however, that it cannot be classed. I'll post that quote as well. And it doesn't end there. We've got some more information to share regarding that. So there's a mathematics department, I think in Washington, Washington State. Let me go find that. As well as a quote from a university in Pennsylvania. Let me go. Give me just a moment while I go through this. I got plenty of quotes actually. So let's see which one to go first. From the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, North Carolina. This is from a journal regarding Eratosthenes. However, his observations would have led him to a very different conclusion if he had used another set of presuppositions in interpreting his observations. So, yes, the other interpretation would include a flat Earth with diverging rays from a point source. It continues, scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses. So to the earlier point regarding inductive logic, induction, yes, we use induction to build a hypothesis. but then it's tested deductively through experimentation. And that's how you prove or falsify your hypothesis. HO or HA. And this is also the problem of induction. Induction itself cannot prove anything definitively for the reason that was stated here. There could be other possibilities, other viable hypotheses. And our lack of creative ability does not negate the fact that other potentials may exist. So the problem of induction is we have just arrived at a conclusion, potentially, by one path, but that doesn't mean that there are other paths that can be taken to arrive at the same conclusion. And what happens if these two paths are based off of presuppositions that contradict each other, and only one of them must be true? Well, deductive logic will prove that out.
Excellent information. Can you post what you just went over, man, as well, please?
Sure. I've got some more. I love this topic so much that I've got a whole resource.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really great information.
Okay, this comes from oc.nps.edu. I wonder what that is. I forgot which one that is. nps.edu. Anyway, I'll post this too. But the quote is, Eratosthenes had observed that on that day of the summer solstice, the midday sun shone to the bottom of a well in the town of Syene. Today that's called Aswan. In figure 1. At the same time, he observed the sun was not directly overhead at Alexandria. It is remarkable that such accuracy was obtained in the view of the fact that most of the known facts and his observations were incorrect.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How do we know Aswan is modern day Syene?
Due to linguistics. You know how in some languages you call the same city two different things, two different words? You know how like in English we butcher foreign words all the time, like holy crap, for crying out loud, we call people from the Netherlands Dutch, which is supposed to come from Deutsch, which means German. That doesn't mean they're from the Netherlands. So
I suppose, but Aswan and Syene don't sound the same.
No, they don't.
And, to me, like Syene,
Dutch and
right?
Netherlandish don't sound the same either.
Isn't it Holland?
Yeah, or Hollandish.
Syene and Cayenne, they sound the same though.
Yeah. These lands were conquered by different people too over time. So you had the Hellenistic Greeks that came in and whooped up on some of the barbaric tribes, some Egyptians, who themselves were interbred with Babylonians from before that. And then from the Greeks, you also had the Roman-Greek Civil War, in which the Romans moved in. And then a few hundred years later, you had the Muslim tribes move into northern Africa and take over. And so you have a total like confluence of different languages and cultures dumping in. You're going to get a lot of cities that are renamed different things, or cities that are said different ways because people hear the word in their own language and say it wrong and spell it wrong. That this kind of thing happens. So yeah, I mean, it's not unusual. Okay, next. This is from astronomy.org. Eratosthenes assumed that Earth is a sphere and that the solar rays are parallel when they reach Earth, right? That's one of the foundational assumptions. That's an assumption. More, this is from MAA.org. Eratosthenes' assumptions. 1, that Alexandria and Syene lie on the same meridian. Well, that's false, according to today. Number 2, that light rays from the sun which strike the Earth are parallel. That's an assumption that has not been proven. Number 3, that the distance between Alexandria and Syene is 5,000 stadies. Well, how long is a stady? Nobody really knows, because back in the time of Eratosthenes, stadies were not a uniform length of measurement. Stadies were counted out by people walking. Furthermore, number 4, that the angle formed by the shadow of the staff in Alexandria at the summer solstice is equal to 1/50th of a circle. Boy, that's baking in your conclusion to your supposition, isn't it? And number 5, that Earth is a sphere. Yeah, that follows from number 4. Eratosthenes analyzed the observations with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere and the sun is very far away. All right, let me post that one too.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, thanks for posting that. I'll definitely take that. If you could you read out the screenshot that I just posted as well?
Absolutely, yes. We do have a listening audience. Okay, Captain Refractio posted a screenshot. It says this: I conclude with a remark on a method for measuring large distances, which is often recalled in the context of Eratosthenes' measurement. In most of the popular accounts, we read that the distance between Alexandria and Syene was reported to Eratosthenes by a bimetist. That's a strange word, but this is a man trained to keep a regular pace when marching and to record the number of steps between places. Oh, today I learned that that's a bimetist. The use of bimetists is often presented as the usual method for measuring large distances in the Greek world. Yes, this includes the Hellenistic era of northern Africa, Egypt. But a search of the Thesaurus Linguae Graecae has yielded the result that the word bimetist is attested only once in the entire corpus of Greek literature. And a passage concerning the method used for measuring the distances traveled by the army during the campaign of Alexander the Great, in circumstances in which surveying was hardly practicable. Fascinating. All right, did I post my thing earlier just now? Yes,
Just now, yeah, you did. Yeah, excellent.
Great. From DIO, the International Journal of Scientific History. So Eratosthenes was pretending that the sun was 12 times smaller than the Earth. Eratosthenes' experiment was just an indoor theoretical exercise. That's a great journal, by the way, DIO. Ah, crap. There we go. Okay, let me copy and paste DIO. I've got plenty more where this came from, folks. Gosh.
Sorry, can you go into just a little bit more about that one? So Eratosthenes was pretending that the sun was 12 times smaller than the Earth?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
And the experiment was just an indoor theoretical exercise?
Yeah, so it's interesting and this is based off of a reading of original source material. And what is the original source material but third-hand tertiary accounts that refer to secondary accounts that refer to direct first-hand accounts? We do not have the original first-hand account from Eratosthenes anywhere. There's a reference to Eratosthenes by Cleomedes, which is often used as is the furthest upstream of all the sources. And he was said to be a librarian of Alexandria, and this is one of the things he did. But even in the ancient world, I don't think that the ancient world regarded Eratosthenes' experiment as something that was actually done. Rather, it was a thought experiment that you could do this. And this is one way that you could show that Earth is a globe if you could pretend that you can do this.
So,
and the story has
well, hold on one second, because that's crazy. So there's absolutely, like, Eratosthenes didn't write any of this down, and we don't have Eratosthenes' writings of his results of the so-called experiment.
Right.
That's literally the first result when you type in who was the first person to measure the Earth to be a globe.
Right. And that's exactly right. And they say, well, of course it was Eratosthenes. And yes, no primary source documents exist of his, not a single one. We don't even know if he was a real guy, and if so, when he actually lived, outside of, I think, Cleomedes' account.
It's interesting, they actually say something similar about Pythagoras.
Yeah, Pythagoras. The guy who practically invented all of geometry and maps and everything. Yeah, one guy developed all of this scientific, technical understanding rather of the known world and geometry and math.
Sorry, why not? At this time, nothing of what he invented was known. So it makes sense that a great philosopher like him would come up with these ideas, formalize them, and get them to our time so we can call all those set of things by his name.
Are you talking about Pythagoras?
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. I mean, look, just quickly. Okay, so here's Dr. Piers Bursill Hall from the University of Cambridge talking about how most of what we're told about Pythagoras isn't true. Okay, this is a mainstream history professor from Cambridge. Okay, so I've posted the information in the side chat there. But yeah, most of what we're taught at school about Pythagoras is absolutely false information. In fact, once you actually have a deep dive into Pythagoras and the cult of Pythagoras and the Pythagoreans, you'll find the story is very different to what we've been told by the mainstream. But yeah, here's a historian from Cambridge in the side chat who literally says most of what we've been told about Pythagoras is absolutely false.
It was kind of common back then for the Greeks to invent characters that were composites of multiple people over a long period of time, distilling them into one archetype, one person, a persona, a mask.
So is it maybe fair to say that they lacked what we would refer to as a corporate or institutional identity? So they would often, as a project throughout antiquity, generate, say, a pseudonym that would encompass, say, 2 or 3 people in a particular project.
Yeah, and I think it was actually understood by the people at the time that they were doing this, that they were incorporating a body, an idea, to represent that corpus of knowledge. And this makes sense, especially given the curious explosion of the Greek era that took place after the second fall of Babylon. You had all these Babylonians getting run out by the Persian Medes and settling west and heading west, and they came into Europe. They came in through the Bosphorus, and they brought their arts and sciences with them, and they taught people things that lived there, and they tried to rebuild civilization. And then that's kind of where the Greeks inherited much of their knowledge from the Babylonians and the Egyptians. And so how would a proud people trace their heritage back, and how would you encapsulate a corpus of knowledge? I mean, you could do it very easily by encrypting it into one persona. Pythagoras is responsible for this, this, and this, and this. Eratosthenes is responsible for this, 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 and this. And so anytime you use these words, Pythagorean, or invoke Eratosthenes, you immediately can recall the corpus of work that's associated with these personas. This was not unusual for their culture at the time to do this. And I personally don't think that the people at the time believed that these people were real figures.
There's next to no evidence that they actually were real figures. And the historian in the video I posted, he does explain that as well. He said he said they probably did exist in some sense, but everything that's claimed that they said, that's not able to be determined as true at all.
True. I don't think this practice stopped, by the way.
So I'll give you a good example. is the various painters who, even up till recent time, that came out with various paintings, and then they say, oh, then there's this big expose. This painter didn't actually paint this. His assistant painted it. It's like,
Right.
well, maybe, okay, that certainly is true, but that's clickbait, because at the end of the day, you didn't really have, say, the Art Conservatory of North America. And so what you had was you would have a certain painter's name attached to the studio, and anything that came out of that studio was just by the name of that painter, and probably very few of the art that came out of there. So would you
Great
call it if
analogy.
you supervised it and directed it?
Great analogy. I love it. Yeah. So what was Pythagorean was anything that came out of the Pythagorean cult. Whatever remarkable insights or discoveries that corpus, that people brought forth, was considered Pythagorean, and that was attributed to Pythagoras himself, the father of all the information that flowed.
And I'll give you another one. If you go back a little further in history, you and I will take opposite sides of this, and that's okay. But the blessed Martin Luther, there
He
still
would have
works
been
of Martin
Byzantine
Luther.
if he was able to write letters to the Byzantines.
No, he published so many books that there's still, from when he died back in the 1500s, there's still books that are in that old German, Heiligen Deutsch, that have not been translated to English.
Right.
So, so there's no way that one man could have been that prolific. I know a pastor who has a collection that at that time it was all his all the translated works. I don't know if that collection was from the 60s or the 50s, but it was a collection that was given him, and it takes 2 bookcases.
Yeah. Yeah.
How does one man?
How about Isaac Newton is maybe a more on point example. Isaac Newton. Isaac freaking Newton. Most known for his theory of gravitation and the Newton's laws of motion. And what is he actually interested in but alchemy and reconstructing chronology, time, and history? He's got far greater works attributed to these 2 things than to the mathematics of the physical world relating to modern physics. He was an alchemist. He was an occultist, an astrologer.
And isn't it also Einstein that they admit that there's a work of his that was actually written by a student?
Yeah, or his wife who was like a real mathematician or something. Cousin wife. But yeah, I mean, he basically stole like Ampere's equations, and he stole Poincaré's cosmology, and he was like a freaking all-you-can-eat buffet of different ideas that he cherry-picked and glued together. Minkowski space, Lorentz fields, all this shit. And what he created was a sandbox from which all kinds of other modern cosmologies can be invented. If you ever played video games, you know how video games, some of them are considered open sandboxes. One of them is like Half-Life that turned into Gary's Mod, or the Unreal Engine, like a video game engine. You create the engine, you create the toolbox, and from there, all kinds of other inventions, all kinds of games and programs and simulations and models can be created. That's really what Einstein did for the world, was he created an open sandbox for people to imagine anything is possible and then apply mathematical rigor to it to lend it some credibility. But yeah, I mean, he's almost like a conglomeration of all kinds of ideas that preceded him. I'm pretty sure Eratosthenes is like an Einstein for the ancient world. And if you include with Einstein all the different 20 to 80 spin-offs of relativity and morphologies, just like with Eratosthenes, I mean, you can attribute so much more to him as well, and Pythagoras. So, yeah, I mean, this is what we do. People do this stuff, I guess, and it's not accurate, but here we are. Let's bring it back on point, though. So, Earth is flat. We measure it like that. We've got laser tests. We've got long-distance observations, both in the optical spectrum and infrared and microwave. Radio. The Earth behaves and appears as if it is flat. It's the craziest thing, folks. I know it's hard to accept. When we go to measure the Earth, the way we observe it, and can't find curvature no matter what we do, the only way to make the curvature exist is with our minds, by applying a model, a conceptual model of the Earth. And this is actually called an ellipsoid or a datum in geodesy, geodetic surveying, a datum. There's an entire field of surveying that is dedicated to this. They're dedicated to taking physical measurements of Earth, of a flat Earth, and they know it's a flat Earth. They call it that. They call it planar surveys. There's a field that takes planar surveys and mathematically bends them to the idea of a globe, a mathematical datum of a globe, an ellipsoid reference of a globe. They take physical measurements and they break them because they believe so truly that Earth is a globe that their measurements that they physically take have to be wrong somehow. There's no way I could be observing the Earth flat when I do a planar survey. I know Earth is a globe, so let me take these measurements and bend them a little bit within an error tolerance, and I can get a globe out of it. And guess what? If I run out of error tolerance, I create new error tolerances for me to bend it into.
Could I ask a question about
Sure.
the Earth being flat?
Yeah, Mikan, hello.
How would you explain why certain parts of the Earth are nighttime or dark, while others are lit up by the sun? If the Earth was flat, wouldn't the entire Earth be lit up if the sun was above the entire Earth?
Great question, and I understand where you're coming from, because that's one of the questions I used to have. What if the sun is actually not that big at all and provides local light only?
Right, so if it's very small, you're saying?
Yeah, and what if Earth is the floor of the universe?
Well, not the universe in the sense of the heliocentric model, right? But the floor of the system that we live in, essentially.
Yeah, it's a better way to put it. The Earth is the basement. The Earth is the ground, the floor, a flat plane. And we don't think there's anything underneath it. Because the further we dig, it gets hotter and hotter and denser and denser.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is the sun? I mean, the sun is the light in the sky. And it's like this. If you and I are sitting in the same room and there's a light on the ceiling, you stay under that light and I start walking away from it. The light gets lower and lower in my field of view. And if it's a big enough room, let's say it's a warehouse, a gigantic indoor warehouse, I keep walking away, that light is going to go further and further down towards the vanishing line of perspective.
Yeah.
And eventually, I won't see the light anymore because it's too far away.
Right.
Yeah,
okay,
sun is
so-
far away from the Earth.
Sorry, Manu, what was your question?
No, sir. You continue.
Okay. I don't think Earth is in outer space. I don't think flat Earth is a space pizza. If that makes sense to you, flat Earth is not a space pizza. people depict it this way. If you Google what is flat Earth, you're going to see a space pizza. That's not what we think, folks. That's pretty freaking hilarious. It makes fun of us, but we don't actually believe that that's the case at all.
Bro, if the Earth is flat, where does gravity
So
come
you're
from?
saying the sun only lights up certain sections of the Earth at
Because the light
once?
moves away and illumines the local area where that light is over. You can't see forever. The light doesn't push through the atmosphere forever. There is weather systems, right? You've got weather between you and the sun. The sun goes behind clouds. What if the sun is thousands of miles away and you've got thousands of miles of cloud that blocks out the sun? It gets dark.
Here's another example, just quickly. Okay, so even on like a clear summer day, and just say it's midday and the sun's directly above you, if you go just 200 meters down into the water, usually much less than that, but say 200 meters, okay, it's pitch black at 200 meters deep. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun at all. It's completely absorbed by the medium to the point where it's just pitch black. So the atmosphere acts similar. Obviously, it's not as dense as the water. It doesn't absorb it as the water does, but it's the same kind of logic, right? The same kind of thing happens.
Right, yeah, but it's each day at certain points in the day, it's on average there's roughly the same amount of light at that same place, provided there's no clouds in the way or anything like that. But
yeah, the atmosphere is full of water vapor. I mean, water absorbs electromagnetic radiation.
it's just hard to think like a light so far away from the Earth being able to somehow only light up certain sections of the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a light in a warehouse, dude.
Yeah, think about the example I just gave you with the sunlight in the ocean. I mean, just 200 meters down, right? They say the sun is like enormous compared to the Earth. Okay, and it's 93 million miles away, but just 200 meters down into the ocean, you can't even see the sun or any effect of the sun. No light whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how big of a difference water makes as opposed to just the standard atmosphere, though. Maybe the water.
Yeah, quite a bit, but there's also a bit of a difference. You know, as the sun moves away from you in the air. Like just say someone walks away from you with a flashlight, and they go to the next town. You know, obviously you're not going to be able to see the flashlight.
Yeah.
Manu, you're hot micing, bro.
Bro,
Manu,
what will happen
friend.
if you go to
Don't make me mute you, please. I don't want to do it.
How far away do you guys think the sun is from the Earth? Or is it kind of unknown?
It's unknown, fundamentally unknown.
Definitely.
You know, people have tried to triangulate the height of the sun. Not just flat earthers, but people do this. And every time they try to triangulate the height of the sun, they come up with a different value each and every time.
Yeah.
It's a mystery in that regard. Now, there could be some very complex optics at play. There could be an optical structure really high up there that is able to focus the light in a different position based off of where you are. There also could be other explanations in this. Where the globe, okay, people who believe in the globe, how they explain it is the light is parallel. Because the sun is so big, the surface of the sun is effectively flat. So the light that it emanates is parallel, And the Earth is so tiny and so circular, depending where you're on the Earth, you're going to see a different angle to the sun, even though the light is parallel. Now, there is a huge problem with this, because if the light is effectively parallel from a flat surface that is much bigger than the surface of the Earth, then we should have parallel angles of arrival to our eyes from that source of light. And we don't see that. If we did, we would only see white everywhere we look up. When we look up to the sky, we should only see white. It should be bathed. It should be like the sun. You can't even see the sun because all of the light is coming in at the same angle in parallel to your eyeball. And that's not what's happening. So people who claim that this is the case for heliocentrism, for a globe that orbits a sun, and say this is happening, it doesn't mathematically, geometrically, or physically make sense. And the people who know enough about this, who still believe it, will be honest with you, and they'll tell you, yeah, we don't quite understand it, but this is how it has to be because we believe that Earth is a globe so much.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, because the way we
That
see
is
things,
confusing.
the way we see things is in angles of arrival to the back of our eyeball. There's an image of the world that is painted on the back of your eyeball that is a perfect reflection of what exists outside. And if they claim that the light is coming in parallel, how do you discern its size? How do you tell how far away it is? I mean, we know we can't see how far away it is. Like, that's the other thing. There is absolutely no parallax to the moon or the sun or any of the planets or the stars. So that alone is weird. But at the same time, we know that there's no parallel light because we can differentiate angular relationships in the night sky between things.
I feel
Like
like
they say
a lot of
Polaris.
flat earthers.
But hold on,
Sorry,
they say
continue.
Polaris. Polaris is a gigantic star, a star that is much, 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 much bigger than the sun and is over 400 light years away. And they say that the light from Polaris hits the Earth in parallel fashion. Every source of light in the sky at night, they say, comes from a very, very large object so far away, and it's bathing a globe Earth in parallel light. And I would say, okay, if that's the case, first off, we don't see that that's the case. But maybe my understanding of how we see is not right, because I've never had to deal with such large objects at such distances in reality before. So I don't know that that's true. So let's say, okay, for us to determine whether or not that's true, we're going to go measure the surface of the Earth. So let's go measure the surface of the Earth, because if what you're saying is true, then a necessary condition of this, one of them, is that the surface is curving, that there's a globe, that we're all walking around the outside of a ball. Let's go measure that. What happens when we do? It measures flat.
Was that Mitten that we're talking to?
Mitten.
Mitten. Hey, bro. You were going to say something a minute ago? I feel like all flat earthers, and then
They generally say the sun is very close to the Earth, or the moon is very close to the Earth.
I know.
Yeah, but that's subjective. That's subjective as well. Like, what's very close mean? Like not 93 million miles away. Like, just like what's it really depends
within
on
10,000 miles.
Yeah. Well, how about this? What if the sun is an optical effect? That what you see with the sun and the moon are not the source of the sun and the moon. Just like a rainbow, you don't see the rainbow is not a predetermined distance away from you. You cannot triangulate the point of a rainbow. Well, what if the sun is like a rainbow? It's an optical effect, therefore holographic.
I mean, in that case, I'd have no idea how far away it is.
Correct.
If it worked like that.
Yeah, nobody can, whether you believe that Earth is a globe or not, you cannot triangulate the position of the sun. Just like you cannot triangulate the position of the moon, and you cannot triangulate the star, you cannot triangulate the planet, you cannot triangulate a rainbow.
Yeah.
Or a sundog.
Assuming it's not the same as a rainbow.
Why not?
Just assuming it's not. I feel like you could determine that it's not within 10,000 miles because that would mean that if you're on different places on the Earth, you'd see a noticeable difference in size for the moon or the sun. You don't generally, no matter where you are on Earth, that the size remains the same.
You do actually, yeah. Like if you try to triangulate,
You do, but it's
the height of
very
the sun-
small and indistinguishable. But yeah, I guess it would exist slightly.
Yeah, so there are people who are geocentric globers. Do you know what that means?
No.
So there are people, many people today, who believe that Earth is a globe, just like you, just like NASA and everybody else. But the globe is the center of the universe. And the sun and the moon are little orbs, little balls that orbit the globe. So this is called geocentrism. And even if you are a geocentrist, you cannot triangulate the height of the sun or the moon.
Would you be able to explain how that's related?
Yeah, I mean, it's related because nobody, no matter what your cosmology is, flat, geocentric globe, or heliocentric globe, it's solar system, no matter your cosmology, you cannot triangulate the height of the sun or the moon or the stars or the planets.
Yeah.
No matter what, right? So, period. There are different explanations for this, okay? So if you believe that Earth is a globe in a solar system, that's called heliocentrism, then you believe that the reason for this is because the Earth is so tiny and the sun is so big that the surface of the sun is basically flat. Relative to a teeny tiny Earth, the surface of the sun is so big and round that it may as well be flat. And so all the sun rays come down parallel. They say effectively parallel because the sun is so big and round that it's not parallel, but basically relative to a tiny globe Earth, it isn't parallel. That the light is in parallel and can be treated as parallel and is flat from a flat surface in the sky. And this is the reason why we can measure different angles to the sun because Earth is a globe. And as you go around the curvature of the globe, you measure different elevation angles to the sun along those parallel rays, and you get different angles because you're going around a curving surface. And the further you travel north or south or east or west, you're going to get a different angle to the sun because the surface is curving. Now, a geocentrist will say, well, Earth is a globe. We can't triangulate the distance to the sun, moon, or stars because they exist in a heavenly realm. And for whatever reason, God has appointed their position to be observer dependent. That's not too much different from how a flat earther conceives it. So you've got a well-defined explanation from the solar system. And maybe not as a well-defined explanation from the geocentrist or the flat earther. But how do you prove that the heliocentric explanation is true. You got to go to the surface. You got to go to the Earth itself. If we measure Earth flat, and we do, then we know that the geocentrist is wrong because they believe in a globe. And we know the heliocentrist is wrong because they also believe in a globe. We measure the Earth flat. What does that leave us? It leaves us with that the sky is a gigantic realm of mystery. And we can make up stories about it all we like. We can take measurements. Okay, I've got my spectroscope, and I'm measuring sodium, I'm measuring nitrogen, I'm measuring oxygen. Like, we got people that can measure the spectra of different elements radiating from the sources of light up there. Doesn't mean that it's actually coming from the source of light. And so people start making up stories. Well, the reason why that this light has more sodium than nitrogen is because of this. The reason why that light has more oxygen than nitrogen is because of that. And the reason why this is that color is because of hydrogen and helium and da 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 da. I mean, people make up all kinds of crazy stories. And that's what astrophysics is. That's astronomy. It's making up stories based off of the limited amount of measurements that we're actually able to obtain in an observation and an interpretation within a frame of reference that believes in the heliocentric model. And why do people believe in the heliocentric model? Well, because the ancient Greeks imagined the night sky as a gigantic sphere. And that is a subjective interpretation. I can conceive of the sky in any shape, in any form. In fact, the most appropriate way to conceive of the night sky and the motion of the stars and planets is not spherical, but helical, like a spiral, like a slinky. I can get into further detail about that. There are so many problems with the heliocentric concept. It will blow your mind. We in 24/7 Flat Earth, we spend so much time researching this stuff. We find problems with the heliocentric cosmology, the geocentric cosmology, anything involving a ball Earth. And we document these problems. It's almost like if you're a hacker and you find bugs in the code and you're paid to find bugs in the code and exploit them. That's kind of what we do. We find bugs in the heliocentric code. You know, these are the bugs in the code that they don't teach you when you go to college, when you go to your science class. They're not going to teach you all the reasons why the heliocentric Big Bang is wrong. They're going to teach you why it's right. But if you want to learn why it's wrong, you're going to have to go to alternate sources. You're going to have to come talk to people like us. And it's up to you if you want to listen to us further and think about the further research that can be done based off of it. One of the most mind-blowing things I found, I know I've been talking a long time. One of the most mind-blowing revelations that I've had within the past year, I've been doing this about 5 years, 4 to 5 years. What's been so mind-blowing is when I learned about this, the leap year. We've all heard that there's a leap year. The leap year is when you add an extra day in February to account for the rotation of the Earth and its orbit around the sun. We were told that the Earth and its orbit around the sun and its rotation does 364.24, almost 0.25 rotations within its orbit every year before it comes back to where it starts. And as you add these up, it means at the end of every 4 years, you're going to have an extra day. 0.24, 0.24, 0.24, 0.24 is almost an extra day. So then you add you account for that extra day by adding it to February 29th every year. All right? Here's the truth of it. That's what we're told. And it's based off of this orbital concept of heliocentrism. There's probably a geocentric equivalent to it. But here's what actually happens. If I go out and I look at the sun, let's say I choose a day out of the year. It could be the summer solstice. What is the summer solstice? I chose this day because it is the day that has the longest amount of sunlight depending where I live, this could either be in the north or the south, but I'm choosing this day, and I stick a big gigantic stake in the ground, and I measure the length of the shadow, just like Eratosthenes, by the way. And I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to count how many times the sun rises to get to this exact point in time, to where the shadow comes to this point on the ground as I'm measured by the stick. And so I'll count the days, and I will count 365 days, and lo and behold, the shadow casts down at the same exact place it was 365 days ago. Like, great, so that's 1 year. Let me count another year. Okay, so 365 days later, it does it again. 365 days later, it does it again. 365 days later, it doesn't do it. I have to wait another day, 366. I have to wait a 366th day for the shadow to appear at the same point on the ground as measured from the stick that I put in 4 years ago. There's an actual extra physical day that takes place every 4 years. And that day doesn't land on the same day as the leap year in our calendar system. That last day, I think, was in 2022. Sometime during that year was that 366th physical day. How does that happen if Earth is a spinning ball in a solar system that actually spins 360, it actually spins, it spins another 0.24 times than 365 over the course of a year. We're told that those 0.24, 0.25 extra orbits accumulate every 4 years, and then we account for it by resetting the calendar with an extra day every 4 years. What actually happens is every 4 years, there are 366 sunrises to get that shadow back to where it was on the ground from the stick that I put into it.
That's interesting. Do you have any documentation of who checked that?
Yeah, I got tons. I'm not ready. I don't have it right here. Now,
oh, that's all right.
I did check it myself, okay? Yeah. And the data exists within what's called meteorological data. You can go to timeanddate.com. You can go to your local government, whatever weather organization, weather agency, meteorological agency that is local to you, could even be local to your city or town or county. And you can find this data because people are recording this. And you will see it in there, no matter where you live. And it doesn't have to be on the summer solstice. Like I said, you could arbitrarily pick any day out of the year, and you're going to find this is the case. You could pick the equinox, you can pick the winter solstice, you can pick any point in between the two. But I think one of the best ways to do it is to pick one of those days where people know that the sun is at its zenith at a particular point in time that's consistent. So that would be either of the solstices or the equinoxes. And use that as a starting point. So you could look up like the summer solstice in your location at your particular point in time and go back through history and count how many sunrises and sunsets happen. And then keep going backwards and keep going backwards and keep going backwards. You'll count 365, 365, 365, 366. 365, 365, 365, 366, 365, 365. It's insane. If you want to know more, there's a flat earther who passed away, sadly. Probably one of the greatest legends. His name was Antonio Subirats. The Book of the Sun. That's the name of his YouTube channel. His daughter maintains the channel. The Book of the Sun. He has done so much research into this. Definitely worth checking out. So I'm going to yield the floor back because I've.
Sorry?
Yeah.
What was the name? Sorry.
Antonio Subirats. I'm going to post his name in text chat if nobody else has. And I will post his YouTube channel in there. Give me just a second while I pull this up. I've got to do some house cleaning right now. Why? Because my wife's away. So I'm now the wife of the house. Got to do some vacuuming, cleaning the bathroom.
All of that information was great. Much appreciated.
Thanks, man. Right, hold on. Still scrolling. OPQRST, the Book of the Sun. There it is. Okay, copy. There he is. Absolute legend. One of us. He died of cancer. Very friendly, very upbeat and positive. It's really sad. It seems like death prematurely takes the best of us.
The classical Greeks knew the Earth was a sphere.
No, that's a lie.
False.
Okay, prove it.
You prove it.
You still haven't proved the air pressure thing.
I mean,
How would they know it's a sphere?
Even is charged up with a battery. You guys kidding me?
How would they know it's a? How would the ancient Greeks know it's a sphere? What could they actually do?
They didn't believe it was a sphere.
Stellar navigation was one thing.
Oh, they navigated the stars?
Okay, so that doesn't tell them that the Earth's a sphere. Try again.
He thinks Greeks had
The
spaceships.
sunrise and sunset and the
That doesn't tell me the Earth is a sphere either. So try again.
I have yet to see someone explain.
You haven't named
how
anything
phases
about
of
the
moon
Earth.
work
You
on a
said
flat
something
Earth.
about the sun. You said something about the stars. You said something about everything but the Earth. I said, how do they know the Earth is a sphere?
That is how.
Oh, so they don't
Because
know.
there are-
Congratulations.
Yes, they do, because there are
No,
things
because
that
what
we
you're talking
observe
about,
that
you
only
listen,
work if
listen.
Earth is a sphere.
Look, bro, no, you're claiming that, but that's not true.
And you
So, it's
explain lunar
I don't need to
phases
explain
on a flat
anything.
Earth.
You need
Yes,
to
you do.
demonstrate.
You
need
are
to
making
demonstrate
a
that
claim
it's
lunar phases work on a flat Earth.
Okay,
Can you
so
explain
again,
how?
once again, the moon. We're not talking about the moon. We're talking about the Earth. You said they know that the Earth is a globe. Okay? Everything you're talking about would be an inference, and inferences aren't knowledge. So I can look around my neighborhood and see all brick houses and infer that my house may also be made of brick. But that doesn't, I don't know my house is
Seeing
made of brick
the
until I look
moon
at my,
go through
shut up,
phases and
shut
saying,
up,
"This
dude, let me
doesn't work
finish
on
the
flat
fucking
Earth," isn't
sentence,
the same
dude.
as going all the
Dude,
Let
just
him.
go on fucking mute, bro. Really simple. Let me finish my fucking sentence. Okay? You can look at all your goddamn neighbor's house and they're made of brick, but you don't know if your house is made of brick until you look at it. So, how do they know the Earth is a sphere? Go
By
ahead, dude.
observing things that are impossible on a flat Earth, as
Okay,
I've
you
said.
don't know if they're impossible on a flat Earth. You haven't demonstrated they're impossible on a flat Earth. You just believe that.
They have been demonstrated as being impossible on the flat Earth.
By who?
Okay, show
Name
us.
the scientific experiment. Please.
Demonstrate that they are. That's
Michelson
No,
Morley.
that's not how it works, dude.
There's a
So
burden
there's
of
things
proof
like
that
called
you're creating.
exclusionary. There's called exclusionary proofs, right? So Fermat's principle, Fermat's last theorem, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. It is a limit. So hold on,
you're
dude. No,
indirectly making a claim that it is possible on a flat Earth. That is your indirect claim.
That is my indirect
I think you'd
claim.
be smarter if you listened to people when they were educating you.
Yeah, he can't. He's fucking locked in. The fact remains is the Greeks didn't know fucking anything. And nothing they can observe about the heavens will tell them what the shape of the Earth is because it's inferential.
Okay, so
My
This
neighbor
is just
has.
a matter of logic, dude.
how do you
Period.
know? How do you know the Earth is flat other than it looks flat?
Okay,
All right,
measurement.
this is how you sound. Can I have a minute, please?
Such as what
Measure.
measurement?
Measure. Oddly enough, you can measure the surface of the Earth with a laser.
Indio, can I have a?
Hold on. He asked the question. So you shoot a laser, and if the Earth is a globe and the surface of the Earth is curving, that means as you go along the laser, the surface of the Earth should get farther and farther away from the laser as an exponential function. So such as 40 kilometers, the laser should be 420 feet or 400. Who's interrupting me?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I don't think so, dude. So, the laser at 40 kilometers away should be 400 or should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. And when we do this test, that's not the case. It's 1.5 meters off the surface of the Earth, the same height it started as. That means the laser and the surface of the Earth are in parallel. This is measuring the Earth. And this is just one of many, many measurements of the surface of the Earth.
I gonna
Go
get
ahead,
the whole
Iron.
argument of
I
light
forgot what I
doesn't
was.
bend here when I explain to you how
Doesn't
that
bend.
works?
Look, bro, this is off by the prediction by 2 orders of magnitude. You can't get light to bend that much. Okay, unless you have like a fucking 170-degree temperature gradient, which is unphysical.
You probably have like a 10 to 12 degree gradient on the surface of water that you're shining a laser across. You might get some refraction or diffraction, or
Well, if you apply standard refraction at this distance, you'll move the laser down 5 meters. But you need to
Right,
move
but
it down another 100. Hold on, you need to move it down another 122 meters. So where are you
no,
getting
but you
that from?
expect a difference of like 10% maximum.
No, that's not how it goes, dude.
No, for
It's
atmospheric.
not a linear relationship.
No, I'm saying if I were to do this experiment myself, I would expect a 6 to 10% degree of variability based on atmospheric conditions or the temperature of the water versus the air right above the water versus the temperature of the air 10 feet above the water. There could be some shit to there. I wouldn't expect it to be exact, but I would expect it to be within one.
How are you going to measure that?
Well, it's all fantastic because the results here are 1,000% off.
Right. My point exactly.
2 orders of
You could not
magnitude.
ascribe that to atmospheric refraction or anything like that. It has to be because it's so far off that it cannot be, oh, the wind blew.
Well, I mean, it would be very odd that not only because they actually did these tests 3 weeks apart, so it would be very, very fucking odd. And they had meteorological stations that not only did they not measure the frickin' weather condition with 2 meteorological stations at the endpoints 3 weeks apart, and they had the identical magical weather conditions 3 weeks apart that let them frickin' see a globe. Yeah. I'll post in the chat.
I'm on your side.
Well, I mean, it'd be very fucking odd they did it again 3 weeks later.
I think the ideal version would be if the temperature of the water and the temperature of the air were the same magically on one day. That's the day you take the measurement. That's most clear. So you don't have that distortion of the temperature difference above the surface of the water across a lake or something like that. I think that's the ideal.
That's just one of many. I mean, we got Salt Lake one. We got frickin' Salt Lake on the land, on the water. Like every way you can frickin' slice it, it's been done.
I agree. But some people still can't see it.
They don't want to see it.
They want to argue with you.
The Salt Lake one that DJ shows all the time is pretty cuckoo. You can see 21 miles to the other shoreline, and at that night they went and they shot the laser across the same distance, 21 kilometers. And not only do you see the laser, you see the reflection of the laser off the water, which
oh shit,
that's impossible.
Indio, is bouncing the laser back to the original observer? Is that the way to prove it even more?
No,
But
no,
nobody
no.
saw it
Check
yet?
it out. If the laser's supposed to be behind the curve, right, on the other side of the curve, how could you ever see the reflection of the laser off the water?
They're always trying to hit a target across.
Think
the
about
water.
it. Hold on, dude. Think about what I'm saying for a second.
Man.
You got a hump, a hill. How can you just see the reflection off the laser when the only place the laser can bounce off is the other side of the hill?
You can't.
Yeah, you can't. But we do.
I want one of those lasers.
Would it be a good proof if you shined a laser across the lake and had it bounce back across the same lake to you?
I mean, that's been, they did a triple mirror flash at the Salton Sea where they made basically a giant freaking triangle, right? So one mirror operator could see two other mirrors at the same time. In each point of that triangle, each person could see the other two mirrors, which are also see like 128 feet under the curve of the Earth.
So
that reminds me of the Michelson-Morley experiment a little bit.
Just wondering, did they have multiple vertical arrays recording temperature along the entire path of the laser?
Why would they need to do that, dude?
What do you mean? Why would they need to do that?
Yeah, I'm asking why
Because
you're asking
refraction.
Because that's a red herring.
So I guess
No, it's
the
not.
military can't use line of sight anymore.
No, it's
You
not, because
understand that you
refraction
need
isn't
to move the
something where
laser.
This big area has this refraction.
Yeah,
It
but you need to.
changes for
Yeah, that's
every-
a cool story, but no one's ever demonstrated that this type of refraction actually exists. Okay.
Hypothetically, if there was,
Okay, because I already told you that the drop was supposed to be 127 meters. Now, if you use standard refraction calculation, that only moves the laser down 5 meters. So now you have 122 meters to make up. So you would need some crazy, abnormal day, not only just once, and not at just one distance, at 7 different distances, with 3 tests done 1 week, and 2 more tests done 3 weeks later. In the same crazy refractive condition, a 20 times deflection refraction condition that makes the Earth looks like it has a radius of 65,000 miles, that would have to exist.
Yeah, he'll cherry
by random, 2 weeks apart, and it didn't show up on their meteorological station somehow.
he will cherry pick an example that says, "Oh, look, the math matches up for me right now."
No, I'm not cherry picking. It's people that know what the hell they're
You can't
doing.
just say the magic word refraction. You need to justify how it even applies. You need to actually justify using it.
Refraction applies to everything that you do in the
Oh,
atmosphere.
yeah, that's your claim, dude. That's not a justification.
So refraction applies
If
when
I
I
drop
want
a
to fly a
bowling
plane.
ball off a cliff, and I say, "Hey, dude, that's fell at 10 meters per second squared," and you say refraction, and I go,
Why are
"Dude, you
you
need to
comparing-
justify why refraction affects a bowling ball," and you're like, "Refraction applies to everything."
Refraction applies to light, not solid objects.
So you understand now why your
Okay,
observation.
why does it apply to light in this case?
Because you're over water.
Oh, okay. So water causes
The re-
refraction?
Yeah, there's a higher refractive index over water.
Okay.
Why?
That's not how it works. You don't know what you're talking
Nothing to do
about.
with temperature variations.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the variation because the water is there.
Because the water's there, that makes
So
the light.
Yeah,
there's-
you
so let's get
realize
this
there's
straight.
There's a difference
Hey,
in
Grumman,
temperature
slow
between
down. You're
the
going to
air
fry
and
your
the
brains.
water.
Grumman,
Yeah, we know
silence.
they measured.
Bro.
So let me get this straight. When we go to the salt flats, there's 0 miraging effects because there's 0 water.
No. I said there's
So it's not water of this cause and effect relationship.
I said there is a more.
Look, brother.
By what
Okay.
differential?
You would need the water in the air to have a 70-degree temperature difference.
What do you think that the temperature difference between the air in the atmosphere and water that's like
hold up
in the Gulf of Mexico?
That's what causes
Time out.
All right, are you cocked or something, dude? You drinking, brother?
The temperature difference between the
Yeah,
air and the
yes.
atmosphere? Really?
Between the water and the air will cause a temperature gradient, right? And that temperature gradient, which causes the refractive index gradient, which in turn would cause the bending of light. Now, to bend light, the amount you need it to bend, you would need a 70-degree temperature difference in 1 meter, which is unphysical and has never been seen on the fucking Earth.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that that's what it is.
Meter above
But
sea
that's what it would
level.
have to be.
Oh my god.
Not what I'm saying it is.
But that's what it would have to be to get this result.
As you've said, the temperature gradient changes per meter.
Yeah, great. Like 1 degree, a half a degree.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that you need something to measure the temperature across the entire track of the laser.
No,
because that
we
half a
don't.
degree, yes, because that half of a degree.
No, you don't.
matters.
There goes line of sight for the military again.
So, hey, Grumman, check it out. If you were to shoot the laser and then you were to walk along it, you and me, we've set the laser up horizontal, and then we go down the 21.8 miles, and we're standing either side of the laser. Where's your refraction?
See the video that I sent?
Where's the refraction? You're standing next to the laser. Where's the refraction? You're not looking along it. You've walked along it to make sure that it's making its way, that there's nothing in the blocking its way. Where's the refraction when you get 21.8 miles down the other end?
You can see the fucking cannon looking at you. It's gonna kill you.
No, hold on.
Refraction.
He's got the laser. We've set it up horizontal.
Crazy.
We've gone down the other end, 21.8 miles.
Horizon's not physical, dude.
Okay, so
where's your
that's the
refraction?
claim.
Yeah, that's easy to prove. If the horizon was physical, could it move around?
Nope.
Does it move around?
Yes.
No.
Oh, no? You sure
No,
about
it
that?
doesn't.
The horizon is depending on the observer.
This dude just said the horizon don't move around. That's crazy, bro.
I heard that. That's going to be a good one.
The horizon moves.
Wow, dude.
Well, I mean, that sucks, dude, because we live on a ball of 315,000 mile radius.
Dude, the horizon doesn't rise to your eye level. That's proven by
I said moved around,
No one
dude.
said it does. No one said it does.
Dude,
Only you
you
said
have like
it does.
2015 arguments, man.
In what way do you mean the horizon moves?
It'll appear at one distance one day and another distance the other day. In fact, it'll appear at different distances within hours.
During the same day, yeah. A couple different times.
Visibility.
So in the...
Yeah, that's called refraction. That's
so it's not
something that
physical.
we've brought up. No,
So
it's not.
you've just
It's
claimed,
the light from
you've
it
just
is
shot
being
yourself down,
refracted
Grumman. The horizon is not physical, it is now refracted. So you've just sold away any opportunity
if
you thought
get
you had
high enough
of proving
that
Earth
refraction is an
curvature.
issue, the horizon will not move.
The horizon is non-existent if you beg for refraction, you knuckle dragger.
And now you're contradicting NASA because NASA says the higher you get in altitude, the less defined the horizon becomes.
NASA's
No,
retarded
the
in a liar.
more defined the curve becomes.
Yeah, where'd you read about that?
Wow, he just says anything, doesn't he?
Dude, you're just a freaking...
Where did you read about that? No, dude, it's stuff that I've seen.
It's a published NASA
'cause
paper,
I've been
by the
in
way.
airplanes before.
Did you see the curve of the Earth from an airplane? You can tell us that now?
That's what he said. He said, yeah. He said out the cockpit window, you can just see this big curve. And so that means we live on like a 500-mile radius Earth.
No,
Well, that's crazy because in the chat I just posted a 315,000 mile radius Earth.
Yeah, I've never heard
That,
a
no,
500.
that curve is exactly what's expected to be seen if you run it through.
There's
a
no
proper
curve from an
first-order
airplane.
calculation.
There's
Yes,
no
there
curve.
is.
No,
Yes,
there
is,
isn't.
Show us.
Yes, there is.
No, there
Okay,
isn't.
so you disagree not only with geometry, but every other freaking person that's ever talked about it. Every other scientist, every other optical scientist, every other fucking person.
Who?
Hundreds of thousands of pilots?
You realize the Earth is supposed to have a diameter of 8,000 miles, and you're saying being 10 miles above it, you can see the curvature of the Earth. 10 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball.
Yes.
Think about what you're saying. You're 1/800th above the surface.
Yes.
Indio.
There are people
Isn't
that
the
can
radius
take-
3,900?
There are people?
There are
Indio.
If you had a ball. Okay,
3,000
Iron, dude, you're
people
fucking
have
cock or
spoken.
something.
Yeah.
You're just saying random shit, man. So, Grumman, if you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, an airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above it. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. You're talking out your ass.
I've seen it from an aircraft.
No, you haven't.
So, yes, I
dude.
have.
Well, then you're a tiny earther, dude.
You're a liar, dude.
Yeah, you are a liar. Dude, not even 128,000 feet. Not even 250 miles, dude.
Felix Baumgartner said that he saw the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
So if you're
and
gonna pull that argument
Neil
out-
deGrasse
And how are you going to back that up?
In Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
Is wrong.
He's wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so tell me, in the images he posted, right? The GoPro. So what is that? Planet Mexico?
No, that's a fish.
You can't even see the border of New Mexico. How can that be the horizon? How can that be the Earth?
Called a wide-angle lens.
Oh, so that's not the curve of the Earth. He didn't see the curve of the Earth from his fucking balloon,
Felix Baumgartner did. With
No,
his
he
eyes.
didn't, dude. No, he didn't.
Oh, his eyes.
Hey, check it out. He also saw the curvature of the Earth from ground level. Look inside chat. 34 past the hour. Not even off the ground yet. That's him getting into the little shuttle thing.
Do you not understand the difference between human eyes and a camera?
What's that got to do with your claim?
Was he looking for a visor?
The
And sometimes
visor
people-
that distorts jack all because that's.
Oh, doesn't it? How do you know? Have you worn it? Have you worn it?
Yes. Yes, I have worn a
what about the
visor
shot from inside the pod?
Holy
what about the
fuck.
shot from inside the pod? What about the shot from inside the pod?
where you're looking through this tiny thing. Yeah, of course that's not going to show fucking curvature.
So it doesn't look like it's curving. So it doesn't look like it's curving.
Even defished images. People that have defished.
Is that a word? To that either, bro.
Yeah, that's something that you can do.
So look in the chat. Which one of these circles of the circle of the horizon for Felix Baumgartner? Which one?
The wider one.
Which of these circles? It's the fucking yellow one, dude. The yellow one. In the center. The yellow one is the complete, if you could see 360 degrees, his horizon. The biggest circle would be the ISS horizon. The ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. Now, you're trying to tell us that seeing 1,000th of the fucking Earth, you can see the curve. Get the fuck out of here, bro. 1,000th of the Earth, dude.
Why don't you
It's
ask
probably less
Felix
than 1,000.
Baumgartner yourself? Oh wait, you can't because he's fucking dead.
Yeah.
So what are you trying to push his claims for him then? Because he's fucking dead. Hello, McFly?
Anyway, I'm gonna send you a photo here.
I thought he wasn't dead. I thought we've determined he wasn't.
No, he died in a paraglider, I think, is what it was.
Maybe he told somebody, "Hey, I really think it was flat," and then they were like, "Shut up," and they killed him.
Gando, I sent you a couple of photos because I can't send images in this.
So if you could see the whole circle of the horizon, it would be 0.094% of the surface of the Earth. So that's a 10,000th. Okay. And that's just assuming you could see the entire circle, which you can't because you only have a certain field of view. And your actual focal field of view, what you can actually focus on, is only 5% or 5 degrees. So he can see 1/100th of the surface of the Earth and see the curve. You're a retard, bro.
Here, I ran a photo through a Earth curve calculator. And that's the expected curvature at that height. And it matches with what the photo is showing.
You mean Bisman's Earth curve calculator? With the sliders? So you can just slide them around until it matches any image that you post?
If you know the refractive index, that's what you're getting. And that's also, first off,
if you know the
before you go stroking yourself over about the refractive index,
without refraction.
Yeah, Grumman, before you go stroking yourself about this refractive index, how about you,
the normal?
How about you supply us an image?
Refraction.
How about you shut up for 5 seconds and stop talking through people, you rude little turd? How about you, instead of stroking your ego about this refractive index, supply us with an image, right? And all I want is the known refractive index. I wouldn't do that again if I was that person. So how about supply us with an image that you know what the refractive index is, and then we'll run it through Bislin's little slider fun factory and see if it matches up.
Already supplied Indo with one.
It's Indio, not Indo.
Way, supplied him with one. If he wants to send it.
So you supplied the refractive index with it?
I see it. Hold on.
If he's laughing, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
Then there's horizon out at eye level at Rainier.
Yeah, but you got horizon at eye level at Baumgartner. How's that possible? And the horizon should never be at eye level unless your face is on the ground. The level of your eye.
I'm looking at photos here with a Theodolite app that show in an airplane the horizon is not at eye level.
Planes fly tilted up, nitwit.
Out the side, they fly tilted, banked over.
Well, I don't know if it was banked in that instance.
Well, because the photo that I'm looking at is out the side window.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So if you want to try the excuse of it's tilted, you would.
It is tilted. Go get the negative degrees, dude.
Oh, man,
you know how one of those freaking thing works? Do you know how a plane works?
They're pitched up. Pitch and roll are different. They're pitched.
Yeah, I know. It's -3 degrees on one side and negative 0.3 degrees on one side and -0.5 on the other. Do you see it? Think you measure the fucking dude? You gotta be some kind of idiot, dude. You really honestly have to be freaking an idiot. He's just 2017 lameness, dude. So there's your image. You know this one that says -0.3? That means the phone is tilted.
Yeah. And so -0.3 degrees is barely tilt.
And the first, but it is.
Now he's going to make excuses for how little it's tilted. So it's tilted. You agree with that? Excellent.
First of all, the it doesn't even look like a real fucking photograph, first of all. And that just looks like a shit overlay. This isn't a photograph. Did this come from a video?
No, it didn't.
Where did it come from?
Me.
And why would you expect Mount Rainier?
It's Mount Hood.
Mount Hood, whatever. Why would you expect that You know he's tilted up, right?
By 0.03 degrees.
Yeah, but he's 5,000. He's at 5,000 feet, and if Mount Hood is higher than he is, he's gonna have to be tilted back. He should have to be tilting down. Because I don't know how far away he is, right? Because
yeah, what's the distance?
How far away is
to the
he?
mountain from that observation?
Well, we can calculate how much he's supposed to be tilted down, because he should be tilted down, but he's tilted up. See how the crosshair is centered on the peak of the mountain? So that peak should be 5,000 feet higher than where he is.
Yeah, and then you take into account distance.
If the Earth was flat.
Take into account distance.
Yeah, then there's a drop. If we only knew the distance. What is the distance? Any clue? And where did he get his altitude from?
GPS altimeters exist. They're
Oh my
used with
God.
mountaineering. Something I use when I go hiking.
Okay, he's inside of an airplane, isn't he? Pressurized cabin?
That doesn't look like he's inside of an airplane.
Well, I don't know what this is. It's impossible to evaluate. To be honest. The image looks like it was color corrected, and this looks fucking overlaid. This don't even look right. I don't know if he's in an airplane, but he can't use a GPS altimeter. You know that the GPS's vertical values are the worst known. They can be off by hundreds of meters.
In my experience, they haven't been, because I use them when I go hiking.
Anecdotal evidence isn't.
It's not anecdotal, it's personal.
It is anecdotal. You said, in my experience. As soon as you said that, that makes it anecdotal.
No, it doesn't. It makes it personal experience.
Yeah, anecdotal. Do you not know what that word means?
Not anecdotal. I'm muting this guy. These are apps that you can download on your phone. They're theodolite apps.
Don't mute Indio or you'll be banned.
Not muting Indio. I'm muting the guy.
Anecdotal, not necessarily true or reliable, because based on personal accounts.
If you mute anybody, you're going to get kicked.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm going to unmute you, Iron Bear, dude. Try not to have verbal fucking diarrhea.
I was never trying to diarrhea anybody.
Just he played this game.
You're just like you're not following the conversation. You're just interjecting random shit, dude. Try to follow along. What's up, Casey?
How you doing? You alright?
So haven't you noticed, Grumman, that you haven't presented any measurements of the surface of the Earth?
That photo that is a measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Well, how far? No, it doesn't. If we don't know how far away the goddamn mountain is. See, if we know how far away the mountain is, and we knew his elevation, we could calculate how much he's supposed to dip down because of the curve of the Earth. For some reason, he's tilted up. So if you look at the right-hand side, that's his tilt, okay? And he's tilted up.
Negative is down.
Oh yeah, he's tilted down. So half a degree.
Half a degree over 30 miles
half a degree,
is a long way.
Half a degree would be 0.5. That's 0.05.
Over 30 miles?
So, according to calculations, thanks to ChatGPT, because I'm too lazy to do any of them,
Hey, Hellcat,
roughly 83
why are you on here
miles.
spewing the same stuff that you've been spewing on Spaces?
Calculations. Thanks to ChatGPT, because I'm too lazy. Also, I love that Platter posted that that photo. I'd love to see a fighter jet go Mach 2 at sea level without ripping its wings off.
Like at sea level, like on the sea level, or like 10 meters above, or
how much do you think the air pressure
this jet
changes?
to be a boat? You want it to hit the water at sea level?
Photo that he's showing, it's basically skimming the waves.
Are you trying to say that the photo's fake?
No, I'm saying that the premise of at Mach 2 is incorrect. At most, it's going transonic, which is what that cone is. That's a transonic cone.
Supersonic.
No, that's transonic.
So, can you explain to me, because I'm stupid, the difference between transonic and supersonic, real quick?
Transonic is between subsonic and supersonic. It's basically commercial airliners fly at speeds that are in the transonic zone.
So, like right at that speed, that's not quite supersonic, but above sonic. Like, what are you talking about? You sound dumb.
Like 500 to 600 miles an hour.
Yeah, 500 to 600 miles an hour.
Yeah, speed of sound is what, like 780?
Yeah, it's a range called transonic. It doesn't mean that you're above the speed of sound.
Made up shit.
Sonic and supersonic are also completely made up things, as is the speed of sound.
Stupid marketing words, dude, that they made up was that they were developing airplanes. We got a transonic airplane. Oh, I got a supersonic airplane. I got a hypersonic airplane. I'm even better.
Well,
dude, I got a thermometer. I got a thermometer that measures 0 degrees, but it calls it trans zero. It's not below 0 or above 0. It's trans 0.
I'm trans 0.
It's
I got a
in between
trans PSI pressure gauge, man.
Oh yeah.
How are you talking anything if you're still not
can you say something interesting so we don't have to listen to buzzwords?
This is
made up bullshit.
This is aerodynamic. This is basic airplane stuff.
Yeah, basic airplane stuff.
Typically between Mach 0.8 and 1.2, or transonic flow, is seen.
Oh, I get it. You're trying to say that a plane can fly subsonic and supersonic, so it can transition between supersonic and subsonic flight? Is that what you're saying?
Transonic is that transition.
Oh, okay, cool story. How is this relevant to anything we're talking about?
Not.
All right, thanks. Then quit picking at it. Yeah, I want to actually hear a conversation that progresses somewhere.
Any plane that can fly supersonic speeds can also fly at subsonic speeds.
Holy fuck! Get muted, dude. Yeah. How about that?
Fucking warned him, dude. Were you in here when I just warned him? I just unmuted him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Dude's on his own shit, man. Dude, go start a guest room. Trans units. Might get a different crowd than what you're expecting, but
based off his picture with his coordinates at the top of it, your mountain from where that was taken, you're looking at 83.32 miles.
Okay.
Yeah, buddy. Let's say the horizon is below a perfect level line from the midline of your vision. Let's say that's true. Whoopty frick. The ground is below you. It's supposed to be below you. What's the problem? Now let me put this in a logic form so you can understand. All right. The ground below you is below you. Therefore, it's below you. Follow that? Very simple.
I can barely understand you with the roboting.
Oh, my bad.
You're not roboting. You're just crackling. Your mic's a little fucking broken up or something.
Oh man!
But I thought we call that roboting when the mic is.
Roboting is when you have a bad internet connection and the packets don't arrive in sequence. He just has a freaking. I think your Bluetooth is dying.
Man. All right. I give up.
You actually sound good then. Maybe you're just too far away from your device.
All right, that's it.
And
I'm
now.
back. Oh man.
Dude, I heard a hint of crackle. And sorry, my ears are sensitive to stuff like that. I did orchestra for like 4 years.
That's great, dude. All I need to know is if I'm wasting my time talking.
I wouldn't say you're wasting your time, but you might want to get.
Am I trans crackle?
Yeah, you're crackling on some things, and then you're
transitioning to no crackle.
Yeah.
All right. I'll say this one more time, dude. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. The ground is below you, in case you didn't know that. So, at all times, the horizon's below you. I mean, I don't understand what the problem is. Like, is there a problem with the horizon being low in your field of view? Is that an issue?
I mean, there's a claim that's made by a lot of flat earthers that is that the horizon always rises to your eye level.
What does that mean?
It means that you're going to see the horizon in the same place in your vision, like directly in the center.
You sure?
In the center of your vision.
Whoa, bro. Rises to and in the center of don't jive. So, for example, if I say I'm going to the store, I've not yet arrived at the store. If I say I'm in the center of the store, I'm in the store. So maybe it's a language problem. Just because flat earthers say that the horizon should be at the midline of your vision, if anybody has, they're wrong. So why would it matter to show people who aren't the people making that claim that the horizon is below the midline of your vision? Like, what's the issue? What's the problem?
Because that's something that we expect on a sphere.
Dude, okay, let me help you out, friend. The ground is below you, no matter what, right?
Yeah.
We all agree, right? It's not like when you go up high in the sky, the ground gets taller. Right? So I don't know what aspersions you've been cast by some moronic flat earther that may or may not have told you the horizon should be at the midline of your vision if the earth was flat, but that's stupid.
The point is the horizon drops away from you as you get higher.
Yeah, no duh, dude. The ground is below you. The higher you go, the more it's below you. Holy moly, bro. Duh.
So there's something physical about the horizon.
Holy crap, one more time for the slow kids in the back. The horizon is where the surface of the earth appears to meet the sky. So yeah, there's some part of it that's the ground, and the ground is below you all the time. Unless you're at the base of a mountain, I guess. But if you get higher, then it's going to get lower. What's the issue?
So the horizon is a physical thing.
Holy crap, dude. Painful.
It's been this way for like an hour.
Dude, the horizon's an artifact of the fact that you see everything by acquiring light from the outside world. That's all it is, dude. Because you don't have a supercomputer plugged into the matrix so you can see all floating points simultaneously in an orthographic and transdimensional representation, dude. Yeah, you have eyes, you have to see. You have an angular field of view. So maybe you're under the misapprehension that if ideal artist perspective existed in reality, which it doesn't, that everything would, if the Earth was flat, go into infinity to a point. Well, that's not even possible, dude. Because in reality, you actually have to use light to see, not ideal lines that you draw on a piece of paper. And light actually has properties. It takes up space, as wavelengths, right? There's angles involved. There's near field diffraction, far field diffraction. There's all kinds of things going on. There's no such thing as ideal perspective in the real world. Kind of like there's no such thing as platonic shapes. I mean, this would be as stupid as me saying the Earth can't be a globe because it's not a perfect sphere. Would you take me seriously if I said something like that? The answer is no, you wouldn't. Because I'd be arguing from an ideal, which is nonsense. I mean, if you want to say the Earth can't be flat because it's not an ideal form represented in artist perspective, I mean, I don't know what to do here.
Not what I was saying, but okay.
Well, then why does the horizon being lower at the higher you go have any merit to talking about the Earth being a globe or flat then? As if
because
the horizon has to be at the midline of your
that
vision.
has been made that it rises to eye level.
Okay, fair. Okay, so it's a bunk claim. It's a stupid claim. Do we both agree? Yeah, we both agree.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So now that we know it doesn't prove the Earth's not flat, whoop-de-doo.
Then the photo that does show the Earth curving was just dismissed as, oh, that's fake.
What Earth curving? That photo that you showed where the horizon was lower than the crosshairs that you put?
No, not that one.
Okay, then where's the one we're showing it's curving?
One that had, what's his name, Bislin's calculator overlaid.
What? That's wait a minute, dude. Are you basically go ahead. But are you basically having an image where you can't see the bottom of it, and then you're doing like a blink test, or this bottom is sunk under a horizon line, and you think that because you can't see the bottom that you're looking at curvature? That's not showing curvature.
No, it's because you can see it from side to side.
Side to side? Oh, all right. Yeah, post that.
How much curve are you claiming to see from side to side? Do you have a number?
Not very much.
So it's just like it looks curved, it must be curved, but with no data to go with it?
Yeah, it's a 3-degree dip angle.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be bogus nothing. What? Dude, you just sent me the same image you were talking about earlier.
No, the image that I was talking about earlier was this one.
All right, you must have done it accidentally.
Oh, that's
no, you
the same
posted
way.
the same thing.
I just posted the same thing. No, that's not what I meant. I forgot to copy the correct image. No
worries.
That's the photo.
Holy crap, dude. That's not a photo. Are you telling me this is an overlay on an actual photo?
Yeah, the second one that I posted is an overlay. The first one is a photo taken with an app that does the overlay.
Holy crap. One X iPhone camera? Holy crap. You think an iPhone doesn't have barrel distortion because you just put on fisheye?
What barrel does an iPhone camera have?
What, dude? All it says is 1X iPhone camera. What does that mean? The first iPhone?
No, it means that it's not zoomed in or distorted or anything.
Yeah, which phone? Which iPhone?
I don't know.
Well, then who cares? You can't even go to the particulars of the lens.
Well, it's an iPhone camera. There's
Okay, how about I post my picture from the side of a plane showing the wing and an upward curved horizon. So I have a picture of an upward curved horizon. You have a picture of a downward curved horizon. Who's correct?
I mean, I also have a photo of a downward curved horizon of my own. Let me see.
Hey, Grumman,
Actually, I
are
think
these
it's on my
pictures
other thing.
pictures you're posting going to be authentic?
Something that I've used before, and then people are always like, "Why is the wing curving up and stuff?" And it's like, I mean, that's how that airplane's designed.
Oh yeah.
Really interesting, like the 777 or 787.
No, dude. There's no way to even validate this is even a photo, dude. So I don't even know what you're doing here. But whatever. I will save it. Let me save it here. $43,000 feet. Okay. Oh, at 43,000 feet, the distance to the horizon is a certain distance, right? Whatever it is, correct? Let's just call it one horizon distance. Okay, makes sense. Now, if you're on a ball and the horizon's a curve, then that means the horizon is the same distance, 360 degrees around you, correct? Not only that, but it's the same angle. From your altitude down, it's the same angle, 360 degrees around. So it's the same angle and the same distance. So where's the curvature information coming from to be rendered in the image? Think about it. In order for that curved line in your image to be the curve of the Earth, then the left and right have to be either a further distance or a shorter distance, or a bigger angle or a lesser angle. So that would mean that what you're looking at is changing distances and changing angles. How's that happening if the Earth's a ball? You know what's interesting about a flat thing is that to the corners is a diagonal distance that's greater than the center distance. You can't get that on a sphere, dude. So we got a problem here. So my question is, in your image, the curve is higher in the center and it's down in the left and the right. So which portion is longer? Like which way? When you look left, is the Earth longer, or when you look right, is the Earth longer, or when you look straight ahead, is the Earth longer? Which one?
I would say left or right.
Why? Well, let me ask you this question. It's to ask of a glober, because the glober is claiming that this arc represents you're on a sphere, but it's the same distance and it's the same drop angle. So that curve is the same distance and the same drop angle. And if the z-axis in the distance and the y-axis up and down is compounded on the same axis in a two-dimensional image, which it is, then what's going on? How are you getting a curve at all? Wouldn't it have to be more of an angle to the left and to the right?
Wouldn't images on the left side also be tilted away from the images on the right side if that was Earth curve?
Well, we still got a problem that it's the same drop angle. Same drop angle, same distance. So if you're looking straight ahead and a same drop angle and the same distance causes the quote-unquote alleged curve of the Earth to be rendered high in the image, then why is it not causing the quote-unquote curve of the Earth to being rendered in the same height on the left and the right?
Why?
What's that?
I said, I'm asking why. What's the answer?
Oh, because it's optical curve, not physical curve. That's why.
That's what I was gonna say. I knew it. I knew it. Damn fisheye lens.
I bet the CIA invented the fisheye lens too.
But if you're above the Earth and the horizon is a circle, okay, that circle, the bounds of that circle is the same distance, same radius all the way around you, and the same drop angle. So if a portion of it's coming in at you and it renders at a certain height in your field of view, then the rest should as well, because it's the same. So pick any point on that line. Just look at the image he posted. Well, wait a minute. Did you guys see the image he posted? Let me post it.
Yeah, we saw it.
This one, and he posted this one here.
Yeah, we saw those. The second one.
Okay, so put your finger on any point on that apparent curved line that he's claiming is a curved line. Pick any point.
Mm-hmm.
Put your finger there. Once you got it locked in, tell me what the distance of the drop angle is. Someone already posted the distance. We'll just use 3 degrees for the drop angle. So -3 for the drop angle at 13,000 meters. Okay, you got it? 13,000 meters, 3 degrees drop. Now pick a different point. It's the same, 13,000, 3 degrees drop. Okay, so if you picked a different spot, why is it not rendered in the same position if the values from the one rendered it at a certain point in your field of view? Why are the rest of them not rendered the same? Because all the light's coming in from those points at the same distance and the same angles. There's a thing out there that people think there's distortion-free lenses, and that's not true. Lenses just manage the distortions in different ways. So they preserve one quality at the expense of another, like rectilinear lenses. People say, oh, rectilinear lenses are distortion-free. Well, that's not true. In fact, if you go to an actual camera website, an actual photography website, not somebody's blog or some Wikipedia article, they'll actually explain it to you. Funny enough, the way that the rectilinear lens works on preserving the distortion, if you had a dark, let's just say a green bottom half of a page and a red top half of the page, in the far field, the further you get away from the origin, from the center of the image, the red and the green would separate because the values increase on the y-axis as you get further away from 0. So if you actually did that and looked at it again, it would look like a curve. Kind of weird like that. So in other words, the far left and far right side of the image would look curved. And since that's how they work, and we know that, then you would expect something that's a straight line to look curved. So funnily enough, and this is weird, the globers at this altitude should expect to see a flat horizon, and they should expect that the lens is what's causing the apparent curvature, even if the Earth was a globe. You got to get a lot further away from the surface for those angular relationships to change to where you're going to have discernible curvature information. Well, it's too bad Grumman boy didn't stick around to tell me how he's getting curvature information from the same angle and the same distance, no matter which way you look. All right, friends, go back to that image where you put your finger. Now, if you spin your head, what's happening over on the left is all of a sudden going to be in the center of the vision. It's going to be high in the frame again. What caused what's on the left to come up high in the frame? If it already was at the same drop angle and the same distance, what changed? Very interesting, huh? What's funny, dude, is that a Glover said that even the ISS shouldn't see curve. He was actually a planetarium director.
Like I said, 41 kilometers. They did that twice. It's like 40.7 kilometers, something like that. And they did intermediate distances, right? So they went from, they had the laser set up, and they had a method in which they could rotate the laser. So they went to points that were different distances away. Right? So I think they started at like 19 kilometers, or started like, I think it was like 12 kilometers, and then out to like 19 kilometers, and then 40 kilometers. They just like rotated the laser. That's all they had to do is go bank, bank, bank. EJ, you still here?
This,
EJ, show that laser, show the 21 mile one. The freaking Salt Lake City with the, the one you always show. I like that one.
Yeah, I got it here. Is who are we talking to?
Lazy Leo.
Lazy Leo. You there, dude? You listening?
I am.
Okay. Well, right. So here's an observation done over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a good place to do observations because it's very dry. Very dry environment, so you can see a long distance. Okay, so I'm going to put a clip from a full-length video in the chat. So there's a full-length, high-definition video that goes along with this observation that I'm going to show you. Okay, so in this observation, the guy sets his camera up on a tripod on one side of the lake, and there's a distance of 21 miles across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance. Right, you following along?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. So have a look at the example in the side chat there. Okay, so he set his camera up at 5 foot height Okay, so based off your observation height, the horizon on a globe should be at a certain distance away from you.
5 kilometers.
No, he set his camera up at 5 foot height.
I don't care what he said. The horizon for an average person is 5 kilometers away.
Right. So from a 5 foot observation height, it's 2.7 miles, 2.73 miles, which is like 4 and a bit kilometers, I think.
No, it should be higher. It should be further.
Yeah. I'll put the math in the side chat.
It doesn't matter anyway. The horizon's over 20 miles away. I mean, you guys are quibbling about freaking minor detail.
Yeah, here we go. Right, it's in Imperial. Okay, so from a 5 foot observation height, the horizon would be 2.7 miles away. Okay, but in this observation, we're not seeing any horizon at all over the entire 21-mile lake. Okay, and the target's the shoreline on the other side.
Wait, let me. I'm bad with Imperial, so I have to recalculate that.
Sure.
Fuck. Let me. Is it showing miles? Yeah. So mile.
4.3 kilometers.
Yeah, which kind of works backwards. Seems to me. Because if you're standing on the ground and your horizon is 5 kilometers away, if you go higher, your horizon should be moving farther from you, not closer.
Correct.
So why is it closer then?
What are you talking about?
It says the horizon distance is 2.7 miles, which is 4.3 kilometers, not 5. And he's not standing on the surface level, he's 5 foot higher. So
the average man isn't 5 feet. Brother, an average man isn't 5 feet tall.
Yeah, so
I fucking hope not, dude.
Where is his camera set?
The horizon distance of 3 miles is for a 6 foot man.
Right, so this is the camera setup, dude. Have a look at the camera setup. Okay, so he's just got it 5 foot high above the surface of the water. Okay, if you're 6 foot tall, it's 3 miles away. But if it's 5 foot tall, it's a bit closer. It's 2.7 miles away. All right, so the horizon would be where the line, where the sky and the ground should be.
Okay.
What's that?
Okay, no, I just.
You just said that's where the camera is.
Set up in the mind. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, right. Just let me go through it really quickly with you. I won't be long. Okay, so he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake. Okay, so I just want to show you what it looks like over there. So this is a close-up of where he's going to be zooming into 21 miles away. So 21 miles, that's about 34 kilometers approximately. Okay, so this is what it looks like all the way over on the other side of the lake. And the target's going to be this shoreline. Okay, also take note of the white tower that's in the background there as well, because you're going to see that when he zooms in.
Oh.
All right, so now I'm going to show you a screenshot of when he zooms in from where that camera is situated. Okay, and then he does the observation again at nighttime. Okay, so here's 2 comparisons, daytime and nighttime, from 21 miles away. And then you can see what it looks like close up in the image above it. Okay, so what we can see is that we can see the base of the tower, we can see the shoreline underneath the tower.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And we don't see any sign of a horizon or any obstruction over the entire surface of the water. Now, if the Earth were a globe, there should be 223 foot of obstruction. Okay, so the shoreline should have a hidden height of 223 feet. So the horizon should be at about 2.7 miles. And then you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. Okay, all the rest of the water. Yeah, hold on
I
a
have
second.
no idea what he's
dude.
measuring, but I have seen similar things where the horizon does occur. So
من هنا وغادي نبان لك ديري فريندز وغادي نبان لك فين داخله دخلين ندير
Why are you doing that? What is with this? Some of the people that come in here, it's mind blowing.
It is.
Like a high knee ho.
Like a hiney? Please don't look any heinies. The
All right,
question
bro, look,
here, Lazy Leo, I don't think you understand, is the horizon distance where the horizon is, how far away it is from the camera. The globe makes one prediction that you guys just laid out, but we observed that there's no visible horizon at all, meaning that globe prediction, which should be like halfway up the water here, that horizon doesn't exist in this in these images.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can say.
Yeah,
No, because
the 220 feet of curve that should be blocking that tower in that city and every other thing, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So what he should see on a globe is he should see a water horizon, and then like the top of that tower sticking up from behind it. That's what he should see. Just the tower. None of these lights, none of the shoreline, none of that stuff should be visible at all. All he should see is a water edge, right? Just like you do at the ocean, a water horizon with a tower sticking out from behind it. That's what he should see if the Earth was a globe of 3,959-mile radius.
Peculiar.
Yeah, look, here's another really easy to follow analogy as well, or just a hypothetical. Okay, you know the boat, the Titanic, right? A giant ship.
Yeah.
The Titanic, yeah, it was about 175 foot tall. If the Titanic was where the camera is set up, okay, and then the guy's going to watch the Titanic sail away over to the other side of the lake where he's zooming into. Once the Titanic got to around 2.7 miles, okay, as it went beyond the horizon, the bottom of the Titanic would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Once the Titanic got to 10 miles, halfway across, the bottom 66 feet would be missing behind the curvature of the Earth, behind the horizon. Once the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. It would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth were a globe. That would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. But we're not seeing any curvature. We're not seeing any obstruction. And then he did it during the day. He did it again during the night. And then after they did that, they shot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water as well, towards each other, and they could both see each other's laser beam hitting the target on the other side. And I'll put the whole video for you.
You could go across this in a rowboat and you'd see it all the way to the other side. You don't even need the Titanic. Freaking life raft would have worked. One of the Titanic life rafts wouldn't even be hidden in this video.
No, where are all the globe earthers coming out with this stuff and saying, shit, we just tried this thing, we shot lasers at each other, and the lasers just kept hitting the dirt in the middle of both of us.
So this is the thing. We could keep presenting one after the other of these long-distance observations or laser tests all day, all night. There's basically thousands of them at this point. What doesn't exist is a single observation throughout all of history that actually aligns with the globe.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm interested how and why does that work. Why do they schedule sunset dinners at different time on different heights of Burj Khalifa?
With the season?
Because the sunset.
No, he's asking about with the double sunset when you lay down and then stand up.
No, you don't lay down because the sunset.
Well, you know, they say you can do this laying down too. They say if you lay on your you can stand up, look at the sunset, or lay down, look at the sunset, and stand up and see another one.
Yeah, so it's like, how far away do you think the sun is, right? Like, sun's a far distance away.
I've asked you a different question.
How come without standing up? Hey, without standing up, how come I can move left to right my head by like 6 inches and look around a telephone pole that's like 500 feet away, and I can see like a whole mountain behind it?
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, listen, there's path loss, okay, obstructing the light. So there is stuff in the far distance that you can't see because your eyes are too weak that's blocking the sun. And when you raise your elevation, you increase your angular field of view in the distance, and the sun reveals itself behind the obstructions. It's that simple.
All right. Sure.
Yeah.
I just posted a diagram in the chat.
I like the part when they go, sure. I like that part the best. That's my favorite.
Right.
I'm
I
glad
mean,
I
what if
can
there are
serve your
300-foot hills 200 miles away from you, right towards the west, where the sun is setting, and you are 150 feet high, and then you go up 400 feet, and bam, you can see the sun. You can't see the hills because the hills are too small in your angular field of view to resolve, but because they're so far away, they're blocking out the sun. It's all merged into the horizon, right? Do you think the horizon's the curvature of the Earth?
Why? What do you think happens when the ships do disappear behind the horizon? Then
they don't.
I've never seen that.
Oh, so they never do that.
Not really. It's not really behind anything. It's just the horizon itself is not.
Look, dude. Dude, how big are they supposed to look at that distance? Tell me so I know I can get a ruler out and scale it, make sure you're right. How big should it look if I were to hold my fingers up and I could pinch them together? How far apart should I put my fingers?
No, I'm not asking you about the size. I'm asking you
half a millimeter, or like
no, wait.
1/10 of a millimeter.
Listen to my question. It doesn't matter how big it is. If you look at it and half of it is not visible to you because it's behind the horizon, why do you think that's the case?
Not behind anything. That's the problem. You're trying to include in your description to the explanation. You understand?
But you think that never happens?
Listen, I know that there's observations of a boat where you can only see half of it.
Okay, so
in the horizon is appears to be the dividing line between the bottom and the top. But the horizon's not the physical. Hold on. But the horizon's not the physical edge of a ball. We know this because the horizon moves around. So if we go out one day, right, and we have a buoy, and the horizon's at the buoy, and then the next day, the buoy's in front of the horizon. Then the next day, the horizon's in front of the buoy. Is the horizon physical? Obviously not. It's optical. It's created by meteorological conditions.
So
and typically, when you see this quote unquote cut off boat, there'll be an inferior mirage right on the horizon almost every single time. And you know, an inferior mirage, it's like a double image.
So it's
like a double image of something. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, I got you. I heard you.
And on top of that, we can replicate what that looks like on a scale which is impossible where it's Earth curve. For instance, we can take a lake. It's 1,000 feet long from a very low camera height, like 1.5 inches. Now, from the 1.5 inch camera height, the horizon should be 2,400 feet away. Now, remember that number, 2,400. Now, if the lake's 1,000 feet long, should there be a horizon on that lake? Of course not, right? The lake's too short. The horizon's 2,400 feet away. The lake's 1,000 feet long. Real simple. Should be no horizon on that lake. But guess what? You do this, there is horizons on those lakes. So the horizon can't be Earth curve. Can't be created by the curve of the Earth. It has to be an optical effect created by multiple factors. And it doesn't even... The fact remains that we don't even need to know why it happens. We can observe that it does happen, that the horizon moves around, it's never in the right place, and it's created by the meteorological conditions of the day. And it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, because we can replicate it where the curvature of the Earth can't be a variable. You understand? If we do the exact same if we make it look exactly the same in nature, and we know the curvature of the Earth is not a variable that could be causing it, right? We don't need to know anything more than that. Say, hey, this can only happen on a flat Earth. This can only happen on a globe. This can't happen on a flat Earth. The ship's behind the horizon. But that's your conclusion, the ship's behind the horizon. All you can see is that there's a horizon cutting a boat in half. That's what you actually see.
Okay.
What do you say about that? We can replicate this when we know the curve. We can replicate this on a surface we know is flat, and it looks the same. It means that your preconceived notion about how things should look in nature is just actually wrong. So what people think is that if the Earth is flat and a boat sails away, I should be able to see the bottom of that boat for fucking 1,000 miles, which obviously is not the case. That's wrong. And the reason we know it's wrong is because we've demonstrated it on flat surfaces. That's not the way things look in reality. That's just a construct in people's mind based upon Euclidean geometry, right? So if you see a blueprint or graph paper, and I drew a little diagram, I draw a freaking flat surface, I draw a little stick figure on that, and I draw a little boat far away from the stick figure, and what people think is, if I can draw a line from the stick figure to the boat, then that person can see the boat. But that's not how vision works. And I already brought this up, the railroad tracks, right? If I took on that same graphic, if I drew railroad tracks, I would draw two lines that never touch each other. But the real world doesn't, but the way we see the world doesn't look like that. If I go look at railroad tracks, they appear to converge into a point at the horizon, right? So intuitively, what you think should happen is not what actually happens. And we can just demonstrate it. We don't have to even know why it happens. We can just show you that it does happen.
The railroad has to do with that. That's the perspective of how.
The railroad. It's an analogy. The railroad tracks, when you look at them, they look like they come together, right?
Well, that's how perspective works. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
So
there'll be a minimum angle at which you can't see the surface of the water anymore. We can predict what that angle is. It's 0.02 degrees. That would be on a fucking perfect day, in perfect water and perfect everything, no air. Basically, an unrealistic situation. But if we go purely in the maximum hypothetical angle that you can see the surface of water standing on it, it's 0.02 degrees, right? So if I took your line of sight, right, if I drew a line from you to the water, and I measured the angle, the shallow angle that you're looking at some water, some distance away, the minimum angle you could see that water is 0.02 degrees. And we know what distance that is. It's easy to calculate. Coincidentally, it's 3.24 miles, which is the same as the 6-foot horizon distance on the globe, which is a weird coincidence. Just like if you look parallel to a table, if you had your kitchen table, right, and you lower your head to the table, there's a point where you're going to get so low you can't see the surface of the table, right? Without being under
the table. Okay.
No, if it's parallel. What if it's parallel?
What do you mean? Maybe I don't get. Exactly
what if your line of sight is parallel to the table?
Okay. So.
Can you see the table?
Well, the surface of the table or the table?
Yes, the surface of the table. If you lowered your eyes, you went down to your table, right, and you ducked down and lowered your eyes until your line of sight is parallel to the surface of the table. Can you see the surface of the table?
If it's parallel, then yes. But if you're at the same level,
you can see it if it's parallel?
You can if it's parallel.
Okay, so parallel means that they don't intersect. So if your line of sight doesn't intersect the table, how do you see it?
What do you mean?
Okay. If I drew a line from so you got the surface of a table's flat, right?
You don't only see in a straight line. You realize that, right?
What do you see in then?
Where light comes from all the directions into your eye.
Mm-hmm.
That's what allows you to see not only what's straight in front of you, but directly under your feet and above you, even when you're looking straight.
That's
what
weird,
are you
dude.
talking about?
So I'm talking about that your vision.
Stop making this weird.
You have a point of view that is basically a cone, not a line.
Yeah, well, dude, okay, that's fantastic. Okay, we have a 0.5 degree central vision that we can focus on. Congratulations. Who cares? That line of sight, the central vision, it's called the principal optical axis. And that's what we're going to use. The principal optical axis, meaning the line going from the center of your freaking eye out to wherever. If that line does not intersect the table, you can't see it. This isn't freaking rocket science.
That's not how vision works.
Okay, can you draw in perspective how you could see the table?
I'm trying to process what you're asking.
You're telling me how vision works, and you're trying to process it.
Well,
you have no idea what you're talking
your
about.
Question. Well, I am literally looking at the table right now and seeing it, so I don't.
Okay, lower your vision until the table just disappears. So you're looking at it edge on. And look, bro, what you're talking about, you're like, why can't I see the thing that I can't see?
I have said that. In that case, your line of direct sight in front of you is lower than the table, or
no, it's not lower. It's parallel. It's parallel, dude.
Parallel,
and it's less than, even more than parallel. You wouldn't be able to see it. Even if your line of sight was, like I said, 0.21 of a degree above the table, you wouldn't be able to see the table because we see in angles, right? In the smallest visual angle, why are you interrupting me? The smallest visual angle the human eye can see is 0.02 degrees. Any angle smaller than that, you can't see. It's not resolvable.
What are you
so
talking
you can be
about,
above
guys?
the table. Listen, you can be above. You can be above the table and still not see the surface of the table. This isn't fiction.
Right.
This is called the Rayleigh criterion.
I guess
this is
the
basic
definition of
physics,
vision
dude.
is important here because
Talking about the surface of the table, not the table as a whole object, right?
Because
the surface,
right? The light from the surface, and at that point, still hits your eye, but your mind can't perceive it. So if that's the vision that you're talking about, I guess
Oh,
but
my
physically,
Lord,
it is in your POV.
We're talking about the surface, not the fucking whole table.
The surface. So imagine the surface is at level 0.
Who else we got? Plain and Truth, Travis, and Yaga. Welcome one and all. Actually, there's probably someone else just popped in up the top. No, they just chucked the other bot at us. Welcome all YouTube listeners. I dare say we'd have Old Dude, Daggers, and probably about 21 others on YouTube having a listen in. So
about
hopefully you're having a lucky guess, wasn't it? There's a few that listen in. They keep track of it, don't worry. So I hope you guys are having an awesome day, and hopefully we get some decent questions and no trolls annoying us. But anyways, guys, please, if you've got any questions, don't be scared to ask. Other than that, it's probably going to be me and Jedi talking shit. So, welcome one and all.
Thanks, and Happy New Year to you.
Travis is
right. Well, I did close the old event and started a new event called Heated Debate. So hopefully some people join in.
It sounds like my
debate.
party. Like it.
Oh.
Why'd you change your name again, JD?
I feel, I don't know. Might annoy a certain person.
Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. Go for it.
So what else have we got lined up for 2026? There's a whole slew of us getting fancy cameras, which I think is awesome. Anyone else got any plans lined up for cool events?
I got big plans. Big plans lined up. I'm gonna start doing making content, flat Earth content.
Yep. Oh, you are
putting it on my YouTube channel. What's that?
Sorry, mate. What kind of content are you going to be doing? I know it's flat Earth, but I was watching some flat Earth content today, mate, and I was really pissed off with it. So, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna make content that I feel like we can share with people when they come in, and then they're gonna leave, and we're like, oh, they want to see some 101 videos about flat Earth. You know, they can go off and they can watch 101 videos, kind of like Eric Debate kind of videos that don't have AE maps and shit like that in them, right? So
this is one of the reasons. Sorry to interrupt, DJ. This is one of the reasons why I like you, because that's the very thing that I was talking about when I was saying some flat Earth content today that really pissed me off. It was Eric Dubay with his backdrops of AE maps and fucking sky domes. So yeah, not that. Well done, DJ. That pisses me off because half the time we have to kind of rectify what people see on YouTube, and Eric Dubay is right out there. And I've said this for a while now. The stuff that he puts out confuses people. It makes people think that we're making claims that that's what the Earth is. But sorry to interrupt, man. You carry on.
Yeah, well, that's it. So yeah, there's going to be different length videos. You know, some people might want the 60-second version, and then some people might want Flat Earth in 5 minutes. I think that's a popular one that ODD TV did a long time ago, but it's just super outdated. So I'll do something new like that, and then I want to do a long one, like a proper documentary that goes for at least an hour or maybe even longer. Just going over all of the basic questions, over the talking points, covering all the misconceptions and that kind of thing, and then going over, you know, the way I present things to new people, I guess, just going over long distance observations and that kind of thing. So yeah,
I think that sounds really awesome.
Yeah, and then I'll make a whole like subcategories, all right, like one on a gas pressure one, a long distance observation one specifically, a perspective one, and just you know, one for everything eventually, and then start doing some live shows and stuff like that as well, like breakdowns, even you know, going over some of that stuff that does piss us off that we see, like maybe some TikTokers and stuff like that, just reviewing their videos and pointing out what we don't claim and how this is ridiculous and stuff like that. And same with maybe I don't know, lots of ideas.
This is going to be awesome, dude. I wish you the absolute best of luck. I've got a massive smile on my face, dude. This is going to piss people off, though. Right?
Oh, yeah.
You might be reviewed again.
Oh, for sure.
You're aware of this, right? Good, as long as you're aware of this, man. And all power to you, dude. Fucking go for it.
Yeah.
Like I said,
JD's going to be getting the treatment.
Oh, okay. Good.
That's funny.
Oh, yeah. I shouldn't laugh. It's just, it is what it is. But yeah, all power to you, man. Good luck. If I can help in any way, then please feel free to ask.
I most definitely will do. Yeah, because I've got a YouTube channel. It's got about 5,000 subscribers. I make like small documentaries and stuff like that about different things, tsunamis and parasites and just random shit.
Have I not got your YouTube subscription? Why have I not got that? Can you send me a link to your channel?
Yeah, I'll send you a link to it. But I haven't uploaded anything for a while on there, so yeah, I'm just gonna dedicate that channel, and hopefully, gets some views. I'm gonna have like everything I post, I'll post on there. I'll post it on TikTok, make a TikTok with the same name, and Instagram, Facebook. Put everything on all the platforms and try to get, some of the information out there to more people, because I notice a lot of the Facebook Flat Earth information, Instagram stuff that my wife shows me and stuff like that. It's like David Weiss, Eric Dubay style stuff, not 24/7 style stuff. So hopefully, yeah.
Facebook
since the lack
toxic,
of
man,
bro, it's terrible. It's almost like it's like controlled opposition.
It's like what on Twitter, someone puts a post up, and next thing they just dogpile, and you get this whole trail of stupidity following it. And Facebook's exactly the same. Someone will put a legit post up, a legit question, someone will answer it sensibly, and next thing, you're wrong. Don't you believe in gravity? When they're talking about something totally non-related, and it's just a dogpile. It really is. It's just trash. Not a fan. Some funny stuff though, but yeah. Sorry.
It's insane, isn't it? Yeah. I noticed the same thing. But it's almost like some of the arguments the flat earthers are making on there. It almost seems like they're like the new version, like Flat Earth Society 2.0 or something. Seems like they're purposely putting out the worst flat Earth arguments, and then you've got, which is weird, you've got like all of these globers. They'll have tons of comments just shitting on the bad argument. It's almost like some kind of psyop that someone like Toon or something like that has set up.
That's what I'm thinking. That's a whole stage conversation. Yeah.
Well, now that you've said that, on Facebook there's one called Flat Earth Friends. Now, when you join a group, you get the availability to go to the group, see who the moderators for that group are. You wouldn't believe who's the moderator for Flat Earth Friends. McToon. One of them. There's about 16 of them, and he's one of them.
That is such a toxic Facebook page. That's one of the worst. Yeah.
Yep. You just got to pick your marks in that one. Like the other day, someone posted up something about distances and things being so big that you can't see that far. And the funny part is, in the post just before it, some clown had put up there that they can see ships going over the curve. And it's like, hang on a minute. Is it too big or too small? Are you seeing the ship going over the curve? Or is it too big to see the curve? And all I got was, you're a moron. Well, yous are the clowns that are saying it. Is it too big or too freaking small? I don't care which way you go. I'm easy. Pick one. Flip a coin. I don't know. Doesn't matter, but you're not going to get away with both of them together. It's either too big to see it, or it's not big enough. But they had a little cry about that, just pointing out the obvious. Anyway, it sounds like we had a few new people jump in here. Who else have we got? Going down the list, we got Max. We got Ted. I'm pretty sure one of you will have a question. And we also got Moirai. I don't know if I've said that correctly or not. I got no chance. Moirai, yeah. Please feel free to unlock your mic. Tell me where I went wrong. And we just had another phase, but he must have phased out. That's all right. But anyways, guys, for those new ones, Ted, Moirai, I'll try that. Max, please feel free to ask questions. Put forward any queries, concerns, proofs of curvature. That's always entertaining.
Yeah. I'll be back.
Yeah, so for me, DJ, this year, I'll be trying to get long-range photos done. For me, it's just financial now. As each pay comes in, see which part I'm gonna tip me coins on next. That's all it's sort of I'm doing at the moment. So,
man, that's awesome. I can't wait. Thanks for doing that. That's
tell me about it.
It's going to be kick-ass.
I'm climbing up the walls, man, just waiting to do this shit. I know, it's just pumped. I got to suss myself out some good spots that I can go to. What I need to find is a ridge or a range or something where I've got a exceptionally long shot, like from T-Dub's place, somewhere like that, and where I can get a really long range hit and hopefully line up some other markers, so another range or a ridge or something like that, like how Jay Tolan does it in his plane, how he marks off identifying markers. But yeah, that's what I'm sort of hoping to do, is get some decent long range stuff.
Awesome. I can't wait. Yeah. And when you do it, can you make sure you show a measurement of how high the camera is? like with a tape measure or something like that, because that's one thing they whine about sometimes, even though it shouldn't be something they whine about because it's freaking orders of magnitude further that we can see. They do whine about that sometimes. And if you can, a thermometer to check the water temperature. I think that's super important. If you can find a day where
if I'm over water. The water one is not going to be a big one for me. Because there's not many spots I can go to.
Oh, true. So what are you going to do?
Burrendog Dam, which is a 2-hour drive. And I've got Lake Macquarie, which is, 4.5 hours.
Oh, yeah, that's a mission.
But I've got heaps of mates that live down in Newey. So I can make one of them down there, staunch flat earther. He won't get in these channels. I've been trying to drag him in here, kicking and screaming, but he won't get in. He's a staunch flat earther. Lives down in, Belmont, Swansea area. And from where his house is, he lives pretty close to the water. From where his house is, you can see the island up at Nelson's Bay. Now that's 63 k's. I would love to go down to his house one day and get a decent shot of that in IR. Just to show how far you can actually... Because that's a pretty good throw. That's what I told him. That's not possible. As he said one day, on a good day you can see it. And that's what I said, bullshit. Not possible. If you believe in certain things. And he laughed. But no, I'm actually climbing up the walls, mate. Eager to do this. So, like I said, mine's just coins at the moment. As they roll in, I'll be tipping them into this camera, getting it sorted out. So I can go and have some fun. But unlike other gatekeepers, I won't be stockpiling all my shit and jamming it in a corner. I'll be posting it up so everyone can use it, abuse it. As long as they don't modify the images. And they leave them as whole. If they want to put writing and shit on top of them, that's great. But as long as the image itself's not modified underneath, I'm good with that. Whole purpose of this is to hand out information.
Yeah, exactly.
How's it going, Aeon? Or not?
Did it all go dead since I left?
Pretty much.
That's a shame. DJ, JD, whatever your name is. Yeah, exactly. I can jump straight in and talk about what I want to talk about. DJ, you there?
Yes. All right, I changed my name back. I think I agree. It's confusing.
Okay, no worries. I was just getting used to the new one, but whatever. Okay, so DJ, you watched those videos that I sent you. You and your missus watched. Any thoughts?
Oh man, yeah, awesome video. I've been binge watching some of those channels.
Pretty cool, aren't they, man?
Yeah, man, awesome. Yeah, I've been watching tons of videos off there. It's like while I'm working, I just sit there and watch those. They're freaking awesome. The one about the wars, that was a good one.
Yeah. I'll try to keep Matrix in the loop of what we're talking about. I don't want to lose everybody too much, but I came across the idea that the First and the Second World War aren't the First and the Second World War. The First World War is the Second World War, and the Second World War is the Third World War. Before the Second and the Third World War, there was obviously a First World War, right? But this was around the time of like the warring, the Crimean War and the wars across Europe that we had in the 1800s. So I found a video about that, which was extremely interesting. It kind of runs parallel and lends credence to the idea of one, a potential Satan's little season, and two, the obvious idea that time and so on has been manipulated and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, I found it really interesting. Yes, it's crazy. I'll see if you're interested, mate. I'll see if I can find it and send it to you.
Yeah, if you find it, flick it across and I'll have a look.
Outstanding video for sure.
So how does that go with Nostradamus's predictions, with not knowing what the Third World War will be fought with, but the fourth one will be sticks and stones?
I have no idea, dude. When people bring up these characters from history, and Nostradamus is a bit of I studied Nostradamus back in 1990s. It was one of the first weird books that I got given at Christmas, type of thing, of Nostradamus's predictions. So he's a weird type of character, but a character from history, kind of sort of the same type of thing as like Newton, right? These characters from history. I don't trust characters from history, dude. I'm starting to really remove myself from not remove, but not remove myself, but take a different and better look at the history that we've been taught. I mean, I'm English. I'm surrounded by history, right? Kings and queens and all of these buildings, and I guarantee you, mate, there's stuff in my country that don't make sense. There's buildings
in shit like that over here that's just way out of place.
I've got so many questions now, more questions than I did have like 6 months, a year ago, like pertaining to our history, what is actually going on, like my own Christianity, as I think maybe some of you have heard me speak about. I've moved away from some ideas of Christianity to maybe others, especially this kind of Satan's little season idea. I haven't taken it full on board and whatnot. I'm still learning about it. But when you add it to the idea of the Tartarian and the mud floods and so on, and especially this idea of, the manipulation of history and former conflicts that have, been worldwide before, especially because of the technology that was available in the landscape that we are still living within. It's like blowing my mind, mate. It's taking my breath away.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. Me too. Yep. Especially looking into that little season stuff, it sort of connects a bit more stuff together, and the potential time, quite a substantial amount of time being shaved off the timeline as well.
Only 1,000 years, not much.
Yeah, exactly. It's not much. But also fitting in with that is the globe deception, kind of linked in with that. That's actually, Jedi, one of the videos I plan on making as well is one about tying the globe deception in to the little season and being able to bring some of the more empirical quality sort of arguments, because a lot of the little season people, they're biblical flat earthers. And I want to bring some of the empiricism into their sort of network of people, because most of them are flat earthers. There's tons of people coming to flat earth now because of that. These little season people that are bringing out all these videos who are also flat earthers, like Jason Jack, super smart guy. I think he's a surgeon or something like that. But yeah, he's a flat earther, and he gets freaking so many views on his videos about little season. Mixes flat earth in there. But yeah, I want to make one that sort of connects the globe deception with the little season. I think that'll be fun.
Do you remember us talking the other day about YouTube censorship and so on? And we were talking about Eric Dubay, and one of our favourite or recommended Eric Dubay videos was the history of flat Earth.
Yep.
I'm going to have to take a second look at that. Maybe you should as well, because there's a lot of narrative in there, right? Especially from like the last 200-300 years. Like famous experiments and all of these people and synthetic astrology, blah blah blah. That's where Eric Dubay gets quite a bit of that narrative from. So I might have to take a second look at that.
Yeah, me too.
If we're not pointing fingers at people saying that they are committing these heinous types of crimes, right? But when we look at YouTube personalities, I've always said you have to be careful of the Pied Pipers because their tunes sound wonderful, but you're going to end up falling off of the cliff. And every time I watch Eric Dubay stuff, like I did today, because he released another video about the Earth's motion or whatever it was titled, but it was regards to the Earth's motion. And I was really angry about it. I mean, I understand that Eric Dubay was one of the first people that I came across, and was one of the first people many other people come across. I'm not saying that he's a liar. I'm hopefully I'm wrong in that kind of thinking. But when we look at the stage around us, and I use that word specifically, when we look at the stage around us, we have to take a second and third look at the people who are put in front of us, who are said because of number counts of subscribers and views and likes and so on, that are the popular people. So it's the popular people that I'm taking second looks at. That's why I said to Matrix about Nostradamus, comparing him to Newton, because again, these are popular people that we're told a historical narrative about. Now, if we're tying that into a Satan's little season, there's lots of deception going on, blah, 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 and how the flat earth is also part of deception, then these types of narratives, they're all bullshit. Maybe most of these people didn't even exist. Right? It's quite easy to ghost write. Right? Pretend to. You just got to sign your name, put some documents down. We've maybe done enough research into, again, Satan's Little Season or Tartaria mud floods to know that documents are very easily manipulated, especially from long ago, right? So all you've got to do is keep them somewhere. Very few people have access to the lock and key that those documents are kept behind. For the rest of the population, we just trust that those documents have been held for prosperity. Like for the amazing amount of documents we got in the British Library and so on. Thousands upon thousands of things. But ultimately, I'm just saying that it's quite easy to write things down on bits of paper and hundreds of years later say that this was actually going on when it wasn't. Sorry, that was a bit of a ramble, but I hope you understand.
No, man, I love it. Yeah, absolutely. Even the more I dig into historical figures like ancient Greeks and things like that, the more holes I'm finding, and how quite a lot of them, there's no evidence that they said or did any of the things that they are credited with. And even according to mainstream historians, they can't really even prove they existed in many cases, like for Eratosthenes or Pythagoras, and probably a lot more people.
Yeah. I think I remember you saying that the other day about the ancient Greeks and so on, whether they actually existed. And there's no way really to know. There's chains of documentations and so on that ultimately people rely on, again with archaeological evidence. But I think we're aware enough now that archaeological evidence is either biased or ignored or completely it couldn't exist, and people just turn away from its actual existence. So the whole narrative from top to bottom, as far as I'm concerned, is just poison. All of it. Don't believe a word of it anymore, to be honest with you. And I think that's a good way to be. I don't mind being like that at the moment. I'd rather, again, be in a position of not actually knowing, instead of having this idea that I actually have got an idea about what happened 200 years ago, 500, 1,000 years ago. I ain't got a fucking clue. I'm never going to know. All I'm going to do is trust what some like historian or some official narrative about something. No, I can't do that. It doesn't make sense. I've come to my own conclusions with my own eyes, my own ears, my own senses around me. I've come to the conclusion that the stories that they're telling me about where I am, my history of where I am, is complete bullshit. Complete bullshit. For a reason, I'm still not struggling to figure out, but it's deep. It's really deep. And at the end of the day, it all comes down to theology. All of it. It comes down to ideals and people's theologicals. I'm not saying us, but other people's theological beliefs. It all comes down to theology, dude.
Crazy stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, man. I mean, I was telling Matrix earlier, it's like 2026 now. I've been flat earther for 11 years or whatever. I thought when I had my eyes open to flat earth that I'd maybe plateaued, right? This is it, right? Fucking hell, the flat earth, this is the big truth, blah. No, it's not, but it's one hell of a stepping stone. It's a magnificent doorway. It's a really good, like, new looking glass to use. It brings you onto other things. And I've, like, as you know, as I've explained over recent weeks and whatnot, I've shed ideas and things. I've let perceptions and, preconceived notions and things that I thought were true. I've dropped them, set them down, don't trust them anymore.
Yeah, a term a lot of people seem to use about waking up. Waking up is the term that people use. It's kind of like waking up, and then all of a sudden you realize you're actually just at level 1.
Yeah.
and now you got to work everything out.
It's
you
like
thought you
waking
were at
up.
level 30, but you're not.
I know what I'm like when I'm waking up, dude, and I'm slow to fucking start, I tell you. Sometimes I'm grumpy when I wake up as well. So waking up, it takes some time to wake up properly. Sometimes I think that term, even like being awake, I think that's a propaganda tool. Again, I think it's just a word that's associated with like maybe some kind of arrogance. It helps you along you're waking up to a new truth, and wow, aren't you special knowing this? That's dangerous thinking, dude. Yeah, flat earth isn't the all and end all of it, but it's a magnificent, like, as I was saying, new looking glass to use.
Definitely.
Right, have we got any new people joining in? Have we still got an event going on?
Yeah, heated debate.
Oh, well, we need someone with an antagonistic viewpoint to debate against with regards to the shape of the Earth. Maybe somebody who's trying to think the Earth is a sphere for some reason. Maybe they'll let us know and wishes to defend that position and attack us with it. All right. If anybody's joined the channel and wishes to attack a flat earther or defend the globe, then please feel free to do so. We can make it as heated as you want, or it can be as calm as you want. It can be an exchange of ideas. But like the title says, heated debate if you want one. Don't know what else to say, DJ. I tried.
That's it. Oh, maybe who we got in here? Estrella, welcome. Avrika, welcome. Oh, who's this person? This is Kaulan, welcome.
No, actually it's Howla.
Kaulan?
Yeah, Howla.
Kaula. All right. Well, nice to meet you. Welcome to the channel.
Yeah, thank you.
Let us know if you have any questions about the topic of the channel.
Actually, I don't have. I just was listening and doing some graphic design, so it was so nice. Thank you so much.
Sorry, can you say that one more time, please? Your microphone is a little bit muffled. It's a little bit hard to hear what you're saying.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
You asked me about the topic of today, or like if I got it right.
Yep.
Yeah, if I have any questions. Actually, like I don't have any questions because I didn't like listen to the whole conversation because I was doing some graphic designs, but I enjoyed listening to you. Actually, it's so interesting. Yeah, I think that history is not true. Like there's many facts, hidden facts, and I don't want like to talk about too much about this topic, but thank you so much. And yeah, that's it. Thank you
Yeah,
so
you're
much, and
welcome.
nice to meet you, all of you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely some interesting facts about history when we look deeply into what we're told. Doesn't quite fit.
Actually, I'm from a country where, like, you know, that our history means a lot to us. It's very interesting and we appreciate it a lot. We always talk about it and we believe about the facts of our history. So, yeah, so I appreciate history and people who talk about history because it's like a part of our life. If you don't know your history, you don't know yourself, you don't know your future and your present. I think this is my perspective, my own perspective.
I'd agree. Can I ask you a question? Where are you from? What country are you from? I'm from England.
Oh, nice to meet you. I try to guess first.
Honestly, I wouldn't want to be offensive. I would like to say maybe South Asian from the subcontinent, or maybe Southeast Asian. But I would maybe completely wrong. So please forgive me.
It's completely okay. Yeah, you're wrong. Algerian. I'm from Algeria, and
Wow.
it's near to Morocco, Tunisia, and Egypt. It's in every country. Do you know it?
Yeah, I know where Algeria is. Yeah, I do apologise if I offended you. But
No.
it just helps me understand the history that you're talking about. So now I know where you're coming from. I understand the history that you're talking about. And as I said, I'm from England, so you understand the history that I'm talking about when I reference it. Very proud of my heritage, very proud of my history.
Yeah.
Would you agree with me that the people that control history would most probably control who you think you are, being as you base your identity on the history of your nation, for example, that you're proud in?
Maybe they contributed of like shaping our identity, you know, and yeah, this is the impact of them like on our life, and me, I'm one of them for sure.
Yeah. When I say the word propaganda, do you know what that word means?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So we
my
understand.
my major. I'm a journalist, by the way, so I know it.
Oh, fantastic. That's brilliant. So you do definitely know what I'm talking about. So propaganda most definitely exists. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So people can control how, for example, newspapers, media outlets, maybe the narratives of history, for example, because we all know that nations, kings and queens, prime ministers, religious leaders, they all like to have a certain type of narrative. That, for example, the history that I get taught in England about other countries might not be the history that you get taught in your country about your own country. You understand?
Exactly, yeah. I completely understand you. Yeah, and in my country, maybe there is some propaganda or like you know where you can like find the true history. I got the true history of my country from my grandfather. I got it from some documents my in the museum, or newspapers and some books, or there is some logical fallacies, or we call it in Arabic مغالطات منطقية. It happens in
Yeah.
history too. Also, sometimes there's some you know some propaganda. People, they like, for example, I will give you a concrete example, maybe you will understand me. I know, like, Algeria, it's a revolutionary, country, and my grandfather, sorry, like, he was like one of those men who was alive during the Algerian Revolution, So he always like tells me, some facts, and sometimes I find like the contrary. So, for example, some people, they don't know, or they don't like um um witnesses like the Algerian Revolution, but they talk about it to the media, to like they say some facts, some lies. I know, not facts. So you can't rely on them always, and yeah, this is like,
Yeah. No, I
I don't know,
completely.
like, I was so distracted. I don't know how to arrange my ideas, but I hope that you get me right.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I appreciate everything that you said. I really do. The point that I'm trying to drive to, in previous conversations, maybe just before that you joined, is obviously that we can't always trust. Sorry, we always have to trust things about history, things with regards, say, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago. You might be able to look into the local history about your local town and so on for the last 100, 200 years or so on, but you must realize the further that you go back in history, the dimmer it becomes. You have to give it more trust. You don't have first-hand knowledge, for example, and history is a good way to explain this, right? Because it's a control of a narrative. Now, people can control narratives in many different ways, because people like you, myself, will form identities around our environment, around our town, around where we live, about where we perceive that we came from. So this is why this room is quite interesting, because we're talking about the earth, the thing that we live on, its history, how it was created. All of these types of things come into question in this room. The point being is the narrative about the earth, like history, can easily be manipulated. There are lots of historical arguments that add to the story that over a period of time, man discovered after climbing out of caves, when we discovered science and technology and became smarter, that we eventually figured out the truth that the earth was indeed a sphere. Okay? Now, this narrative, when we try to test it to see if it's true, we don't find the earth to be a sphere. So what we're basically saying is we're told that the earth is a sphere. When we go to try and measure, for example, the curvature of that sphere over a distance of the earth, we don't measure that curvature. What we actually measure is over the distance of the earth, let's say water. Over the distance of water, we measure that water to be horizontal on the surface. No curvature is to be measured on the earth. This means, consequentially, that the earth can't be a sphere, because if it was a sphere, we'd measure the curvature of the earth, because that's what the earth would be. So, again, one of the reasons why I bring this up is sometimes there are lots of foregone conclusions. We take a lot of trust in the things that we are told, and it's sometimes very hard to evaluate the things that we are told, so we do trust them, pertaining to things like history and so on, because we can't get in the time machine and go backwards. The earth, though, where we actually are, we can test it because it's here and now and we're standing upon it. So that's a claim that we can verify. The consequence to this also is, as you pointed out earlier, our environment, where we came from, who we are, is very important to our independent psyche, right? Our identity as a human being, okay? Now, if that narrative is controlled, then your perception about your reality and who you are could be a lie. Now, if the Earth is not a sphere, that means that it was not created by a Big Bang that exploded the universe, which has included the sun and included the Earth, into existence over billions and billions of years. That creation narrative isn't true. But that creation narrative, along with such things like evolution, how biological sentient life was formed, and eventually me and you, so we can have this conversation, that creation narrative is given to us from school age. This narrative, though, isn't true. Consequently, it's an attack against your identity. Your identity is being taken away from you. Because your identity at the moment, if you are to believe the Ptolemaic narrative to the Big Bang, the Earth being a sphere and evolution, is you're lucky to be alive. It's an accident that this place sprang into existence for no apparent reason whatsoever. Your life doesn't mean anything when we look at the grand scheme of things to the trillions and trillions and trillions of other stars with potential other planets with other life on them. You don't really mean a thing in a small blip of time. That's a massive misconception and a huge amount of control for someone or whoever to hold over you. That's not true because the Earth isn't a sphere. Anyway, I've rambled on too long. I do apologise, but thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Can I just add something?
Of course.
Maybe I have a completely different opinion when it comes to identity. Okay, so sometimes when the narrative is completely wrong, maybe it won't affect your identity because you are who you are. Like, never mind where is your history is, or so for me you are who you are, regardless of your history, your family, or whatever. So
don't mean to interrupt, but can I ask, what religion are you?
I'm Muslim.
Okay. And that's based on your parents and your tradition and the country that you live in, right?
Yeah, and I like to be Muslim too.
Okay, no, that's fine. Do you think, and please answer honestly, I understand that you're very faithful to religion, or I hope that you would assume so, but please just set that aside for this hypothetical. Do you think that maybe if you were born to Christian parents in a Christian country, that you might not have become a Muslim and you might have become a Christian?
I don't know, actually, it's hard to guess, but I think that I will be the religion that I believe in.
Yeah. What I'm trying to point out is that Chinese people are usually born in China that have the identity of being Chinese and the traditions of being Chinese because that's the environment that they're brought up in with Chinese parents and so on, right? Same for you in Algeria, same for me in the UK, same for DJ who was brought up in Australia but has now moved to Poland, right? We all carry these identities. We can't escape them, right? It's everywhere. The clothes that you wear in the shops down the street, the same clothes that other people wear, the fashion of today, everything's kind of an influence upon you, right? You can't really escape it. So your environment is a huge factor, the world in which you live in, the stories that you get told about, right, that you have to jumble around in your head because one narrative is against the other. One narrative is some kind of natural selection ended up you forming yourself into a human being over billions of years. Other would say that it was God. Your God would probably be the creator of your environment, right? So it would be antithetical. You would have to have some kind of, I don't know, justification in your head. There would be an internal battle, right? These things will influence you. The arguments that your parents have as a child, the things that you see on TV at school, the things that you see on TV and the things that you talk about when you go to school or you go to work, they always influence you. You can't escape them. I appreciate 100% when you turn around and you say, you are you, and an individual is an individual. I 100% agree. However, you can't escape the fact that you are influenced by the world around you, which does impact your identity. If you can control that perception of the world around you, then by consequence, you can control somebody's identity.
Okay, I think that maybe it will affect not my identity or personality, but my thinking. Maybe I will think a lot about it. I will like try to pursue the truth or something, but my personality is something else. Yeah, it's I think it, but not 100%. I think.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. It's the old argument of nature and nurture, right? And it's both. And I'm not going to disagree with anything you say. I just hope you agree with what I say.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
As I said, I'm not going to disagree with anything that you say. The old argument of nature and nurture, right? What influences a person? Okay, is it the way that you're born? Is it internal? Is it genetic? Is your personality and the things that you laugh at just the way that you are, or is it influence? I completely agree with you. All right, so everything that you say, I will agree with. Right, but what I'm hoping is you agree with what I'm saying.
Yeah, I completely understand what you say, and yeah, you're right actually. Do you know a little bit about psychology? Because there's like a human personality, and the human personality has a different like humanly structure, and like it's like your personality like starts um being yours since you're born, you know. So there is many factors, many environmental factors, but they don't like affect your personality 100%. I think this is what I meant, and I have. It's not like necessarily to agree with me, but I have that you just understand me, and I appreciate what did you say, and yeah, thank you so much for being interested about like history, cause you know that like years ago, when I was in the first year at university, like we have like to study, and we have like a history as a subject in the first year at university, and I was like hating this subjects or this model, like I don't like it, and even like I was like very good at it, but I hate it. And after graduating now, I discovered that history is like just like without your history, without your past, there is no present, there is no future. There is you are not, as you mentioned. This is an interesting thing about identity. You when you know your history and you believe it, you have a strong identity, a strong personality. You have like you like or you I don't know how to say it. You belong to something, to your country, to your religion, you know, and you know the history where like this, for example, about your country, that something what happened, for example, you're strolling in your town and you're asking, for example, your dad about something about a status or something, and he like tells you that this is here because something happened here, and this man, for example, is a hero, and you know, like you feel proud, and you know, so she's very interesting. And thank you so much for being interested about history and for sharing me those thoughts. I appreciate them a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you. Now I have to leave, and because now it's almost 3 a.m. Have a good day. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Welcome back anytime.
Thank you so much.
Right. Has anybody else jumped in recently whilst that conversation was going on? Has anybody got any comments, queries, concerns about the previous conversation? Or are you new to the channel, new to the conversation, and want to start a new conversation? Maybe if I say conversation more times, I can, I don't know, whatever. But yeah, welcome everyone. Welcome to the channel. If anyone's got any questions about the topic of the room or the event that's being run at the moment, you'd like a heated debate, would like to hear a heated debate, maybe you think the Earth is a sphere and would like to defend that position or attack a flat earther for their position that the Earth is flat, and you will have a heated debate, then please feel free to unmute your microphone, introduce yourself, tell us who you are, say hi, and bring forth your proposition, query or concern. But like I said, welcome everyone. Hope everyone's still here. Okay, so still new people jumping into the room. Hope DJ's still around on Matrix. I see Gemsy jumped in. What's up, Gemsy? Good to see you. Didn't notice that you jumped in before. Hope you're doing well. But there are some new people that have jumped in. I see COVID-19 is here. Ladyman has jumped in. What's up, Ladiesman217? Good to see you again. Light is here also. Who else we still got in the chat? Plain and Truth is still here. Travis is still here. So we've got a packed room, guys. Lots of people. So let's see if we can get a conversation going. Who have we got at the top of the channel? Nah, they're all muted. Oh, Darwin's in the channel. Hello, Darwin. Good to see you. Bryson's joined us. Welcome, Bryson. Blue Jumper's in the chat. What's up? And Apex W2002. Your time is up. Please bring your gondola to the side. Ahmad Yusuri. What's up, Ahmad? Good to see you. 20 Cups in the house. Good to see you, my friends. And some bots probably from YouTube. So lots of people in the channel. I believe the event name is Heated Debate. The topic of the channel is the Earth, whether it is flat or whether it's a sphere. So if anybody would like to debate that heatedly, then please feel free to do so. If you want to bring up a subject, if you think the Earth is a sphere because, you know, the way it looks like on the moon, or you think that the Earth is rotating because wind moves in certain directions, and you think these are good evidences for a sphere, the reason why pens fall down, you think that's a good evidence for a sphere, then please bring forth your argument. We will be happy to oblige you. Right, seriously, somebody else jump in because I'm fed up of talking to myself.
Thanks, Jedi. We're saying hi. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing alright. Welcome, Wiz of Mount Doom. Welcome to the VC. How you doing?
Yo, pretty good.
What brings you by to the FE Discord? What brings you by?
Just want to hang with the bros.
Cool. The Jedi is here. Still? I don't know if he's gone now. He might be sleepy by now.
Am I a bro? I don't know. I'm almost 50. I mean, around, I don't know. Am I still a bro?
I'm just throwing you out there.
Sweet. Cool. Yeah, you can come and hang with us bros, man.
Thanks, bros.
Thank you, bro.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. How are you? There's many people joining at the moment. What's going on?
Just
I think we got an
Anybody got
event
any?
going.
Oh, there's an event. Any of the new people, if you got any questions about the topic, flat Earth versus globe Earth topic, you're welcome to ask any questions. I'll be here, Jedi, but I'm reading something at the moment.
No, I appreciate you jumping in, man. Like I said, I was getting sick of just talking to myself. DJ Matrix, you still here? Who hasn't said hello for a while?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just deciding what I want for lunch.
What are you thinking, dude?
Don't know. Maybe do something nasty, just get some nuggets out of the freezer and heat them up. I just don't know what I feel like at the moment. I just, yeah.
As long as it fills a gap in your stomach, man, I understand that feeling. Yeah.
And we've all done it. Go to the fridge, open the fridge, and just stand there and look at it. You have all sorts of random shit in there, and you don't know what you want to chew on. Then you'll go to the cupboard, you'll open the cupboard, look at that, and the things will look back at you, and you'll still shake your head and go, I don't know. And then you go back to the fridge because it's nice and cool. Not that you'd have that much problem with that over there.
Hey.
Yeah, unless you're Canadian. Unless you're Canadian.
Hey, that's true.
Flat Earth.
Here we go.
Want to see Saturn, flat Jupiter, flat Sun, and flat Moon.
Yeah, it's all
Why
flat.
the Earth gotta be flat? Why the other planets are not flat?
Why is a banana a different shape to an apple?
But being flat and being an apple is a whole different story altogether.
Okay. So what I'm trying to point out to you is things can be different. The Earth can be different from things in the sky. I'll give you everything in the sky appears to be spherical.
Stop trolling, bro. Stop trolling, bro.
Not trolling.
You're a troll. You're a troll.
Right, dude. I mean, you're the one who interrupted me. I was just trying to point out a logical fact. If you don't want to listen, that's up to you. That went well.
I'll give him points for the way he started.
Yeah, man.
I thought, here we go. He's coming swinging. It's going to be out of the park. Wait for it.
I feel like if we were Olympic judges, we'd have to judge him in 3 stages. His run-up was good. His approach, I'll give him good marks for that.
Yeah, 100%.
His ascent wasn't too good. The dismount was fucking terrible.
Dismount, he got knocked off.
It looked good, at least it's not. So.
Ganged up against me and trying to suppress my voice. It's not gonna get me convinced, right? You gotta do better
been suppressed.
than that.
Wait, are you actually still here?
Well, I'll give him points for a second attempt.
This is the point in the proceedings where the crowd start clapping. We're urging you on, Sunshine.
Gang on that shit. I got a gang of that shit.
You can do it, Sunshine.
We got a lot more points than that.
Oh, let's see how it finishes. So, do you want to start again?
So for his first attempt, it was a 10-5-1.
No, I did that's not the first time that I ran into an argument with a flat earther, and I haven't got any convincing answer, to be honest with you. But I'm gonna give it a try.
Okay, what questions were you asking?
Yeah, the same question. Like, you think the Earth is flat? What about Jupiter? What about Saturn? What about Sun, the Moon, and the other planets? Are they flat too?
Okay, so what answer were you given that wasn't convincing?
I did not get any convincing answer. There was no answer.
Okay.
Except the fixation of Earth being a firmament, suspended in a firmament.
Okay, that's nice. So I tried to give you an answer. Would you like me to try and give you an answer again?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm all ears.
So the Earth is flat. I don't know if the moon is flat. I don't think it's flat. I don't think Jupiter's flat. But whatever I think, I can't confirm because I'm not going to the moon and I'm not going to Jupiter to see if it is what I think it is or not. Right? But I'm on the Earth.
I got another question for you. I got another question for you. So is the northern hemisphere of the spherical Earth believer is true, or the southern hemisphere?
Like, what the fuck? I'm still talking to you. I appreciate that you've got another question.
My bad.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
We will get to your other question. It's like, don't rush, dude. But I just want you to understand and hope that you agree that this is a satisfactory answer, right? I gave you a satisfactory answer. So you don't need to come in here saying you haven't been given a satisfactory answer to that question anymore, right? Do people not know how to communicate anymore?
I mean, filibuster.
No, they do, but
communication.
Alright, so my other question to you is, all right, so for the people living in northern hemisphere, the Earth is flat. What happens to the people living in the southern hemisphere?
It's like just fucking rude. It's like at the end, I asked you a question to confirm, because if I give you an answer to this now question, you're not going to respond to it. You're not going to say anything to it. You're just going to ask another question. Before we move on to your next question, can I get an affirmation? It's like, for fuck's sake, dude. Can I get an affirmation that my answer was satisfactory? If you've got a response to what I said or not.
I sure do. What's the question?
Do you remember you asked me a question about the Earth being flat, meaning, or possibly, do I think that the other things in the sky are flat
and
too?
you said you don't know if the moon is flat. You said that you don't know if the sun is flat.
Okay, good. Do you think that's a satisfactory answer?
No, that's not a satisfactory answer. Like,
why?
If you're so sure about
why
the topology of Earth, you would at least have some idea about the topology of the moon, the sun, or Jupiter,
It seemed like an
Saturn.
honest answer to me. It was honest.
All right. So what you're trying to tell me that you're pretty much sure about the topology of Earth, but you don't know about the topology of moon or sun or Jupiter or Saturn or the planets. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah. Do you remember why I can't lay claim to those things, but I can lay claim to the Earth? Do you remember what I said about that?
Why?
Because one, I'm on the Earth. I'm not on the moon. I'm not on the sun.
No, you're on a part of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm on the Earth, so
you don't have a holistic view of what it is to be.
I'm just an idiot. I just don't know why I bother.
Just on a part of it. You're just on a part of it. You're just relying on your observation.
No, okay.
From your immediate environment.
Okay. So I know the Earth is flat is because one, it looks that way, and two, the confirmation of the observation through direct measurement of the surface. So to keep it simple.
Well, wait a minute. There's no confirmation of the observation from experimental evidence.
What?
That is unconfirmed. That there has not been any experimental evidence to validate.
Really?
Earth is flat.
Okay. To be clear with words, I'm not going to be giving you experimental evidence. What I'm going to be giving you are measurements. Do you agree that we can survey the land using tools?
Yeah.
Cool. So when we survey the land using tools, we measure the surface of the land or water, the earth, to be horizontal over distance. Do you disagree that we, for some reason...
I do agree with that.
I do.
I do agree with
I have
that.
a disagreement. You can bounce lasers off the
No
moon
disagreement there.
and
No
take pictures of
disagreement
the
there.
planet that way.
Okay. I'm not talking about bouncing lasers off the moon.
I mean, you can do it yourself with like a relatively cheap setup. You can get like a $2,000 laser.
Measuring the surface of the earth, though, is it, Sunshine?
What's that?
That's not the moon going to be measuring.
We sure can do that, but that's how it's done.
We're not going to be
That's how
measuring.
it's been done.
It's like I'm trying to talk. We're not going to be measuring the curvature of the earth by shooting lasers at the moon now, are we?
I mean, that's pretty much exactly how they do it.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. So it's probably best you stop talking because you're going to derail a conversation because you're stupid. I don't want that to happen. I'm dealing with this gentleman.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you a question.
Go on.
How is that a lunar eclipse that is visible to the northern hemisphere is not visible to the people living in southern hemisphere?
Why are the things in the sky in this area we call the north not visible from very far to the south?
Right.
Okay. Because they're very far away. You understand that
far away.
Let me point it out to you. You're going to smack yourself in the face when you.
Where is this edge? Where is this edge?
Now we're on to an edge.
If I walk right through that edge, then I fall off. Where do I fall off to?
No. Shut up. God, I can't find mute buttons quick enough. Dude, we're not going to be asking other fucking questions about other subjects. We're going to reach a logical conclusion about the subject we are talking about at the moment before we get to edges. The fuck? Right, you're unmuted again. How's that? Don't make me lose my patience with you.
No, that's not convincing enough. Like, you didn't tell me, like, where's the edge of this flat earth? Like,
because, dude,
to the point that I tell.
We're still talking about measurements.
Then I
You
fall off.
intolerable man. What the fuck? Can you not hold a conversation? You appear to be running down the street again, asking questions that are not relevant to the topic that we're discussing. At the moment, we're talking about measurements.
Bro, I tell you, you get some basic education, and you.
Yeah, I'm not going to stick with it, dude. You're just going to attack me personally. You're not going to reply to anything that I said. You're just going to say, I need to get an education. Seems to me at the moment, Sunshine, I'm the one fucking educating you. I mean, I don't want to be rude. I definitely didn't want to start out the conversation rude, but unfortunately, Sunshine, you reap what you sow. Yeah. Anybody else want to jump in?
Not really, man. Not with that guy. Is he gone? He's gone. Thank God.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Jedi.
You said heated debate, so, you know.
Yeah, that's good. Man, yeah.
Who was bringing up shooting lasers at the moon for some reason? Who was doing that? Did they leave as well? Oh, well. Not a problem. We got a lot of people.
more of a chat skink at this point. Brother, can you enter the VC so we can talk about lasers and moons and stuff?
Oh,
Is he
laser
in here?
moons. Talking about the Death Star?
No, we got a guy in here shooting lasers at the moons, and I guess that means something. I don't know.
Yeah, didn't they shoot lasers or get signals back from the moon? Do the same thing before they even went to the moon? I think MIT did that, didn't they?
Yeah, no.
Yes, they did.
Been doing that for a while. There's like sometimes like at engineering colleges they'll do it as a project too. It's like yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sketchy though.
You get a couple colleges and they coordinate to do it on the same night, and then they all shoot their lasers at the same time, and they all record their measurements, and then they can get like a couple data points on like whether or not Earth is a curve or a straight line.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, unless of course there is like you said, like a curved atmosphere or a curved medium. So like, yeah, exactly. That's Travis right there. That's the thing they use to prove it, and it's not sound enough.
Yeah, it's probably better to just like actually go and test directly over the surface of the water that would have to be curving if it were a globe.
Travis, just because I have like I know the up to date theories for disproving flat Earth doesn't mean I'm not for it. I think you're getting a little yeah. Where is Travis? Are you in VC?
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
How did you disprove flat Earth?
Oh no, I'm saying I stay up to date on the things that try to disprove flat Earth, and that's like the most widely accepted claim that disproves it.
What's that? Did I miss the new hotness or something?
Yeah,
what is it?
It's bouncing lasers off the moon or satellites. But
that's not.
Satellites.
Is that not new?
That's a whole tricky topic.
Not really.
Yeah.
Why is it a tricky topic?
Well, what do you think about satellites?
At the moment, I'm trying to think why it's a tricky subject. I want you to explain to me why it's tricky.
Because I've heard a lot about it. I'm not a flat Earth expert, but
I know. I don't want to get my stick out and start bashing somebody around so I can get them corralled into a fucking corner. We're going this way, dude. All right. What is tricky about satellites? You said that. What is it?
I mean, like, there's so much out there, like about just like companies that work on building satellites, and like all this math about orbital mechanics, and like.
Okay. So
yeah.
lots of people and industry and math.
Yeah. So are they just making up orbital mechanics equations for these satellites for nothing?
What would it matter?
You can make up mathematical conceptions, right? Like orbital mechanics. You can do that conceptually, right? We do this thing with math all of the time.
But why do they keep paying people to program these satellites, like these really expensive, like?
I don't know. I mean, this might be the tricky part because I can't define motives from people I've never met. I can only kind of suspect.
Well, that's why I think the whole satellite thing is tricky, because there's so much there's so much money being spent on people to like work on these satellites, and
Hold on a second. I have to address this. What satellites are you talking about? Are you talking about machinery that is tethered by gravity, hurling around a sphere that is only imagined?
Something like that, yeah. Like the satellites, they're intended to be sent out into space and then orbit around the Earth.
Right. Well, all three of those things cannot be possible. The gravity tethering, the sphere, and the second law of thermodynamics violation called space. So who cares what they're paying them or why they're paying them? All three of those premises are invalid.
But why are they paying them?
Who cares?
Yeah.
Okay.
At the moment, it's like a murder scene. At the moment, it's like a murder scene. Two things. Someone's dead for a reason. Now, you know they're dead because you can see they're fucking dead. But there's no murder in the room, dude. You haven't found that person. You don't know the motive. But you not knowing the motive isn't going to stop the person being dead, is it?
Yeah.
Cool. So when you keep going on about motives, buying all this money and shit, NASA, right? At the moment, the claim can't be verified. The crime's taken place, but we can't tell you the motive as to why the crime's taken place. It just has. In
Then
this
where are the satellites going? What are they doing with them?
Who cares?
It's important.
Who cares?
It's like billions of dollars going into these things.
Bro, if you care, I implore you, go figure it out. Meanwhile, the Earth is measured to be flat. Space is fake. There's no gravity. So, it's up to you.
Okay.
I mean, at least someone's getting paid, right? I mean, they're doing a job on a piece of machinery. Who cares where it goes? But at least someone's getting paid. On a movie set, they pay people to, build it and all the props and all that stuff. So people get paid to build things, and those things do exist. And then after the movie's been shot, whatever happens to all this, the props and the people, who cares,
No, that's interesting because it could suggest that, like, it's all sort of like a show. But, like, what makes it so important to, like, keep this all a secret?
I guess you'll have to figure that out. Meanwhile, the Earth is measured flat.
Okay.
Yeah, would you agree on, like, if we could consistently validate that there's no Earth curvature, right? We can go do tests over huge distances in all different places over and over and over again using all kinds of different methods, and every single test comes back with zero curvature. Okay, and we can't find a single test from a globe earther throughout all of history that validates that there is actually any curvature. That isn't just some faith-based reasoning or evidence. Like, if you can measure your floor flat, it doesn't matter what's going on with the lights on the roof or anything like that. It doesn't matter what you do. In the room, the floor is still going to be flat, right? If we can validate the Earth is not curving, right? Talking about satellites, talking about stars or anything like that, it's not going to make the water start to curve. And we can present empirical evidence all day long. And then when we ask for something, of that standard from the globe side, there isn't any, because there isn't any curvature to measure out there in nature.
Oh, some very valid points.
Thank you, man. But yeah, like, for example, Great Salt Lake in Utah, on a super clear day with no wind, the guy set up a camera at just 1.5 meters height, and then he was able to zoom in across the entire 21-mile distance and literally see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. He did it in the afternoon, and then he waited till it got dark. He did it again, and yeah, we could see the shoreline on the other side that should have been hidden behind a huge amount of curvature. I think it was 223 foot that it should have been hidden behind the horizon, and the horizon on a globe should have been at 2.7 miles, but there was no horizon over the whole 21-mile lake. And then after that, they shot high-powered lasers across the lake towards each other and hit their targets. So this is the kind of thing that's just, it's repeated. Anyone can go and test it for themselves. It doesn't require any faith or anything like that. And, we just encourage people to look into it, look at the tests, look at the information, and if you want to, go do it yourself, and then weigh that up honestly with the globe evidence and see what makes sense to you.
Yeah, you had mentioned you were up to date on all the arguments that debunk flat Earth. What were the other arguments that you were would be included in that?
Well, I said I like to stay up to date on the most recent argument. I think just like knowing like the most important argument against it is important. I'm not like an expert or anything. I mean, do you know any like that would be valuable to know?
There are none.
We currently live in an era.
Well, I don't know. I think it's valuable to know what you're arguing against.
Yeah, we've heard all the arguments like thousands of times. Essentially, we're not getting any new ones. People aren't coming in with new arguments. It's usually the arguments. The globe earthers want to do whatever they can to avoid talking about the Earth or the surface measurements. And they'll try to talk about things in the sky that none of us can really validate.
Well, then, what do you think is the trickiest argument against flat Earth that you've heard? Like, harder to disprove, basically.
There really isn't any. The trickiest things, if we get someone that's really weaselly and slimy and using a lot of like fallacious tactics and sophistry and things like that.
Big words,
right?
Yeah,
trying to use tactics that are intellectually dishonest to try to manipulate the conversation to sway the audience in their way, but they're not going to be presenting any empirical observations or anything like that. Maybe people showing anti-flat earthers, people that flat Earth debunkers, showing pages and pages of surveying data that they allegedly did, and saying that look at all this complicated surveying data, it matches up with a globe. And then we'll say, oh, can we see the observation? Did you account for the variables like the atmospheric refraction and things like that?
Isn't that the typical MO of round earthers, to hide the truth behind complexity, just layer after layer of complexity? That's really the only real argument.
Yeah, they sort of short circuit people's brains with giant numbers, like the heliocentric model. Yeah. When people start talking about the speeds and the motions and vectors of the globe, once people start saying, oh, it orbits around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour and it's chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour and blah blah blah, people's brains kind of short circuit at that point because we can't really comprehend how fast that is, and then they'll start throwing equations and things like that out there that most people just kind of give up on. They're like, oh, I'm not a scientist. I won't worry about this. And, and then propaganda, that's another good tool. And mockery and ridicule of flat Earth. That's probably one of the best defenses against flat Earth is just mocking it, straw manning the arguments, putting out propaganda of discs in space and that kind of thing.
It's an interesting question that you ask about arguments, because this is not a topic that really is debatable. It's just about measurements. It has nothing to do with even a formulation of an argument, right? Although we could use Modus Tollens.
Okay, but then that
the Black Swan.
That means there's definitive proof of the Earth being flat, and it's hard to find definitive proof of anything.
Why? Well, yeah, it's measured to be flat. I don't understand. It's measured that way. That's definitive proof. In fact, Lord Kelvin, where we get the Kelvin scale, he says to measure is to know.
Yeah. It's how we figure out geometry, right? No, it shapes.
Well, if you measure the flat side of a circle and the flat side of a plane, it can still be the same distance.
There's no flat sides of circles.
I mean,
It's not a circle if it's got a flat side.
It does have a side.
Depends if you're going to speak about the sides of a two-dimensional shape or the internal area. Yeah, so it's again, the point being that you can measure, right? And when you measure something, that is empirical evidence as to what it measures, right? Like your stairs, they go up at an angle. You measure this angle, that's the angle that they go up. The amount of steps, the length and the width and the breadth, that's the true dimensions of this physical object. You can measure it, can't you? Right?
Yeah.
So this is going to drive me crazy. Which side of the circle is flat?
This is going to drive me crazy as well. Top side. Right, the inside, no, I don't know.
Well, earlier you had mentioned that when they shot lasers at the moon, because the speed of they were able to disprove flat Earth because the speed of light was constant. The speed of light is supposedly constant only in a vacuum. It changes speed through different mediums. And there's a medium between us and the moon. So that would kind of make your claim about it being constant null and void.
I still don't understand how this proves the Earth is a sphere.
Well, that was his number one proof. And that I don't understand how it proves anything either, but it was his claim.
Maybe you can elaborate.
No, that's your claim. I was never making that claim.
Earlier, I can screenshot it. You said the speed of light was constant, therefore.
And then I can screenshot you misunderstanding me and then me explaining that you misunderstood me.
Oh, he's one of these debate style clowns.
Oh, he's got fifis. The fifis?
Yeah.
Just clear the air right now. What were you saying about moon and lasers? Because you jumped in.
I was saying it's what they use to most commonly prove it to like engineering students, and I think that's important to be able to disprove that.
Okay.
What do they use?
Lasers and the moon.
Okay.
And what are they doing to prove that it's a globe? Sorry?
Yeah, to prove the Earth is a globe, supposedly.
And how do they do that?
Yeah, it's distance to them.
Oh, you didn't hear me explain it earlier? Okay. By setting up lasers on different points of the quote-unquote globe, and you fire them at the moon at the same time, and based off of how long it takes the lasers to get back to the original source, that's your measurement.
Okay, show it to me.
Show it to you.
Yeah, I'd love to see this too.
I'm arguing against this, but I'll try to find it.
Show us the moon bounce measurement of Earth curvature. Hypothesis.
Which part of the moon does it bounce off, and then it just perfectly comes straight back to the source, or does it diverge like freaking crazy?
No, supposedly they time it based off of the rotation of the Earth, so it'll land at the right spot.
What rotation of the Earth?
What are they hitting?
Again, that's the model they use.
What model?
What are they hitting? The moon.
Yeah, of the
Are they dodging the hills and the hills and the craters and stuff like that? What if it hits?
Are you going to link this? I'm just curious. Are you going to link it? Because otherwise, I'm going to go look for it. But unless you're going to link it,
yeah, I'm looking it up. But if you're faster than me, that's all right.
Oh, cool. I'll just wait for it.
How did we not get other people's lights confused with each other while they're all flashing them at the same time?
Yeah. Hulu boy, I don't know why you're even going down this track. I would have pressed the flat earthers of what methodology they used to measure the Earth flat, and found flaws in it and cured them.
Okay, so it's called LLR, the thing they use to measure the distance from the Earth to the moon. I'm trying to find how they supposedly use it to measure the curvature now.
Jedi, you've got a buzz or a hum in your mic, I think.
Thank you, mate. Thank you for letting me know.
I think it's you.
I don't think it's Jedi. Is Abel? Abel, is that you making noise?
He's lighting up a little bit on my side.
Yeah.
Not right now, but you're wise.
Is the buzz still happening?
No, it's gone now.
Okay. Thanks, mate.
I was just going to ask to clear something up. The gentleman said something about, oh, maybe we can use this to measure the curvature. Would that be an actual measurement, or would that curvature rate somehow be inferred from the process in question?
No, I was told about this, so I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
So I've put this into chat into Grok, and it's specifically I asked, does the LLR moon laser test measure any kind of Earth curvature? And it specifically says no. That's not the purpose of it. Here, I'll take a screenshot and show you.
Huh. Well, I could have just been gaslit then.
Yeah, I probably lied too, and sounds like you fell for a trick. No big deal though. We're here to fix you.
It's simpler than that.
Well, that's why I brought up the tough argument with you guys. You guys are the experts.
It's simpler than that, brother. The concept works like this. If you're at a point on the Earth and you're aiming something towards something that you can see, and 3 other people are doing the same thing, and then you compare the angles of intersection, and you draw this geometric model, and you say, dang, these don't intersect at the appropriate thing for our distances between each other that we've measured on the ground. So now we have a problem, because they should intersect. So we'll just curve the ground. There you go, problem solved. Now, all that occurred on a piece of paper, my friend, not in reality. The only thing they did in reality was send a distance, ping, so they claim, to the moon. So, observer A might say, okay, my device is 15 degrees, and I get this distance. The other guy might say, well, my device is 27 degrees, and I get this distance, and so on.
So in other words, that answers my question. It is inferred, but with a caveat, by introducing a particular assumption, i.e. that the ground is actually curving in the first place. Thank you, AI.
Yeah, but if I were you, Cthulhu Face, I would have just, when the flat earthers told you they measured the Earth flat, I would have just told them, how'd you do that? What methodology did you use? Then start parsing that out.
When the flat... Well, no, I believe the flat Earth. Yeah, you're right. No. What do you mean?
No, what I'm saying is...
I don't have any doubts.
I don't care about that. What I'm saying is an astute person arguing would just, rather than, quote-unquote, accept that I have to prove the globe, they just be like, well, you just said the Earth is flat, so now you have a positive assertion of knowledge, so why don't you walk me through how you reached that conclusion? Then they'd start telling me, and then I'd rip apart everything they said.
Well, I mean, you just told me all the arguments are invalid, so why would I need to learn all the dogma?
It doesn't matter if counter arguments are invalid. If you don't have a conclusive argument for your position isn't proven. So all I'd have to do is demonstrate that you haven't proved your position yet. Right? And then your claim, if you didn't make it through the gauntlet of I know the Earth is flat, would be torn to shreds, right?
I mean, I don't think the burden of proof's on me. I'm confirmed in my beliefs.
Okay, so regardless if you have a burden of proof or not, if somebody asked you how did you come to that conclusion, you wouldn't tell them? Think about it. Imagine somebody's a glober and you say the Earth is flat, I know it's flat, and they say, how did you come to that conclusion? You say, I don't have to tell you, you just have to prove the globe. Is that fair?
I don't know. I don't need to be as arrogant as a glober. I can like try to relate to them on my uncertainty.
Think about it this way: don't most flat earthers agree that they haven't gone everywhere on the Earth? Isn't that true? So there's unknown territory according to most flat earthers, right? They don't know the full extent of the Earth, right? They only know the extent of the Earth that we've been told. They don't know whether it continues on for another 100,000 miles. They don't know whether it continues on for 10 million miles, right? As a matter of fact, they don't know that what's occurring here in the local, whatever physics we have, also exists in the areas they've never been to yet, right? So they have to have some kind of philosophy of a uniformitarian assumption about the local versus the macro, or the micro versus the macro, right?
I mean, of course.
Yeah, there's very few arguments that anybody can make about the nature of the entire Earth, right? That they can actually prove conclusively.
I mean, yeah,
Now, the problem
honestly,
with
it
the
sounds like
globe-
they're talking out of their ass most of the time they're speaking.
Yeah, fair enough. But the problem with the globe is they have definitive claims about specifics, and those specifics can be tested.
Yeah.
And easily demonstrated to not be the case. So, for example, so someone said the Earth is measured flat. Okay, let's